Hey Exiles, I'm here. Yes, I'm a little bit late, but that's okay. My daughter's gymnastics ran a little long and she was the only person there, so she had some one-on-one time with the instructor, Miss Jazz. Oh, maybe I should not dox the instructor. Yes, let's not do that. Everybody, it is Path of Exile 2 announcement day for Fate of the Vaal, for the last of the Druids, and I just realized I should check and make sure that I'm actually live. Am I live? Are there people in chat? Anybody in the chat? Oh no. Oh no. I'm not live. Oh, I am live. Okay, we're good. I'm live. What's going on, guys? Today's a big day. All right, I've got a full breakdown of what exactly we are going to be doing. First of all, we will be stalling for the next 1.5 hours before the big reveal. I currently have no information. No information at all. I did not. For those of you who want to know, there have been leaks. Apparently, the entire trailer has been leaked. Oh, thank you for the 21 months, Guitar Holic. What's going on? Everything has been leaked, apparently. It is very unfortunate. Also, I just realized that my YouTube chat is not popping up. 1 second. I just need to fix that. All right, YouTube chat. Are you in YouTube chat? The plebeian, thanks for the 15 months, dude. I just connected YouTube chat. Is YouTube chat back? Hype train. Let's go. There we go. Yeah, no leaks in the chat, guys. All right. So let's go through that. YouTube chat is connected now. All right, we're good. We're good. Good. Sweet. Okay. No leaks, stalling for 2 hours, and then we got the live reveal. Usually that comes with a trailer. It comes with about an hour of the actual features of the expansion. So they're going to break down the Druid, they're going to break down Fate of the Vaal, they're going to talk about all the other changes and additions, the endgame revamp, all that, and then immediately after that, there's a Q&A with ZiggyD. Okay, so an interview with Mark Roberts and Jonathan Rogers. I do not talk during all of this. This was a little bit of a people were worried, like, oh, I can't watch, I can't watch streamers. Usually you cannot. I will say, if I were you, I would probably just watch the Path of Exile stream. I'm just going to say it. If I was in your position, casual try, I would just watch the Path of Exile stream. But I will say, I do not yap during the reveal, and I do not yap during ZiggyD's interview. Afterward, though, I will give my initial thoughts on it. Remember, I'm blind. And we will go into the patch notes. I'm doing the full kit and caboodle. All right? We're doing everything, top to bottom. We're doing the reveal, ZiggyD, thoughts, patch notes, final thoughts to end the night. It's going to be a long stream. I anticipate being here for the next 7 hours. If you're in the live chat, welcome. Should be quite the experience. If you are watching the VOD on YouTube, welcome. Do what I always ask you to do. Like the video, leave a comment below. What were your thoughts on the reveal? What are you excited for? It really helps push in the algorithm because I'm not going to post like my reaction as a video. It's just going to be this YouTube live. So it's turning into a video. So I ask, any support would be awesome. JRock2004, thank you for the 13 months, bro. Appreciate it. I'm actually not even looking that much at chat. So, all right. Let's see. I feel like I saw another sub, and I'd like to thank that person. I always like thanking people. The plebeian, Guitar Holic, J-Rock, thank you. 13 month of an awesome streamer. Well, thank you very much. You all know that YouTube chat is already spoiling. You bums! Do I have to get rid of the chat? YouTube? Do I really have to do it? Oh my gosh, I have to do it. All right, so let's see. Where do we begin in our story? Our lovely Path of Exile story. What do I want to do? What should we do, you guys? Do we just speculate? See, the speculation is kind of screwed now, the last minute specs, because now I can't read the chats. You darn chats. Do we talk about the Talkative Try Reddit thread? Which, hey, you know what? I went in there. No ad. Screw the ad. I'm snoozing the ad on Twitch. I just started Twitch. Why does Twitch want to do ads right when I start? Crazy. I read the Reddit thread about my interview with Jonathan. Actually, not bad. Actually, not bad. I thought it was fine. Most of the people in there were pretty fair critiques of me. There were some people saying that I don't play the game and I haven't played PoE 1 and I don't play a lot of PoE 2, which in comparison to other content creators, very true. I do not play as much as others. People were warning me. They were like, oh, don't go in there. Don't do it. Don't do it, man. Don't let your eyes feast upon. And I did. I went in and it was fine. The real minefield was Twitter. Oh, my. Oh, God. Twitter, the official forums for the announcement. Yeah, those were rough. Those were rough. No, they weren't seething. No. They weren't seething. I say thank you. Okay, let's see. Can we get chat off the screen? Yep, I put them. Okay, welcome everybody in the chat. We've already got 105 people on Twitch. Heck yeah, guys. That's what I like to see. And on YouTube, we're sitting at 250 already. Let's up those numbers. Everybody on YouTube, we want to be top of the YouTube algorithm. Like the video. Come on, guys. Like the video. Spam the chat with spoilers because I'm not reading it. Just kidding. Don't spam the chat with spoilers. We don't want to do that, guys. Just kidding. Spam the chat with, I don't know, Druid. All right. And remember, probably sometime, I don't know what day this weekend, I might do another stream prepping for the interview. Oh, yeah, on Sunday I will. Sunday I'm going to do another stream prepping for the interview. With all my love, that beard is ugly. Dude, I haven't shaved it yet. I'm still letting it grow out a little bit. Add to title leak. Rival X, thank you for the super chat, bro. Appreciate it. I'm not reading it. Did you write something? I'm scared to read stuff now. I'm really scared to read stuff. Oh gosh, you guys. Not the leakers. I'm hyped. Okay. All right. Here. I'm going to look at chat. All right. I'm going to look at chat really quick. Are you guys excited? I'll put chat on the screen. Are people hyped? Are people hyped? On a scale of 1 to 10, how excited are you? 1 being no excitement, 10 being, talkative try excitement, right? Say it in the chat. Let's get all the spoilers gone from the chat. 8, 15, 7, hyped, not hyped. 1, oh man. Stone CZE, thank you so much for the T1, bro. Thanks for the 2 months. Okay. 0. Okay. All right, this is going to be so interesting, you guys. Nice haircut, thank you. 10. I don't think Delve will be in. No. Okay. If it's Blight, I swear to God. I swear. Blight, guys. Blight is... We don't want Blight. Okay? Guys, we don't want Blight. Don't even think this into existence. I don't want Vaal Blight. No. Hey, how's it going, Damage Dark Moon? It's going well, man. Oh, yeah, 1 sec. Let me put the announcement up on screen. All right, looks like people have... Okay. 1 sec. First time catching me live? Welcome, Judon Dan. Appreciate it. I'm going to put no leaks in title. No leaks. There we go. No leaks. Not Blight. Oh, my gosh. Oh, people, no spoilers in the chat. I swear. Just chill out. Let's just chill, guys. By the way, is Druid the class I was waiting for the most? Yeah. I'm most excited for Druid, and probably after that Marauder and Axes. How many hours, minutes for the real? 1 second. 1 second. F the haters. Oh, bro. You know, the saying is pretty real. Once you start to get haters, you know you've made it. Okay? You've really got under people's skin if you start to get haters. All right? And my goodness, guys, do we have some haters? I was talking yesterday. Why are there haters? And I think I realized after reading the Reddit thread, I think a lot of people have not watched my videos for like a year and a half. And that's totally fine. A lot of people will just not change ever. I took the, here, we'll do some glazing. I took the grinding your games approach, and I made sure to continuously read feedback, change my content, improve it for the better. If you have been an OG and you remember like my news videos from 2 years ago, compare them to today, it is nothing the same. Keep improving. I used to be trash. Let's just face it. I was way worse. And I think a lot of people tuned me out then. And that's fair. You can do that. But a lot of people still say like, oh, all he does is hype speculation, you know, 20-minute videos on weapons in PoE 2. Bro, that was in like June of 2023. We are in December 2025, man. Nothing the same. Not the same hair, not the same face. I have kids. Oh my God. Cautious for the nurse. Yo, dude, Scratch. Thanks for the 3 months, man. Appreciate it. If I wanted a third form, what would it be? I would want it to be a Chimera form. It would be a Vaal form. Hey, Deathstalker. Thanks for the Prime, bro. Hello, Try. Hope you have a great day. I'm hyped. I'm hyped as well. I'm super excited. Oh, not. The hate is real. I'm changed. I did change from talkative trash to talkative try. Guys, I'm perfectly, I totally understand. Totally understand. If the okay, guys. This is the only tolerance I will have of the leaks. If the leaked video is real, this is going to be crazy. Oh my God. Why do you do that? Why do you do that to me? Oh my gosh. I'm holding it all in. I didn't look at the leaks. I avoided social media. I've got my content creator Discord server and people are like, the leak server's it's popping off. And I'm like, no, I am a stoic monk right now. Nothing. I'm not breaking the vow of looking at the leak. We are reacting to this live together. We're doing it. We're actually doing it. We're doing it, Red Band. Some people will get that reference. See? Only cool people will get that reference. JM11221, thanks for the Prime. And Zero Life, thanks for the Prime as well. I am going to enjoy today. Am I more hyped for content endgame or the Druid? I am more hyped for the Druid. I think a lot of people are not in that boat. Like I talked to Connor, Converse, or One Mana Left, whatever. Which one is it, Connor? You should have the same name on your YouTube and Twitch. I'm just going to call him Connor. I talked to Connor last night for a little bit. And he's like I don't care about I just want content to play. I think a lot of people who play a lot of the game really want the end game revamp and are really excited for that. I'm excited for that, but I'm way more excited for the Druid because I like PoE 2 because of the way it feels when you play a lot of the game. It just feels more impactful. You know, it looks cool. It feels cool, right? PoE 1 is more for the, okay, I've got this complex endgame. I've got all these moving parts together. And PoE 2 will get there eventually. It's not there right now, right? And maybe it will be in 0.4. But I'm just more excited for the Druid from what I saw before. And if they follow the same path, like the trajectory of all the other classes and the updates they've made, guys, we're not going to get the 2023 Druid. It's 2 years down the line. It's 2025. We're going to get something new, hopefully. And I'm excited for it. Kill Tony! Let's go! Let's go. Bro, I have the minimum number of ads on Twitch. I don't know what Kiryatsu, you should subscribe, bro. Subscribe. There we go. Just subscribe. If you subscribe, you will not get ads anymore. I don't know what to say. I do minimum ads for Twitch. I don't know what to say. Yeah, bro. Okay. Let's see. I want a large amount of content. What are people more excited for? Endgame or Druid? Let's spam in the chat. Endgame or Druid? Just say Endgame or say Druid. I want to see what people are more excited for. Oh, we got a lot of Endgamers. Oh, we got a lot of Endgamers. Endgamers. Yeah, but oh, wow. If I want to make this work one day, guys, I got to run minimum ads on Twitch. Like, I got to do it, so. Drops are not on. You can chill on YouTube. Drops turn on at 2 o'clock. So, 1 hour, 22 minutes. Okay, Endgame, Druid, Shadow. No leaks! No leaks! Endgame. Wow, I think it's majority Endgame. What? Oh, shoot. I need to update. One sec, guys. I'm sorry. I need to update the drops command. I didn't have time to do it beforehand. Let me update the drops command really quick. A lot of people are hyped about the Endgame. Okay. All right. So do we have a lot of blasters in chat? Like, okay. So I killed Uber Arbiter last league. How many people? Okay. How many people in chat killed Uber Arbiter in 0.3? Durdrick, thanks for the 9 months, bro. I need to do Streamlabs, right? Stream elements. Me, 1, 2. Well, you can't have an opinion unless you've killed Uber Arbiter. Do you guys? Oh, I need to get that. I need to get that video of the guy speaking in Spanish. Oh, that would be so good. I could just play it on command. I should have a soundboard of. I think that would be funny when I say crap like that, because I had some people messaging me saying after last night's stream, if anybody was there, wait, try. You've never played Endgame in Pee Wee 1, Pee Wee 2? You've actually never played any Endgame? I'm a grumpy old man, a dad. Oh, I'm getting grumpy, guys. I'm getting grumpy. All right, I need to get the where's the drop? Animatrax Gaming, thanks for the 4 months, dude. How am I doing? I am so excited. I haven't even had my energy drink today because last night I slept like crap. So actually, guys, cheers. It's a Zoa frosted grape flavor. If you got a drink, let's pop it open. Okay, let's get ready. Let's do a toast. All right. Here is a toast for the sweet Druid love we are about to receive. Thank you, Grinding Gear Games, for blessing us with this beloved, I don't know. Cheers. Let's go. Yeah, Zoa ad. Yeah, no, I got those from Sam's Club. They were 25% off. My wife bought 4 boxes. That's what we do, guys. All right, where are the drop announcements? There they are. Okay, the drops are, you will get this. Okay, we'll get this. I'm customizing the drop field right now. I'm sorry for not updating that. You will get the Verdant Wilds dodge effect if you watch 45 minutes on this channel on Twitch. Share. Oh, crap. Sorry. Share. There it is. Save. All right. The drops command has been saved. We are Gucci, guys. Look at that. Gucci. Oh, yeah. All right. Whoa, Vegeta. Thanks for the Prime sub, bro. Shut Hut. Thanks for the Prime as well. I think I missed you. I never like missing people. All right. Let me make sure the command works. It work? Wait. What? Oh, it's drops. Oh, it's drops, not drop. Drops, guys. No, I swear to God, if it's Blight, I will legit be upset, guys. We just got the kind of a Blight in PoE 1. So boring. This is what you do. You stand in one place and you bonk. Bonk, 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 bonk. Guys, it's so unbelievable. Please, no Blight. I'm sorry, DM. I love you, man. No Blight. Fizzlewinks, thanks for the Prime, bro. When does it start? When that timer right there hits 0. That's when drops start on Twitch. I'm giga pumped. How many animal puns am I going to make? Well, I don't know. I'll try. I'm not the best at dad jokes, though. I won't lie. I've never been the greatest at dad jokes. That's something I need to improve with. That is cool. The drop it looks all... Man, I didn't like the drop. I think the drop looks... I don't like the green. You killed Arbiter with Chronomancer Shield Wall build. That's pretty sweet. Try, why is the reveal earlier than usual? Great question. I had to take the latter half of today off so I could stream the reveal. So I took some PTO for this. It would be neat to see something new and original. I agree. We having the reveal today? We are in under an hour and a half, dude. If puns are dad jokes, what are mom jokes? That's true. I've never heard of a mom joke before. Very true, my guys. Very true. All right, let's get some, what kind of music should we get? Should we get some Path of Exile 2 music? I got Path of Exile 1 in the background right now. Let's do PoE 2 OST. What is my most anticipated league from PoE 1 to PoE 2? Harvest. And I know we're probably, well, we might get similar crafting actually. But I would love to see Harvest in PoE 2. Okay, let's do PoE 2. You know what? We'll go to the relaxing Clair Obscure. Sorry, guys. What time is it happening on MST? I think, what, 1? 1 p.m. MST? It's 2 p.m. EST. All right. All right. Are you going to play Flubgun's Druid build? I don't follow build guides. No. I'm not going to play Flubgun's Druid build. Nope. I don't like following build guides. Nope. Have I embraced my furry nature? No, I'm not a furry. No. Don't engage with that stuff. I know people make jokes about it, but I'm very boring. I'm a very boring guy. Except with my wife. I hope she's not. I don't think she's listening. I told her the drop starts in 2 hours, so she shouldn't be listening right now. Hey, Cute Bow, what's happening? Okay. Cute Dog won't be live. Did he die, man? Season of the Bear. I'm really hoping it's a bear. Hey, Vapad, what's happening, man? Don't lie, you really got bear hind legs. Dude, the hind leg... Okay. It just looks so sick. I hope that it's still the quadrupedal bear. How do you feel about coffee? I've never had coffee. These energy drinks, I think they are healthy-ish, but I know they're bad for... healthy-ish, that's such the wrong word. I know they're bad for me. I've just had to kind of lean on them. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to stream. Or do work. Or be with my kids. Be energetic with my kids. So, or run. I wouldn't be able to do any of that stuff. And I got to be able to do it. No, I've had coffee. I'm just not a big fan of coffee. And when I do drink coffee, it's black coffee. No. I have coffee. No, wait. Did I say I'd never had coffee? I misspoke. That was a little bit clickbait. Okay. I've had coffee. I just never really got into coffee. I said I've never had coffee. I am wrong. I've had coffee. I've never gotten into coffee. I think that's what I meant to say. When does the actual announcement start? It is in the corner. That is when the announcement begins. Soon. Very soon. I meant with interviews with the devs. Oh, that's next Monday. So I have a few days to mull over. Guys, I didn't really realize this. Guys, we get the patch notes before our interview. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh my goodness. Goodness gracious. What about Surgog and Dreamcore? Yeah, I have a podcast with them. They're the Pot of Exile. We've also done Still Sane with both of them. Very fun. They are very different, Lord Sincross. I misspoke. You need to ask them Harvest when. Coffee is life, bro. Those energy drinks are poison. I know, man. I know. I know. I should probably swap into coffee. I should. Finally, I got you streaming at least someday. Hey, Arvon, what's happening, man? Welcome in. I'm pretty excited today. You caught me on a rare early afternoon stream. Usually I do it 8 p.m. at night. Usually I'm exhausted. Saw your podcast schedule for the league. So many great names on there. Exciting. Yeah, and you know what's crazy about that? I still have a bunch of people I have not yet reached out to and have not had on the pod. I don't know if they'll accept, but like I haven't had like Empyrean. I haven't reached out to him. I would love to hear his perspective on the game. We've got the illustrious Quinn69, DS Lily. We have some new names. Scorpius, I'm going to reach out to. He's a relatively new content creator in the space. That's going to be super interesting. In the latter half of the league, I'm having some smaller hardcore streamers on, like Major Aimless. That'll be super cool. There's a lot of people making stuff for PoE. It's very cool. Oh, have I? Yeah, they mostly do like doing the one-on-one interviews, at least with me. I guess I could try again to ask for multiple. Didn't see Fubgun on the YouTube announcement. He has not answered on what day works for him yet. I spoke with Barricade last league. I try not to do repeats unless people demand it a lot. Yeah, guys. Here, let me show you guys something. This is what I do, guys. I want to make sure. Okay, yeah. I don't want to leak any DMs or anything, but here. I'm going to show you guys what I do. I like to plan stuff out far, far in advance, okay? See here, where's an example? Hey. All right. I'll show you what I do, because I, you know, easy. I could probably even show what I say to GGG. Like, I literally just reach out and say, hey, I think we could have a great conversation about PoE 2. Wanna come on my pod? And they say, I'll talk to Jonathan. Or they say, or Jonathan says, yeah. And then we schedule it. And this is exactly what I do with, like, this is Jorgen, you know? This is what I do, you know? I reach out to all these people. I give them a bunch of dates. I give them the exact timestamp. I legit try to be professional. I try so hard to be a good boy, guys. You know? This is basically what I do with GGG. If people want to do, I bet GGG would do podcasts with other creators. They just gotta reach out, right? I would be very surprised if Grinding Gear Games didn't want to do podcasts with other creators. Maybe I'm totally wrong, but I think one of the things that's unique about me is that I reach out and I say, yo, let's chat. I think I make a compelling argument for myself. It's the same way that I got, you know, Asmongold on the podcast. It's the same way that I got Josh Strife Hayes. I shot my shoot. Whoa, see, I can't speak today. This is very unfortunate that today is the day that I can't speak. Today is the day I should be able to speak the best because I know viewership is going to be high. I know I'm going to have a ton of first-time viewers in, and they're coming in, and I'm making a complete fool of myself. Are we excited yet? Do I seem excited, bro? I'm very excited, but I have no spoilers. I have seen Halcyon. Her video came onto my feed when it was at like 300 views. It was like the top 5 things I want most in Last of the Druids. I watched it. Good video. And then I see it popped off. Gazzy watched it on stream. I think it ended up with like 11,000 views. That's awesome. That's what, guys, any of you, if you want to make videos and you're like, try sucks. I could do better. Maybe you could probably do better. Try it. What's the worst that could happen? Your video doesn't pop in the algorithm. It gets buried. Okay, whatever. At least you tried. Go, try. Seriously. I will encourage everybody to do that. Do it. Seriously. I'm not kidding. That's literally how it starts. That was literally me. I sound like a broken record at this point. You can't see my Talkative try account, obviously. It doesn't have my full Reddit history, My personal account, guys, I have like 1,000 comments on the Path of Exile forum. Subreddit, sorry. The Path of Exile 1 subreddit. Our Path of Exile. Bro, I was a Redditor, okay? I was a PoE Redditor. Spoke a lot there. I talked on the forums a little bit. I was just a player. I just made a video and it was cool and it popped off and I said, let's do this. I enjoy this. I think I can make a cool difference. Go for it. And I think any of you can do the same. Just get all the non-speaky before the speaky, bro. It's okay. Failure optional. Yes. Does Mark give separate interviews? I always ask for Jonathan. I've never asked for Mark. So maybe I could ask for Mark. I have no idea. I have no idea. Maybe I'll reach out for like 0.5 and be like, yo, does Mark want to be down for a chat? But Mark has done solo interviews, I think with Destin, right? Oh, on the interview, I will be in tip-top shape, guys. Don't worry. I'm pretty relaxed right now. When I'm nervous, I lock in. I think it's the adrenaline. I'm no longer nervous when I stream. I used to be really nervous, but I'm really chill with all you guys. I've been nervous talking to Jonathan, Asmongold, that wasn't on camera, Josh Strife Hayes. I don't know if you guys remember, but I like sweat through talking to Josh. Kriparian, I was very nervous. I think the Jungrown podcast, I was also pretty nervous. Have I ever reached out to Chris Wilson? Yeah, Chris Wilson said he would love to do an interview with me. Yep. He said just let me know when. And I might try to do one during like a downtime between PoE 2 leagues where we kind of talk about game design. He said he doesn't want to talk a lot about Path of Exile 2 right now, or like that stuff, because he's not involved in it. But I thought it would be cool to maybe get him on to talk about game design and just his life, kind of like his life story. I think that would be super, super cool. And then when his game eventually comes out, whatever it is, maybe we could do like an interview with him then if I'm still making content in 3-4 years. But yeah, he responds within hours. Chris is, he's crazy guy. Chris is like that. I mean, to be fair, Jonathan responds pretty darn quickly as well. Sometimes it's a day, sometimes it's a few hours, but how much gear did you have to invest in? Oh, I had my first video that popped to like 150,000 views or whatever. It was on a $20 blue snowball mic. And I used $10 editing software to edit it together. That's so $30. I was going to stay and like, but he said, shot my shoot, so I'm out. Bye. Oh, gosh. Yeah, Chris is great. All right, I'm gonna say it again to the YouTube pals, because I love you guys. And I want there to be more of you, because I'm a dirty content creator. You guys could like the video. That really helps push it in the algorithm. Let's be top. Let's be top of all the channels. We were last time, guys. We were at the top last time. I think we can do it again. Okay, we were number 2 behind Rax. Rax is really hard to beat. Rax is kind of the YouTube streaming goat. But I believe we can do it again. I like data, and I like looking at data, and I looked at the data and it was so cool. We're not the top of Twitch, but we were the top of YouTube. Pretty cool. Is that like Canadian bucks or normal bucks? US dollars. I live in the US. People forget Jonathan is an OG in GGG. Yeah. My wife's so insightful yesterday. Because I was talking to her about like all the just like the angry comments for the people who don't like me, right? And she said, don't people say that Jonathan doesn't know how to design games and he's the co-founder and creator of 2 of the biggest games in the past 2 decades? And I was like, I knew I married you for a reason. I knew I loved you. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that non-gamer logic there. Just like, so people don't like you and say you don't know what you're doing, but they also say they could do everything better then Jonathan and Mark. And I'm like, smart. Actually smart. Wife is right. Yeah, peak wife. When you get lost in the sauce, you know, she brings me back down to earth. Wait, Rax has a stream by? Yes, he has a YouTube stream. Yeah. Rax is great. Rax's videos are great. I don't watch Rax's streams. I don't watch any streams. I watch commentary and feedback videos. I'm too nice to live in the US. There's plenty of nice people in the US. Thank you, 8 Seconds ASMR. Love back to you from the US to the Philippines. What is D4 thinking? I don't know, man. I was talking with Neversink last night, and we think that they're going to shadow drop the Paladin or the Crusader the day before PoE 2's new league. They're just going to drop it for $30. I think that's pretty likely. I think if people don't know, Diablo 4's next league comes out 14 hours before the next PoE 2 league. So December 11th, Diablo 4, December 12th, PoE 2. And they moved the release date from December 8th to December 11th yesterday. And it drops 30 minutes after the Game Awards end, which we will be watching, by the way. I'm going to watch the Game Awards live on stream. We're going to have a podcast with Valor Mage, and we're going to go into the Game Awards that night. It will be really fun. And Neversink and I think it's going to be the Crusader. I jokingly said it, and then we were talking, and yeah, I think it's going to be the Crusader now. I like Rex because he's a high-tier player who still speaks noob. Yeah, he speaks right to me, dude. He explains stuff very well. Well, a lot of criticism is extremely earned, to be fair. They completely botched the release of PoE 2. Yeah, I think there were a lot of problems. There's a lot of problems. I wouldn't say completely botched. I think that's a little bit of an exaggeration. I don't think they completely botched it. Yeah, how do you mean they completely botched it? I'm curious. Bro! Steven Leon, thanks for the $50 super chat. Holy crap, dude. Keep up the good work. There are only 2 streamers I watch for PoE 2. Love the hype you bring. Just wanted to give you something in appreciation for what you do. Looking forward to the Druid. Me too, Steven. Thank you so much. What's the other streamer? We got to know. Let me guess. It's me and Rutu. Thanks, Steven. Seriously. Valor Mage is awesome. He's one of my favorite people to talk to, which is why I have him on almost as often as I can. 0.2 was botched for sure. Yeah, 0.2 had a lot of bugs. I would argue that I really liked 0.2's... Here, this is just my opinion, guys. I enjoyed 0.2's combat pace, especially in the campaign. But then in endgame, it was this more the same. So, I don't know. Yeah, botched, bugged. It was very bugged. 0.2. I missed the guy. Did he elaborate on why he said it was botched? This guy brings up a great point right here. For me, the worst thing about PoE 2 launch was the obviously impossible to deliver promises that they kept and keep moving the goalposts on. More than anything else, botched may be too harsh. But that's the big thing. So here's some, depending on how the reveal goes today, that's something I know people are going to hate on this and that I'm going to press on this, but I think I represent a part of the community that still wanted something that wasn't one button screen clear PoE 2, unless you are like super godly. And right now you can progress to that so fast in PoE 2. And even me, right? Even not your most knowledgeable or skilled player, you can get to that level with a lot of builds. And I'm really curious if the progression of power, if that rate, if they're happy with it right now. And I think that I can get Jonathan to really dive into that more than, you know, because people always say the meaningful combat thing. Like, all right, so are we going to have meaningful combat? Or people talk about wanting like more speed, and then they get into a little bit of a spat. I really want to try to massage the topic and be like, okay, you know, you've got diametrically opposed sections of the player base, right? Here's what PoE 2 was supposed to be. Here's where it is now. Here's where it's moving. Do you see it ever going back to this original? I don't want to say vision because I feel like vision is like a trigger word. Like the original intent or the original pitch. I don't know. I got to do some workshopping. I'm going to have some late nights ahead. I do a crap load of prep for my interviews. Oh, no, we're not going to see swords. No way. No way we're going to see swords. No way will we see them this patch. GG Live begins in 1 hour. Did we just get it? All right. Here. Let's use this meme. All right. Gonna be hype, guys. I think he means it was supposed to be 1.0 already, and we are at 0.4. They did originally promise a release this year. Oh, totally true. Okay. All right. So you meant they botched the release of 1.0. Yeah, they're moving a lot slower than they thought. I think that their original promises, yeah, they promised too much originally. Yep. I would agree with that then. Redhead from Alaska, Stephen Leon. That's the combo I see a lot. I see a lot of people saying I like DM and I like try. PoE 2 has become way more new player friendly. That's the overlap between D4 and PoE 2 now. They are taking some of the new player friendly only people. Yeah, I agree. 0.2 is what got you hooked. Nice. Campaign was fun. Endgame, no. Agreed. Try, you gonna paint your room with your brain matter when you see a... Stop, Schmada. Oh my gosh. I appreciate chat. Chat's being really good. Nobody is leaking. I really appreciate it. I feel sorry for people who use build guides for PoE 2. You're not enjoying the game. No. A lot of people, they don't want to participate in that aspect of the game. I mean, I agree with you. I would encourage people to not use build guides and try it on your own. I think it's more fun. You know, you might not kill bosses as fast. You might not clear the game as fast. You might have a lot more time sitting in your passive tree like, all right, what do I do? What do I do? Because that's what I do. I don't go into PoE 2 or anything. Like, I sit in my passive tree and I'm like, which direction do I go? And then I realize, wait, all the power is in my weapon. I just need a better weapon. So torn PoE 2 reveal, but my Guild Wars 1 calling. Yeah, Guild Wars 1 Reforged released today. Wooden Potatoes was putting out some Guild Wars 1 videos. It was kind of crazy, guys. Oh, sweet, you're live. I only ever see your videos on YouTube after the fact. Hey, welcome, Kodiak Duck. Welcome in, dude. What do you think is the Atziri or maybe Kalandra? No, I think it's Atziri, the person in the teaser. I hate leaks. Me too. That's why I didn't look at them. Thank you for the bits. Whoa, that's a... My Twitch alerts are all messed up. I do not want Blight. I remember the French guy that leaked 0.3. I did look at those leaks because it was 3 days before. And literally everyone was talking about them. So why haven't not been any vids about what class benefits from Toda? Because I didn't think Toda was coming into the game, personally. It's definitely Atziri. Lightning Arrow Druid main login. Welcome to the chat, Frosty. Frosty, you got to be excited about the Druid, right? You got to be hyped. Come on. I was talking to my daughter about the Druid. She's pretty excited. I was explaining to her what you do as a Druid, how you turn into different animals, because she's really big into Paw Patrol right now. So she constantly pretends to be different animals. So I was saying, well, it's kind of like what you do with Chase and Zuma and Rocky and Sky, but instead, Daddy's going to turn into a bear. A big bear with these meaty hind legs. Yeah, and then I went into the hind leg thing. You play ranged and minions, so okay. Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of minions, Frosty. I think they're going to have at least wolves and bears that you can summon. Hopefully more. We'll have to see. More would be cool. I hope they rework elemental remnants. Yeah, I hope infusions are reworked or removed. I agree. Do you think you'll try to main bear skills? I think I'm going to try everything, but bear, just from the initial teaser, the aesthetic and the weight of it looked the most fun to me. So I'm definitely going to try bear out first. Alex NP91, thank you so much for the prime, dude. And Alexaru, too, thank you for the prime. And Fizzlewinks. I think I missed you guys. I've just been yapping. Wow, we got 293 people on freaking Twitch. Welcome in, guys. Holy crap. What are we at on YouTube? 550 on YouTube? Let's go. Heck yeah, that's cool. You don't know if you can bear the weight? Oh, me neither, man. Me neither. Werewolf seems cooler. Mushroom Disney Princess Summoner so bad. Oh, guys, I can't tell what's leaks and what's not. I'm just excited. I don't care. You say bear now, just wait, man. Just wait. I hate leaks so much. I hate leaks. You jerks. Oh, man, the temptation's so high. We only got 51 minutes left, though. 51 minutes. Hey, you guys, thanks for the gifted subs. Oh, my gosh. What's going on with Chris's face? What did I do to my Twitch alerts? Oh, Lord Zed, thanks for the 5 gifted. Rayworm, thanks for the 2 gifted. I don't know what happened. Oh, goodness. Jeez. Thank you for the 5 gifted Stone CZE. What if this league is mid? Then I will be really sad, dude. I think that even if the league is mid, the class will carry it for me because I like the game already. So I just can't see myself not having fun. Maybe I'm totally wrong. Maybe they make everything a joke. Everything's giga easy. You run over everything in the campaign. You just kill the bosses. And I mean, even easier than you already can. The endgame bosses are weaker, right? They encourage the one-click screen clear meta even more. We'll see. We'll see. Oh my God, the leak is crazy. You mad people. Filler League confirmed. Did they announce the Twitch drop? Yes, it is. It's a dodge roll effect. Serious question. Do you guys think we'll find more loot on the ground compared to 0.3? Or do you think the trajectory is for everything to come from crafting? Loot on the ground. Well, that's the thing. So I think it depends on how you play. If you're trading a lot, I feel like you're just not going to really care about loot on the ground. Me, I actually usually care a lot about loot on the ground. I know this is funny because I don't trade unless I really need to. I really only trade for currency. Or if I get a big payday. Like if I got, like last league, I got Rakiata's Flow. So I got like 30 div. And I could upgrade my items. Most of the time, I'm picking up stuff off the ground and I am doing a little bit of crafting on it. And I'm getting upgrades. But if you're instantly interacting with trade once you hit Act 4 and then the end game, I feel like ground loot won't matter at all. Do you? I assume you're talking about PoE 2 as well. PoE 1, ground loot did not matter. I got everything from the Genesis tree. Got nothing from the ground in the PoE 1 league, but unless you count Genesis tree ground drops. But I'm not leaking a single thing. I'm just saying, just wait. Bear is what they wanted to show off. The good stuff is surely saved for reveal. What? You're here for the drops? Welcome, welcome. Welcome. There should not be a slight audio delay. You won't need a loot filter. Oh, that's one of my questions, bro. If I'm gonna talk about loot filters in game. Steal it from Last Epoch. Steal it. Let us, I'm sorry, NeverSync. I love you, bro. Give us the ability to build our own loot filter in game. You failed. You failed. You need a loot filter in Pee-wee too. My brother and brother-in-law were playing without loot filters. So was my dad. And I told him, guys, just download NeverSync. Look, here, Schwingy has a video on it. Watch this 3-minute video from Schwingy. He explains it. It will change your game experience. My dad and brother-in-law instantly did it. They were like, whoa, this is amazing. My brother waited 3 weeks to do it. He was like, why didn't you tell me to do this earlier? This is insane. This makes the game way better. Oh my goodness. Wow. He was already in like tier 5 Waystones at this point. It's the same with Clair Obscur. My brother refused to play it for the past 6 months, started playing it 2 weeks ago, and same thing. Try. Why didn't you tell me to play Clair Obscur sooner? What's going on, man? Drops are enabled in 47 minutes. Slight audio delay on Twitch and YouTube. Oh. Goodness. Yeah, they offered it to NeverSync, but I believe he didn't want to move to New Zealand or something like that. They could always take the Microsoft method and buy out NeverSync. Yeah. No delay. There isn't enough ground cluttered, so I play without a filter. Bro, failure optional? There's no way, man. Dude. You don't play with a filter? Even to highlight currency? I can't believe that. I cannot believe... You... Failure optional. This is your come to sanity moment. Dude, use a loot filter. Even if it's just to highlight, to change the tags on gear. Man, it makes it so much better. If you don't want to hide anything, don't hide anything. Just use it to highlight currency. I can't fathom that. The labels are so small, I wouldn't be able to click on it, man. You gotta like pinpoint your cursor. Oh, no, bro. Come on. Come on. You see everything. I can't believe this. This isn't real. Are you baiting? Are you baiting right now? I think you're baiting. All the top filters hide stuff. You can customize your own filter, though, from NeverSync, right? Dude, if they put it in the game, I would. I'm guessing you would explode. I'm guessing that's what you were going to say. Sensible. Sensible. Yo, Cthulhu 30. Whoa, Cthulhu level 35 Illithid. Welcome. Thanks for the membership, bro. All right. Changing the title to now. All right. All right, I'll ask one more time on YouTube because we've got 550 viewers and 188 likes. Smash that like button. Smash it, guys. We've got the announcement in 45 minutes. Without a loot filter, we run past Exalts, Divines, Chaos Orbs. I just can't believe why GGG doesn't just make currency look different or stand out. Even something like Divine Orbs or Mirror of Kalandra. Yes, I understand that loot filters, they're dictated by the market and how people value certain items, but Divine Orbs and Mirrors, all that, they're always going to be valuable. So I can't believe that GGG just doesn't put in a built ding sound effect or anything special for those drops. That is crazy to me. Imagine walking past a mirror because you don't use a loot filter. That's crazy. I know everyone talks about game mechanics, but I'm disappointed on how the story is unfolding. It feels disjointed and doesn't feel like I'm a part of anything, just there for the ride. I think you're... Okay, Act 1 is good. I really like Act 1 story, and I like Act 4 story. I feel that for Acts 2 and 3. Whoa, I didn't see your name. Strangair. I feel that. I think if they go back and they do what they did with Act 4, where your character is actually interacting with the other NPCs, I think that'll make Act 2 and 3 feel a lot better. And you have distinct dialogue per class. And yeah, I think that'd be awesome. I think that would help a lot. What's the point of a mirror anyway? Flexing. And it's for the top 0.001% to mirror the best items in the game. What do you think the Druid will use as a weapon aside from magic? Of course, wands, stabs, maybe claws. I think it's going to get its own weapon. I think it's going to get the talismans that were leaked. I don't know if they'll be two-handed, but I think it's just going to get its own weapon type that's innate to shapeshifting. And then it will also use staves, wands, foci, whatever, for spellcasting. That's what I think it will work. Kamikaze, thank you so much for the membership on YouTube, bro. Stephen Leon, thanks for the membership. Wait, did I just get gifted members? What's going on? No, just 2 members. Stephen Leon, thank you so much for the membership too, bro. I appreciate it. Oh, we're getting so close. I can't believe. Hats off to you guys in the chat. I guess there were leaks at the start. None since then. You guys freaking rock. Bri, do you expect the 4th form? I do expect a 4th form on an ascendancy. Yeah, or a unique item. Already prepared to witness the worst interview ever with questions no one cares. So excited. Well, you got a few more days to wait, bro, because my interview's 4 days away. That's when we got the worst interview ever. No prep, no real questions, all glaze, talking about the Druid, talking about what Jonathan ate for breakfast that morning, all that stuff. I got you. I see you. I see you. Okay? All right. I'm ready for the Druid Braveheart. Yes. What's different from Beached and Saint? It's just different levels of support. I appreciate any support. Like $1, $3, I believe. $3 a month, $1 a month. If I was doing this full time, I would make, you know, better benefits, but I can't yet. I'm sorry. I don't have enough time. The reveal's in 41 minutes. What? The timer's wrong? No, it's not. Timer's not wrong. Guys, I'm getting this directly from the Path of Exile 2 website. Is the stream live? Is their Twitch stream live? Let's see. Their Twitch stream live. Path of Exile 2. Yep, it is. All right, here. I'm gonna get this set up for y'all. Hey, Kraken all, thanks for the prime, dude. Where's this ad coming from? Oh. Oh, this shows an ad because I'm not signed in on the browser thingy. Okay, let's just do my other timer. My other timer was accurate. All right, there we go. There we go. We're just going to do that timer. That's accurate. We're going to go on the stream in a little bit, guys. Once it's at like 10 minutes left, we'll go on the actual stream. Don't worry. You guys won't miss it. So glad you got the interview, man. Yeah, I always reach out, bro. I'll reach out every league as long as I feel like I'll have an interesting conversation and get some insights from Jonathan, Mark, whoever. How about I took note about your questions. GGG planning to use AI to translate the game into other languages. You know, I was thinking about that. If I should do an AI question. What do you guys think about that? I'm so ready for the optimal Druid to be Deadeye wielding a talisman. No, score win. No. No, 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 no. All right. Oh, you got your PoE2 art book last week? It's awesome. I don't think I'll get an interesting answer. Yeah, it might get like a canned answer, but I don't think anyone's asked Jonathan about that. I think the language one is valid. What do you guys think? Hollow Palm Werewolf. Please ask Jonathan about performance. If Ziggy does not address the performance issues here and just ask GGG about it, then I will on Monday. I think GGG will ask them about it. I got a sub to this channel. One sec. I'm going to use my Prime sub. Okay, we should get no ads. Excellent. All right, we'll get no ads. We shouldn't get ads. Claws and talisman. You think claws too? Okay. No, I'm not gifting subs. Okay. Oh, yeah, 31 minutes. Okay, we're all good to go. I just noticed you had Age of Mythology wallpaper. Yeah, Age of Mythology Retold is awesome. Highly recommend. Why does it look so cocky? It looks so... Why is my camera slightly tilted? Oh my gosh. What in the world? I think my camera is slightly tilted. I'll have to fix that. My camera is tilted, you guys. That's straight, okay? Those are straight. Sorry, Scorewin. The AI hate is forced. There was no AI hate here. I'm bringing questions. I have played like 10 minutes of Grim Dawn. I took the afternoon off work today. Yeah, I did. I took PTO. Oh, 40 minutes left. But yeah, Age of Mythology Retold is an excellent game. Highly recommend it. Been playing it a lot with well, not recently, but I've played a good chunk of it in the past year. This is when he discovered he has subsidence. Camera isn't aligned with the wall. Looks fine. Yeah, it's all right. Thanks for the bits, Stone Z. Yeah, the wall panels are straight. Oh, yeah, they're straight. They are. Do my coworkers know about my secret streaming life? They all know, and some of them watch me. Yeah. Yep. It's not a secret. Yep. Performance is the most important thing they can do to make the experience better. I agree for PC and console. I stopped playing because the audio and graphics performance was bad enough to hurt gameplay. They were. Especially with Abyss. Yeah, I'm a director of paid media. My daytime job. Seamless controller swap. Yep. Yep. I do a lot of stuff. I manage a team of 9. I plan media campaigns. I have publisher relationships. I do a lot at my job. Do you think if you have to leave the game to... yes. I think if you have to leave the game to understand a game mechanic, it's a fail. Yeah, 100%. I've said as much to the dev's face. It's terrible. Absolutely terrible. The more you are in game, the better. 100%. If you have to go outside to a YouTube channel, to a wiki, to PoE2DB or POB to learn something about the game, no. To enhance your knowledge or to listen to someone who, you know, is very well versed in everything, great. But to learn it, no, should not be outside of the game. No. Wrecker of Days, dude, what's going on? How you doing, man? You excited for the update today, or the reveal today? Yes, loot filter should be in game. I'm going to ask Jonathan about that. Now that it's clear you need a loot filter. Yeah, you need a loot filter, guys. New here, commented on your YouTube a few times. Fingers crossed for a huge Atlas and Endgame reworks. Those are the Druid, Atlas reworks, Endgame reworks. Yep, those are the two things, dude. How on earth do you manage such a job while doing this on the side as well? Don't you have a family as well? Yep. I have a wonderful wife, wonderful grandparents, and the truth is I do 85% of this after my kids go to bed. That's why all my streams start at 7:30 p.m. That's when I work on videos. That's all that stuff. So I do it when people are asleep. Or I get up really early before anybody's up. And how do I do it? I manage my time really effectively. That's the biggest skill. Time management and discipline. It's a lot. Wrecker, I would love to... No, I won't say that on here. I'd love to have you on my pod again. Both you guys. Hey, you guys. Gamer family helps. Well, I have a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old. They're not gamers yet, but they will be, I hope. I really hope. I think my daughter will be a gamer. She has played, you guys know the browser game in Google Chrome, the dino game, the T-Rex game, where you hop over the cacti and the pterodactyls. She's played that. Yep. That's the only thing. I think we would wreck her. I don't want to talk about my lawn, though. I don't want to talk about it. We should do a winter pod so we don't have to talk about my lawn, okay? Rip LE. You have them a good interview, bro. Sorry it ended this way. Yeah, there you go. You guys remember my last Epoch interview? I admittedly, actually, all the accusations people make about me and PoE2, actually true for last Epoch. Barely know anything about that game. Barely have played it. Legit have put poop hours in. I reached out to the devs and I said, hey, you know, I just did a whole bunch of PoE2 interviews for season 2, Tombs of the Erased. I think it would be cool if I had some of the devs on the podcast and I could serve as kind of an outsider perspective. They were like, let's do it. Heck yeah. I had Judd on. I had Carve on. I had Ross and was it those 3? Judd, Carve, Ross. Those 3 on the pod. Self-glaze time. The last Epoch community said that was the best interview that the devs have done. I did my freaking research. I had everything down pat. It was good. It was good. I thought it went really well. And I legit did not know anything about I'm bad at last Epoch. Knowledgeless. Haven't actually played the end game a lot. All so true for LE. That interview went so freaking well. I talked to the devs after. They were like, wow, that was amazing. That was great. That was really good. Unfortunate what has happened. Real what is love. Thanks for the sub, dude. Do you think Jonathan has a time manipulator that slows down time 2 weeks before a new league? Definitely not. I have a small YouTube channel like you. All my content is basically done after kids go to bed. Yep. 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 You need a supportive spouse. Yeah. Yeah, she's probably gonna play this upcoming weekend on stream. It should be fun. Ooh, adverts on a live reveal stream. F you, YouTube. Still not buying premium. Yeah, sorry, dude. I have minimum ads. I'm sorry, did not keep up with the drama. What has happened with LE? They had to sell their company to Krafton because they weren't profitable. They sold it for $96 million, and they've been making some decisions that the community has not liked as of late, including now they're going to sell paid classes in the future. And their content release schedule has been very spotty. Going to be, I think, like 6 months has passed since it's 6 months is going to pass between leagues. So it's kind of like the PoE1 situation. They're just not talking with their community a lot. It's a really unfortunate situation. So the sentiment and the reception have both been going like this basically ever since season 2. Unfortunate. In a few minutes, I'm going to run ads on Twitch so that we won't get any ads on my channel during the actual reveal. So don't get mad when I start to run some ads, you guys. I'm going to have to run some on Twitch. They screwed themselves with their league cycle. They did. Yeah. Last Epoch didn't hold your interest. It didn't hold mine either. It's true. Yeah, it just didn't. It's a very build-focused game, right? And I'm upfront about it. I'm not the biggest builder, right? Hey, Lex D TV, what's up? Thanks for the prime, dude. I'm excited for the pod. You hyped for today? But you know this is bad competition, GGD being only kings. Right. They're competing with themselves. Well, and Blizzard. And Blizzard. Oh, yeah, hype levels are reaching critical mass. LE crafting is still the best to me in the genre. Yeah, I didn't engage with it a ton. It was good while I used it. I wish they didn't say that they will never monetize. Right. They said that back in 2018 during their Kickstarter. I know. Or was it more recently? As I pour, I will stay for ads to support my favorite PeeWee2 podcaster. Thanks, Willow. I appreciate it, dude. Leader Lee, my reaction is just going to be this live. So I don't do the upload thing like DM and everybody. This VOD will be on YouTube. Yep. But it's mostly just going to be my face. Because I don't want to talk over the devs. All right, see you, Wrecker. Have a good one, man. All right, I want to make sure that everything is good to go here. Wow, dude, 650 people on freaking YouTube before the announcement. Let's go. We're climbing. We're soaring, Exiles. Thanks for the bits, J-Rock. Do you think we'll be able to do a minion druid? 100%. If we can't, that'll be a shame. If we can't have wolves and bears or crows or eagles, that'd be very sad. Holy crap, Daniel. Daniel, thank you for the 50 memberships. Bro. Whoa. That's crazy. Daniel Parashore 9998. Thank you. You're a madman. Thank you, dude. On YouTube. Bro, I appreciate it. I hope it's a good reveal, man. I hope it's a good reveal. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you enjoy the podcast and stuff, man. I appreciate the support. Look at all the memberships in the freaking chat, guys. Daniel a king for a day. Let's go. Oh, gosh. Hey, man, people like it on YouTube. People like it on YouTube, man. YouTube has better quality. So that's why a lot of people are on YouTube right now, guys. Oh, I'm going to keep at it. We're only just getting started. Cheers from Brazil. Bro, thank you. Divine power. YouTube has less ads than Twitch. I have to do 3 minutes an hour on Twitch. He single-handedly gifted a sub to everyone here. That would be 600 subs. We don't want to do that. That would be too much, all right? That'd be too much. Cheers from the Middle East. What's going on, man? What's going on? Holy crap, dude. Holy crap. All right, I want to make sure that this is all set up right, guys. Well, Astariel, thanks for the sub, dude. Jordan Conrad 361, thanks for the membership, bro. Hey, still sane from Turkey. Heck yeah, dude. Final form as a reindeer in time for Christmas. I hope they change citadels as well, bro. Oh, yeah. Like I said, I came here from YouTube and enjoy your videos. It's nice to have content not geared solely on builds. Yeah, I don't do that. I don't do builds. I don't do God. I'm going to try a druid build. Guys, torch me. If my druid build is bad, just freaking stock up the flamethrower and blow it all over me, guys, okay? All right? I'm going to try my hand at some build. I've been waiting on druid forever. I'm gonna give it a go. Black Shepherd 148, thanks for the prime, bro. It might be bad. It might be really bad. Yeah, I'll just use whatever lightning skill. And I'll just be like, guys, you just plug this in, all right? And you're good to go. I'm gonna go vibes build, and I'm gonna post it to YouTube. It won't be a, best build guide. It's gonna be a vibes build guide. I'll advertise it as such. There's a difference between a guide and a showcase. Right. You got to put a lot of work in for a guide. Yep. Cheers from 1 hour south of GGG offices down the highway. Oh, wow. Lucky you in New Zealand. Okay, guys. I'm going to look at this. I'm going to make sure this is all set up properly. Okay. So those go off. Chat is also going to go off. And I am going to go... What's the better corner, guys? Probably here. That's probably the better corner. I'll try to make myself as uninvasive as possible. There we go. Lower left. You think this side? But usually, like, their stuff is on the... Usually their showcases is on this side, guys. So I feel like the right would be better. Yes. Yeah, Twitch drops will be enabled in 23 minutes, guys. All right. Hey, Bramble Bodkins. Thanks for the sub, dude. You should make a build guide after you get torched from the first build and then do a compare and contrast with all the feedback you got and what tips you thought most useful. Hey, Smoothie Deluxe, that's a good idea. Because I will get torched. Oh, I will, Bramble. It's going to be good. Yeah, I'm going to stream everything. I'm streaming like a madman today and the next month, guys. Shout out from Coimbra, the city that had the first law school university in the world. Today I learned. After watching the people showing the math, lightning is just a choice that works, although Pathfinder Poison was super fun without acidic concoction. Without acidic concoction? You mean poison concoction? If you watch several streamers, will you get drops faster? No. No. Nope. Are there drops for gifting subs? No. Maybe on launch, but not right now. Nope, it's just for watching for 45 minutes. Any idea on what unique I do for my reliquary submission? I would wait until 1.0, until a huge number of uniques are in the game and actually well balanced, and then I would do your reliquary submission then. That's my personal advice. Well, thank you, Mellow Grunty. Any last minute guesses? Yeah, my stream will be with the new patch. Yeah, 100%. What do you think about asking Jonathan what they think about community feedback in the form of meme? I asked him that last interview, actually, Arvone. I asked him about the bingo card feedback stuff. What do you mean? Time until the announcement. Josh, look at your screen. Last minute guesses, though. Okay, I have no leaks. Last minute guesses. I don't know. Anything beyond... Guys, I feel like it's going to be good. I think it's going to be deep, but not wide. I think the Druid is going to be good. I think they're going to do endgame revamp, and the League is going to be lit. But I don't think there's going to be new acts. There's not going to be more weapons. There's not going to be more surprise classes. There's not going to be a whole bunch of new bosses. I think it's going to just be focusing on a few very important things. And I hope they do it well. That's what I think. All right, we'll go back to here for a little bit. Thank you, Armander. Is the beard your attempt to cosplay try bear form? Yes. Yes. Cthulhu Illithid, thanks for the 4 months, bro. My alerts are so messed up. I don't know what I did, guys. I really messed up my alerts. You have a horrible cold. Feel better, man. Feel better, man. Thank you from England, my friend. Always listen to the VODs when I'm truck driving. Thank you for keeping me still sane. 100% Kineapple. 100%. Guessing there will be 2 more Ascendancies. I do not have a bear onesie. I think they'll fill out the rest of the Ascendancies. People will complain no matter what they announce because crowd must whine over most minute number change down to the 99th decimal place. Last minute guess. ZiggyD gives 4 times more than anyone expects them to as per usual. I'm going light. I'm going light. Hey, thanks for the 25 I don't know what Romanian bucks. Cheers from Bucharest, Romania. You're the nicest PoE streamer out there. DM close second. Peace and love. Thanks, bro. I appreciate it. Thanks, Roz. Let's be real. The pre-GG leaving office for the holidays patch tends to be way more than people guess. You're right. But in an attempt to not overhype, trying to keep my expectations reined in. Trying to keep them reined in. All right. You're getting super pumped about PoE 2 from someone who only played Diablo. This game exceeded all your expectations. Awesome, man. I'm quite excited. I was your #1 PoE creator in the YouTube recap. I haven't received my YouTube recap, guys. Thanks for keeping it real. 100%. Drake, Druid, and Swords. There's no way we're getting Swords, dude. Drake, Druid sounds interesting. I know there was the Wyvern, like, data mine. I'd be fine with that. Am I ready for the silliness? No, I'm ready for some sick stuff, guys. That's what I'm ready for. What do I think the third transform is? I've been saying Chimera for a long time. I know that the data mine was Druid, or sorry, it was Druid, was Wyvern a long time ago, but I think Chimera would be cool. Personally. Charizard, Kiwi form. #1 rule for success, always underpromise and overdeliver. I was the #1 streamer in your Twitch recap. Shmata V, no way, dude. Of course. All right. I think I might need to go pee. Do I run ads really quick on Twitch, you guys? I think I should run... Belathion, thank you so much, bro. All right, I am going to run ads. Okay, guys? We're going to do some ad runs so you guys don't get any ads during the actual stuff. So how can I... Where's the run the ad button? Where is it? You can tell that I run ads all the time because I know exactly where the ad button is. Where is it? Run 3-minute ad break. All right. We're going to run a 3-minute Twitch ad break, and I am going to go pee. I will be right back, guys. Wait. What do you mean? Wait, Omega Cybers, you already ran them? Wait. Oh. Wait. Oh. Can I run 1 minute of ads? Nope. Okay. Actually, moderators, thank you. Thank you. I still have to go pee. So I'm going to go pee. I'm going to get... not an energy drink. I'm going to go get water, and I will be right back. Yeah, more ads, more ads. I'll be right back. Oh, wait. One more comment to leave you guys on. We all know deep down this patch will be a mega disappointment. They always hype crap up, overpromise, and underdeliver, or tell us we will get something good and never do it, or it isn't how they said. So true. GG never gives us anything good, guys. So true. Who else is crying right now, guys? Who else is crying? Oh, what a chilling piece of music, guys. All right, I'm back. I peed. I got some water. And we are 13 minutes away. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Old Gnome King, thank you so much for the sub, dude. Oh, number 1 and number 2. Number 1. And I wash my hands. Of course. It's Hulkin. Thank you so much for the Prime, man. I gotta fix my alerts. My alerts are all screwed up, dude. All screwed up. All right, let's change my title. All right, go. Title on YouTube is good. We've got almost 800 people on YouTube. Almost 500 on Twitch. Let's go. The hype is real, guys. Okay. I can't believe I have not read any leaks yet. Okay. All right. Let's see. All right. I think I'm going to go on to the stream now. Oh, 1Z and 0Z. Thanks for the Prime, dude. Ghost you. Thanks for the Prime. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We are going on to, we're going to go off Discord now. We'll minimize Discord. We'll put all that there. We'll put that right there. That goes there. I'm going to do this right here, guys. Right here. All right. All right. I'm going to turn sound on. 13 minutes to go. I'm going to refresh to make sure I'm all the way caught up. Yep, 13 minutes to go. My 7-month sub anniversary. Should I knock on the Path of Exile thing, guys? Maybe I should knock on it. All right. We're going to go here. All right, guys. I'm gonna get nice and cozy. Oh, we've got some new Druid art. Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy. Oh. 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 Guys. I'm so excited. I'm showing you. It's on my screen right now, guys. Here we go. Holy crap. Dude, are we going to have like freaking... Oh, I don't even know. Oh, holy crap. All right. Relax. You're right. Relax. Relax. Committus, thank you so much for the sub. Cyber, thanks so much for the sub. Okay. All right. Dude, if it's like, okay, either this is mid-transform or we're going to have some sick... This might be an ascendancy piece of art because the other piece of art that we got was the Druid not looking like this at all. What if we have like half forms where you can like be your Druid guy, but you can turn your arm into the big bear arm? Oh yeah. Oh my god. What if you don't wield talismans, but you wield like body parts of animal? Are claws actually coming? Oh my gosh, are claws coming? Are claws coming? What if claws are like the animal? Oh my god. Oh my god. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. What a piece of art. Okay. Turning the audio up. Audio's up for me. Might be too high for you guys. Okay. All right. Oh, I need to turn off Twitch alerts too because apparently I'm still getting alerts. Sorry guys, I'm gonna have to turn those off. Thank you for all the subs and everything, guys. I just don't want anybody's experience to be marred. Ooh. Okay, let's go back. Let's go back to this. Holy crap. Look at the wolf. I mean, we saw the wolf before though. The thing that's different is the Druid. And on his other arm, he's got a one-handed... Is it a talisman? Or is it a focus? What could it be? I don't know. The stream is only on Twitch. I'm restreaming it on YouTube, so if you'd like higher quality, you can watch on YouTube. I wonder if they completely changed up how claws work. Oh, it's possible, guys. There are drops on Twitch. Yeah, if you go on my Twitch channel, you get drops. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Thanks for the compliments on my haircut, guys. Appreciate it. Guys, this is so sick. This is such a sick piece of art. 9 minutes to go, guys. We are almost there. The countdown is real. Okay. It's still 10 minutes, relax. Come on, man. What if claws are now strength int instead of dex? What if they're strength dex? What if they're a strength dex weapon? Maybe they're a strength dex weapon. All right, I wonder if I should take off my sweater for this, because I'm already sweating, dudes. Damian Sanchez, thanks for the Beached Exile membership. All right. All right, guys. Woo, baby. Claws are already confirmed to be pure dex in the game tooltip. Well, what if they could have changed it to bomb? No, Druid is strength int, right? But maybe they could bring in 2 weapons. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe they're bringing in 2 weapons. Maybe it's going to be talismans and claws. Will I finish the campaign this time? I don't know, man. I don't know. The PoE 2 campaign is really tough. I mean, last time Geonor filtered me, I just couldn't even beat Geonor, so I just rage quit the stream, came back, a month later. Then I eventually got through a few. Of course I'm gonna finish it. I finished it in like what, 11 hours or something, 10 hours. Come on. I play lots of PoE 2. I got 36 challenges this Path of Exile 1 league, guys. I'm gonna play the heck out of PoE 2 this league, and it's all gonna be on this channel, the 75%, 80% of it. Get carried by my dad. I don't let him carry me. I don't like people carrying me. Refresh. 6 minutes, 31 seconds. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Claws and Druid with talismans. Yeah, I'm thinking it could be real, guys. Will I try hardcore? I got to think on that. Because I don't know. I might try hardcore PoE 2. Kandarin, thanks for the 5 months, dude. My brother says he's going to beat me to killing Arbiter this time. There's no way. I was the fastest. I beat my dad in killing Arbiter this time. You see 4.5 minutes on your end? Why? Are you guys tricking me? You guys have to be tricking me. Stop tricking me. You guys, don't do this. Come on. Come on. Don't do that. Don't do that. 4.5 minutes on your end. Might be called Talon, and claws will still be strength or dex int weapons. That's good. My dad's a crazy PoE player. He's a PoE 2 player. He never played PoE 1. Yeah. He's a crazy PoE 2 player. He has like 2 level 95s this league. Monk and Deadeye. Yeah, he played a lot. I'm 10 seconds behind. Wow. The site is ahead. Yeah, on YouTube will be a few seconds behind, guys. I'm sorry. All right, 4 minutes, 45 seconds. Do you pause the stream and yap? No, I'm quiet the entire time. I will only make faces. All right, I will try to make as little noise as possible. For Kiro, thanks for the 6 months, bro. Thanks for all the subs, you guys. I'm very excited. I'm very excited. Newtown, thanks for the 2 months, dude. Oh my gosh. Game client is ahead. Oh, I hope it's good, you guys. Oh, I managed to stay clean all day. I stayed clean all freaking day. Oh, I hope it's good. Oh. Oh, you guys. How many times will I blow my load? I mean, hopefully none. Was his monk better than yours? Yeah, my dad follows build guides. He follows like Flub Guns build guides. So he follows the most meta stuff available. His characters were way stronger than mine. You saw the leaks and you're still very excited. That's good. I think that's good. Yep. Clean, weren't you downing an energy drink earlier? Okay. Okay. I meant I didn't see any leaks. I literally just showered to calm yourself down. Why am I so excited? I always get so unnaturally excited for all these. I mean, I guess that's always been like this. Ever since Exile, because the first reveal I saw was Exile Con, because that's when I started playing, the first Exile Con. So I saw Conquerors of the Atlas and Metamorph revealed, and I remember being like, oh my gosh, Natalie, my wife. Wow, look at this. This is crazy. This is so crazy. And every single reveal after that, it's been the same way. It's really cool. My dad plays. Was this his first ARPG? No, he played Diablo 4 and he played Diablo 2. Those are the only 3 ARPGs he's played, though. He used to play like Neverwinter, the MMO, Neverwinter Nights. He played Guild Wars 2, games like that. He likes Baldur's Gate 3. Oh. I won't be yapping during the stream, guys. We got 2 minutes to go. I won't make any noise. I'll be silent. You won't even know I'm here if you don't look at the lower right-hand corner. Two minutes? 2 minutes? 2 minutes? What's this timer about? Look at this troll. What is this? What is this, Bada Bay? What is this timer about? We're about to get the reveal of Last of the Druids. We're about to see what Fate of the Vaal is. We're going to see Druid gameplay for the first time in 2 years. Oh, here we go. Super Redbird, thanks for the sub, dude. Velicarno, thanks for the sub, dude. He did not play Neverwinter Gold from the box SSI. No, he did not play that one. He played Pools of Radiance, though. Okay, here we go. I'm streaming the interview as well. I'm going to stream the patch notes. This is going to be a long stream. Okay, I'm literally shaking. This is silly. This is so silly. Okay, here we go. Here we go. All right, and I'm not really going to look at chat. I'm going to be watching the reveal like all of you. So, what class am I going to play this league? I wonder. All right, here we go, guys. Here we go. I'll make sure to adjust the audio too, so that it's good. The audio might be a little low to start. All right, 30 seconds, guys. Oh, please be good, guys. Please be good. Come on, GGG. I hope they cooked. Please, please, please. All right. 12. It's like New Year's. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2, and welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal for what's coming next for Path of Exile 2. Twitch drops are enabled on today's livestream, so you'll be able to claim your Verdant Wilds dodge roll effect by following the instructions below. Now today, it's finally time to show off a new class that we know everyone in the community's been waiting for. So let's roll the trailer for Path of Exile 2, The Last of the Druids.
Well, well. What have we got here then?
You lost, fella?
Hey, we're talking to you.
I asked you a question.
What's wrong with him?
He's lost his bloody mind.
Okay, maybe I'll play Wyvern.
I will find you, Eve.
Maybe I'm playing Wyvern. Holy crap.
Now as you can see, the Druid is a shape-shifting elemental spellcaster. After his fellow Druids were destroyed by the King in the Mists, the Druid lost his humanity in the forests of Ogham, where he wandered for years as a beast. Now, finally reawakened, he's determined to find his lost wife and regain his humanity. The Druid has been one of the hardest classes for us to design. As well as having human spells, he has 3 animal forms, and we wanted to make sure that there were interesting combos between all of them. The Druid is our first hybrid strength and intelligence class. That means he needs to have the ability to use spells and attacks. As a human, the Druid typically uses magical staves to harness the powers of the earth and the natural world. One of the first skills you will learn is the ability to create small volcanoes from the earth. This skill spits out balls of magma at your enemies, and will continue to do so for some time. While the volcano is active, turn into an animal and wade into melee range. Many of the skills you use as a human last for a significant period of time, giving you a good chance to turn into an animal and rage out. But how do you turn into an animal, you may ask? Well, the answer is a new weapon type that Druids use, Animal Talismans. When you equip an Animal Talisman, you can choose which animal form you would like the talisman to represent. Depending on what you choose, you'll be given that animal's basic attack as a new skill to equip. For a bear, that's Maul. To turn into a bear, simply use the skill. Your character will instantly transform into a bear and attack. If you want to change back to a human, just cast a spell. You will instantly swap back and cast it. We wanted to make sure that swapping between forms was seamless and immediate. Changing forms should be something that you do without even thinking about it all the time in battle. In order to allow for hybrid melee and caster gameplay, most of the skills you use in your human form last for some time and aid your animal skills in some way. The volcano we used earlier will emit more molten balls whenever you hit it with a slam, making it perfect for use with your bear form's Furious Slam. While in bear form, many of your abilities use rage. There are a lot of ways to generate rage, but the easiest one is simply smash your enemies with Maul.
Oh!
Once you see the runes on your back glowing, it means you have enough rage to do a much more devastating version of your Furious Slam. Your bear form can also go on a rampage, stomping the ground as you demolish your foes. The more rage you have, the longer the rampage lasts, and doing it over a volcano makes it even better. As you consume rage, your bear form will generate endurance charges, and these can be used with skills like Ferocious Roar. Ferocious Roar is a war cry that empowers your subsequent attacks to break your opponent's armor. The more endurance charges you have when you use it, the more empowered attacks you will gain. But Ferocious Roar has another special feature too. It's a meta gem that allows you to socket any Warcry gem from another class into it, giving you the ability to use these skills as a bear. Use the Warrior's Infernal Cry skill to make your enemies explode. Or use Seismic Cry to stun your enemies and double up the number of slams you do. You can even use it with Ancestral Call, a skill that turns you into the fire god Cow. Ever wondered what the Karui god of war would look like if he was a bear? Well, wait no longer.
Dude.
Finally, build up enough rage and you can use one of the bear's ultimate abilities, Walking Calamity. This skill summons a storm of fire around you for some time, while generating even more rage to power your other abilities. A true bear-pocalypse. Now the bear is known for being a slower and more lumbering animal, with slower attacks and heavy slams. But what if you want to turn into something a little more nimble? Well, let's check out the second animal form for the druid, wolf form. For the wolf form, we want it to go fast and furious. Even just the wolf's basic attack will leap forward and rake his foes. After attacking, the wolf stands up on 2 legs, but after running for a short time, he goes back on all 4s, allowing to move more quickly between packs of enemies. The wolf has a lot of cold attacks based on his association with the moon, and the first of these is Lunar Assault. It's great for freezing your enemies in place. After they're frozen, use your basic rake attack to knock shards of ice off your enemies, which land on the ground nearby and explode. If you want to get into battle quickly, you can use your pounce attack. This skill leaps at a target and applies a mark to them. Killing the marked enemy will summon a wolfman into your side, allowing them to fight with you. Mark and kill as many enemies as you can to build up a sizable pack. While an enemy is marked, your wolves will prioritize that target and do more damage the more wolves you have. So make sure you keep your pack strong. Now, one problem you might run into is your wolf pack dying in boss fights. You often don't have any enemies that you can mark and kill in order to regenerate your pack. To deal with this problem, you can use Cross Slash. Cross Slash jumps backwards and does a vicious double slash. Any marks on your target explode and triggers their abilities. This allows you to pounce to mark an enemy and then summon a wolf even without killing it. Cross Slash also has another feature though. Remember those ice fragments from before? Well, Cross Slash will propel any ice shards on the ground towards its central target. First, freeze your enemies with Lunar Assault. Then rake them to create as many ice fragments as you can. Then follow up with Cross Slash to generate a field of icy explosions to obliterate your enemies. If they're still alive after that, your pack of wolves can finish them off. Just like with the bear's Roar skill earlier that allows you to use skills from other classes, Pounce is also a meta gem that you can socket mark skills from other classes into. So for example, you might want to try adding Freezing Mark from the Monk to Pounce. After pouncing at an enemy, Cross Slash to explode the mark and gain extra cold damage for a time. The wolf has many other ways to go all in on cold though. Using the Arctic Howl Warcry will allow you to add cold damage and chilled ground to any slam, while buffing your pack of wolves as well. You can also use it to freeze enemies that are close to being frozen, making it much faster to use your other combos. Finally, the wolf also has the ability to call down the power of the moon to transform into an Arctic werewolf with Lunar Blessing. In this form, you move and attack more quickly and deal extra cold damage. Consuming Rage will extend the duration of your Arctic wolf form, so you could try a hybrid bear and wolf build if you want to utilize the skill to its full effect. Alright, let's talk about the third form available to the druid, and I think it's a cool one, the Wyvern. The Wyvern has a number of long-range breath abilities, but that doesn't mean you can't get into melee range when you want to. The basic attack of the Wyvern is Rend. Jump forward into combat and slash your enemies with your lethal talons. If they're close to being stunned, you can blow them off balance with a blast from your wings, causing an explosion of damage. After the battle though, it's time to feed. Devour the corpses of monsters to create power charges, And this is when the Wyvern's abilities really come online. When using Rend, you can consume a power charge to charge up your wings with lightning. Not only does this do a bunch of damage, but it allows you to turn this melee skill into a much larger AoE attack. Once your wings are charged, your Wing Blast will also do lightning explosions for even more damage. If your enemies are close to death, no need to wait for them to actually die. When you see this blue marker, just devour them alive. Fresh meat is much tastier after all. Alright, so those are some melee options, but how about range? Well, you wouldn't be much of a dragon if you couldn't breathe fire after all. Rolling Magma is the first of the Wyvern's breath attacks. Spit balls of fire that bounce along the ground. These balls will trigger volcanoes as well, so it's a good idea to cast one as a human right before you start spitting. But that's not all you can spit. You have something a little nastier in that gullet of yours. Spitting a barrage of oil at your enemies will cover them in a viscous sludge that makes them easier to ignite.
Guys,
If you have power charges though,
skills.
plant your wings in the ground and vomit a barrage of lightning-infused projectiles.
ZDPS
The
is
more
an
power
insane
charges you
plan.
have, the longer you can do this for. But make sure you keep your foes at range. You're vulnerable to melee attacks while channeling this skill. In order to help with that, let's take a quick diversion back to some of your human abilities. As a Druid of Scoth, you have the ability to harness the power of nature to create entangling vines to slow down your enemies. Another of nature's punishments is the thunderstorm. Creating one of these will create periodic strikes of lightning from the sky, and will also make your enemies wet. Why is that useful? Well, of course, things that are wet are easier to shock. Use it with lightning damage from your Wyvern form to enhance your damage. Making things wet also makes them easier to freeze, so it works nicely with your wolf form as well. And you know what else likes water? Plants. Water your plants to give them various extra abilities. Use Lightning Storm with Entangle to make them last longer, and attach more vines to each enemy, slowing them further. Summon Thrashing Vines to slam at your enemies for a time. Any that are created in water will be larger and deal more damage. Now then, with our enemies sufficiently subdued with our plants, time to really lay into them with our lightning-infused barrage. Now, this last Wyvern ability is just ridiculous, but we felt like we had to do it. Use Flame Breath to take to the skies and rain down a stream of fire on your enemies.
No way.
You have wings, so we have to take full advantage of them after all. So fly around and burn in it.
Okay, will that be good though? It looks so cool.
Now there are a few other skills we didn't cover, but there's one in particular that I think will open up a lot of builds. Spell Totems. Spell Totems are meta gems that let you create a totem that will automatically cast any spell in the game for a time. In order to create one, you will need to spend 3 endurance or 3 power charges. You could use them to throw fireballs, summon comets, or shower the area in lightning. Really, the options are kind of endless. Your bear form can easily generate endurance charges by consuming rage, and your wyvern form can easily create power charges by eating corpses. So it's pretty easy for the druid to get the charges needed, but they're also available from quite a few other places as well. I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of different spellcaster classes thinking about how best to take advantage of these. Now of course, along with a new class comes a bunch of new support gems. We've added over 30 new supports throughout the game, but I'll show you a few of the cooler ones here. Fan the Flames can be added to any wind skill to spread fire from one ignited enemy to the other enemies behind them. It's great for the Wyvern's Wing Blast, but you can also use it on many other classes with wind skills, like the Twisters on the Huntress, or the Monk's Staggering Palm Projectiles. Accelerated Growth causes extra explosive plants to erupt from the ground whenever you grow plants with rain. And Advancing Storm changes storm skills like your Thunderstorm or Tornado to move across the battlefield. It's great for watering plants en masse, or to turn tornadoes into a real disaster by sucking up multiple ground effects as they travel along. And the Sorceress might like to use it with Firestorm as well. Echoing Cry causes your Warcry skills to echo. They will repeat a couple more times with a delay after you use them, giving you more empowered attacks. Use it for the druid's animal form Warcries, or on the warrior for a nice power boost. Grounding Shocks causes monsters you shock to turn into living Tesla coils, arcing lightning to nearby enemies. You could use it with your empowered wings for an extra damage boost, but it's also great with any other shocking skill. Try it out with Lightning Spear. It obviously needed more AoE clear. There's a whole pile more, but we'll leave those for you to discover. Now with a new class comes new Ascendancy classes. The Druid will have 2 options for now, with a third being released later.
Okay.
The first class is the Shaman. The Shaman channels nature's elemental fury and can harness rage as a spellcaster, unifying his animalistic and magical tendencies. By allocating Druidic Champion, you gain spell damage the angrier you are, and with Furious Wellspring, you generate rage continuously and can spend it to empower your spells.
Oh, we're good. We're good.
With the knowledge of the Asmerian Magi, the Shaman can harness untapped power from runes and idols.
Idols?
After allocating Wisdom of the Magi, you will notice that all runes and idols have extra mods only available to the Shaman.
What are idols?
These new mods unlock countless new possibilities for enhancing your build. You can also allocate Bringer of the Apocalypse, allowing you to become a walking natural disaster. After dealing enough elemental damage, storms of all elements rain around you, destroying all who would face nature's fury. There are other abilities for the Shaman, but I'll just show a few from each class for now. The other Druid Ascendancy is the Oracle. The Oracle perfected the power of Foresight and utilizes this in combat to gain massive advantage.
What?
When taking Fateful Vision, you will see visions of your future self using specific skills. If you decide to follow this path by using the skill yourself, it will do significantly more damage.
What? What?
And with Converging Paths, at a critical moment in battle when a monster is vulnerable to freeze, stun, or electrocution, the Oracle can use Moment of Vulnerability to see a vision of the enemy's future, and then merge it with the current timeline, allowing him to deal damage to both. And one of my favorites, when you first become an Oracle, you'll notice over 130 new extra passives appear in the Druid section of the tree. By allocating the Unseen Path, you use your power of Foresight to learn from alternate futures and gain skills that would otherwise be unavailable to you. For example, self-sacrificing allows you to be able to summon more minions by reducing the spirit costs, with the trade-off of making your reservation skills cost more spirit. Or Corruption Endures, which allows oracles to have a small chance to avoid death.
It's too much. What?
Both
Oh my
the Druid
god.
Ascendancies offer interesting and unique ways to gain modifiers that no other classes can get, so we're expecting a huge variety of build possibilities from these.
What?
Now there are unique talismans for the Druid to use as well. We won't spoil all of them, but this one was particularly cool. Fury of the King turns your bear form into a fire demon, converting most of your damage to fire. As a demon, you can also use Molten Crash, a jumping slam attack that leaves fissures around you. This unique also continuously grants glory, allowing you to use your ultimate abilities more easily. Now of course the Druid isn't the only thing we're adding to 040. We still have a bunch more to show. With every new release we create a new league, with new mechanics, new pinnacle bosses, and with a new story to tell. And this time is no exception. So let's roll the trailer for the fate of the Vaal.
Oh my god.
The palace of Queen Atziri. It is a ruin, but in the dark, machines still churn.
It's Delve.
The temple has many functions, and with it, a chance to save the Vaal. A gateway through time. Travel into the past, again and again. Alter the temple, uncover its secrets. You will be rewarded for your sacrifice. And somewhere in the deepest chamber, my queen awaits. I beg of you, hear me. The beast cannot give you what you desire.
You may have studied it, Doriani, but you do not know it like I do. It adores me. Come now, give unto me your desire. At last, fulfill my soul.
my goodness.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. In the Fate of the Vaal League, you will find remnants of the ancient Vaal civilization scattered throughout Rayclast. They seem to attract nearby creatures and affect them strangely. After killing them, the remnant appears to gain some amount of power, but not enough to fully activate it. It seems you will need to find 5 more of these arcane devices, and sacrifice the monsters you find there to fully activate one. But things don't always go to plan. These devices are old, and sometimes infected by corruption. Twisted versions of ancient Vaal may emerge, and sometimes even stronger foes. On fully activating one of the devices, you finally discover its true purpose. A portal opens and takes you deep underground to a lost temple, once the home of Exile, Queen of the Vaal. What treasures could still be inside? I think you're gonna want to find out. In front of the entrance is a console of some kind, and on activating it, you can see a map of the temple. Exile's personal chambers are on the far side, but how could anyone get there? There are disconnected rooms, and the layout doesn't seem to make sense. And that's when you realize the purpose of the ancient devices scattered through Rayclast. The temple is powered by sacrifice, and this energy can be used to modify the very structure of the temple itself. Each time you run the temple, you will be given 6 rooms that you can place, allowing you to craft your own dungeon to explore. Place paths to link up the dungeon, and place rooms beside them full of precious loot. After you are happy with your choices, open the temple and discover the results of your efforts. Each room contains different challenges along with its rewards. On entering a room, the doors will slam shut behind you and you will need to face the encounter within. But choose wisely. It's important where you place the rooms to get maximum returns. For example, when placing a commander, you could just place it anywhere along an existing path, but a much better strategy is to place it next to a garrison of troops for him to command. With better leadership, the garrison will level up, making the monsters harder, but also more rewarding. Different rooms have different requirements for leveling up. For example, if you want to fully level up a smithy, you will need to supply it with golems from an adjacent golem works, and hook up a generator to the power network to supply it with power. After doing so, the golems will be powered up, making them much more dangerous. You don't need to memorize what interacts with what. When selecting a room, you will be shown the locations that will make other rooms level up, and exactly what effect it will have on the temple. After running the temple, a few of the rooms will destabilize and be removed. It will be up to you to rebuild the temple, adding 6 more rooms each time you come back, making the temple larger and larger and larger.
Whoa.
So that's the basic functionality of the temple, but there is a lot more. Once Doriani finds out about your travels to Lera Vaal, he will attempt to persuade you to take on a new mission. The temple entrance contains a prototype of the time portal device. It will be able to take you back in time, but only to one specific point, right before Exile triggered the cataclysm that destroyed the Vaal. He requests that you go back and attempt to stop Exile to prevent the Vaal from ever being destroyed. Exile is on the far side of the temple, so you will need to expand the temple significantly to get to her. And even worse, her chambers can only be unlocked by a room that isn't currently accessible to you. In order to deal with that, you are going to need to visit the architect of the temple. To get to him, you will need to place path rooms, but while doing so, you will probably want to exploit some of the Vaal technology only available in the past. Once you can travel into the past, a whole new set of rooms are available to you, and they have some pretty insane rewards. At level 1, the corruption chamber can be used to corrupt a single item. but placing it next to a thaumaturge to run the place, and a sacrificial chamber to provide soul energy, you'll be able to level it up. And it's worth it. Because once you get the room to level 3, there are some very nice rewards to be had. In a level 3 corruption chamber, you will find this mysterious device. It has a slot to place an item, and it only accepts items that are already corrupted. What will happen to them? Well, normally once an item is corrupted, you can't modify it any further. But this device allows you to corrupt your item a second time, adding another enchantment. This has the capability to craft some very powerful items indeed. But be warned, the Vaal are all about taking risks in the pursuit of power.
Destroy it.
There is a 50% chance that the item will be destroyed. Each room has its own interesting mechanics and rewards when it levels up. Many of them contain bosses to fight, special drops, and in many cases, new crafting opportunities. For example, a level 3 alchemy lab has a nasty Vaal construct to fight, but if you can defeat it, you can find new corrupted soul cores. Like Guatalizi's Thesis, which on boots allows you to sacrifice your life to run faster. Or Sitaqualotl's Thesis, which on gloves will revive one of your minions whenever an offering expires. Get a sacrificial chamber to level 3, and you will need to face a highborn priest of sacrifice. Defeat him to be able to further corrupt a Vaal unique, modifying it in unpredictable ways. One of the mods of this unique will be removed and replaced with another random mod. For example, this Soul Mantle. It gives you an additional totem, but lowers your totem's life and curses you when they die. By using the machine, this could result in a terrible item if you remove the good mod, but also some amazing items if you replace the downside. Now, one extra thing to mention about these Vaal crafting machines. You don't have to take the items you want to craft into the temple. If you don't have the item you want to craft with you at the time, then clicking this button will allow you to create a currency item instead, allowing you to do the craft later or trade it if you want. Now, there are all sorts of interesting rooms you can find in the temple, but the last one I want to show you today is the Flesh Surgeon. A Vaal Flesh Surgeon can be leveled up by placing him next to a high-level synth flesh lab. But be careful. The Flesh Surgeon has some rather unpleasant experiments in his personal lab. Afterwards, you might notice the surgery table just sitting there. The Vaal are great at crafting items. Why not do some crafting on yourself? After laying down, you'll be asked which limb you'd like to replace. Left arm, perhaps your right leg. Each limb can get a different set of random bonuses, so choose wisely.
Is this permanent?
After getting up from the table, try out your new limb. It seems to work fine, and even perform better than your normal one. Now, there is just one thing with replacing body parts. If you die and are resurrected, your body will return to its natural state. You might need to return to the Vaal Surgeons if you want another robot arm, and maybe get a better one next time.
Holy.
Some rooms, like the Commander, can give you a new type of reward. Medallions that can be used to manipulate the temple in other ways.
This is...
Using a Queeper-Lartl's medallion will allow you to artificially boost a room, even if it doesn't meet the normal requirements to level up. And a Huatalotli's medallion will stop rooms from destabilizing when you complete a temple, allowing you to guarantee getting a reward a second time. Great if you want to stock up on double corrupts. Now, with all that aside, time to face the Architect, and you will be in for a fight.
Oh boy.
Once defeated, you will find another console that can be used to modify the temple. But this one is special. It allows you to place new types of rooms with specific rewards. There are rooms with specific uniques, special runes, and currency. But also a few other, more niche crafting experiments. Like this one, that can extract the socketables back out of an item, at the cost of destroying it.
The art's so sick.
Now, something really important is every league we release a significant amount of content for the in-game. In order to make sure that the Fate of the Vaal works well for late-game players, we've added many mechanics to make sure that you can scale the difficulty and rewards to match. Getting some rooms to level 3 adds extra mods to the entire dungeon, and these stack with each other. So in endgame, when you can get some really big temples, you can generate a challenge that can even match the strongest of characters. We also start to introduce ways to store up energy for the temple, allowing you to save up many runs so you can do them later at your leisure, and not interrupt your mapping too often. Now in each league, it's important that we have a new pinnacle boss to test your character's might. In the Fate of the Vaal, you will get to face Exile while she was at the peak of her power. One of the rewards you will gain by defeating the Architect is the ability to place the Royal Access Chamber. Once connected to your temple, you can visit it to finally reach the Queen of the Vaal herself. This fight takes place at a critical moment in history, right as Exile communes with the beast's power and takes her true corrupted form. Now, we are not going to show you the whole fight, but we will tempt you with one of the rewards. This is Exile's rule. This staff gives additional levels to all of your corrupted gems and lets you trade life for extra damage. But in addition to that, while using the staff, mirrors of refraction will constantly appear on the battlefield. Any projectile you fire at these will split into a nova, and they can chain from one to the other. So, that's the Fate of the Vaal League. But we are also bringing the previous league, Rise of the Abyssal, into the core game, along with a few changes.
Now, for those of you who haven't seen what happens when a league is over, it's important to understand that you will not be seeing abysses in every area anymore. Rise of the Abyssal is now one of the league mechanics that can show up randomly in endgame.
Oh, it looks this.
If you want to specialize in running abysses, there is now a tablet that will allow you to add them to any map you run. You can also craft the tablet to add abyss-specific mods to enhance how they function. Now that Abyss is core, it also needs its own Atlas tree. You can gain your first points by completing an Abyss. But there are more available for doing depths and killing certain bosses. And there are a bunch of different options. You might just want more monsters and bosses. But you can also make finishing an Abyss have a chance to overrun a nearby map with the Abyssal.
That's sick.
Or make your Waystone modifiers also apply to Abyssal depths.
That's cool. Okay.
You could specialize in the interaction with other leagues, or specialize in a specific Abyssal faction. One of the important elements that we have heard loud and clear is that needing to do Abyss crafting on Waystones is quite annoying. So, we have removed that. In fact, we have removed instilling from Waystones as well.
Oh,
This mechanic felt mandatory on maps because it boosted the value of all other content, but it was both annoying to do and resulted in a lot of visual clutter. Instead, we are bringing back some of that power on tablets, which you don't need to craft nearly as often, since they last for 10 maps each. Once you defeat the Arbiter of Ash, you will be able to upgrade tablets to a rare with 4 mods using regular currency.
okay.
Even this isn't enough to fully bring back the power you could have gotten from instilling, so we have also buffed the bonuses that tablets give. Going forward, we're not going to be adding any more crafting directly to Waystones outside of the basic currency, because it adds too much micromanagement. But on that note, Fate of the Vaal does bring the ability to corrupt your tablets. hoping to get one of many different random outcomes. Now, with regard to Delirium Fog, even though you shouldn't have to have it on every map anymore, we still did want to make it less visually annoying. Delirium Fog has been toned down significantly,
The color!
so you won't feel like you're just playing in a sea of grey.
The color! Look at the green!
Another big source of problems in the endgame is the feeling of getting overwhelmed with monsters. In 031, we reduced the number of monsters in early endgame in order to help with this.
Oh, baby.
But still scaled up the number of monsters to previous levels by the time you got to tier 15.
Here we go.
Well, after letting this simmer for a while, we are still getting this kind of feedback. So we are no longer going to scale up the number of monsters you go as you get deeper into the endgame. Instead, we are scaling up the difficulty and rewards by the same amount. So to be clear, instead of increasing the number of monsters by 40%, they will instead drop 40% more items, grant 40% more experience, and have 40% more life.
Oh my god.
In addition to all the normal scaling they get due to being higher level.
People are going to be
This
very
only
mad about
applies
that.
to regular monsters,
That's
not
a win,
bosses.
in my opinion.
We have also reduced the speed modifiers that monsters can get sometimes, which also helps a lot with this.
Yes!
Now, we did have a large amount of content for in-game
Good
planned
job,
for
Mark.
040, but unfortunately we just didn't get time to finish it. The scope was a bit too large, and so we would need to wait until 050 for that. But rest assured, there will be a ton of upgrades for the existing leagues, as well as new pinnacle bosses, and a significant overhaul to the Atlas passive tree coming soon. Now, another problem that becomes a much bigger issue in the endgame is game performance.
Oh.
And we have done a lot of work here. The primary issue is CPU load. And to address that, a lot of things have been optimized. And we have done a lot of work to take advantage of more of your CPU cores. You should see frame rates of at least 25% higher, and a lot less bad frame spikes during gameplay. It does make quite a big difference, especially on consoles. A lot more work in this area is ongoing, and you will continue to see performance improvements over the next few months. Of course,
This is spicy.
another important area is game balance, and we have made a lot of changes. Now, most of these we will save for the patch notes, but I'll do a quick summary of some of the numbers.
Oh boy.
As well as adding 11 new unique items, we have rebalanced dozens of others that are not currently used very often. We've also done a pass over lineage supports. 21 of them have been rebalanced, as well as adding 9 more. Alongside the 2 new Druid ascendancies, we have made balance changes to almost all the others, with some of them getting a grander rebalance, such as the Smith of Katava. Alongside the 20 plus new Druid skills, we've also rebalanced 90 other active skills across all the different classes. And to top it all off, there are also over 250 new passive skills added to the passive tree. These changes should go a long way to increase the viability of many more skills, uniques, and overall build variety that can tackle our most challenging content. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new supporter packs.
I have so much to say.
Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs.
I have so much
The
to say.
Precursor and Kalgurin packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Precursor series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. First up, the Marble Statue Character Effect. Once you finally stay still for a moment, a podium rises up out of the ground to immortalize you, turning your skin to marble. When you next move, the stone crumbles around you. The Precursors had mastery over gravity manipulation. So too can you, now with the Gravity Well portal.
People are going to be pissed
Witness the
about no
power
end
of its
game
pull as you approach it.
overhaul. But
Draw in
Oh, see,
enemies
I
with
said
your
but.
own gravitational
Right.
pull with the Awakened Precursor armor set.
that
The
really
Precursors
sucks.
designed
It
and
does
built
suck.
many mysterious ancient beings. This one used to serve as a scout that would patrol
Yeah.
and tase intruders.
Oh wait.
Why salvage gear yourself when the Master of the Forge can do it for you? Molten gold spills out, as the Forge Master breaks down your items. The Relic of the Precursor's map device is a mysterious machine that sits atop ancient colossal statues.
That's sick.
It keeps track of the number of charges consumed on your Precursor tablets used in the device. The Kalguran pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions.
They did,
The
yes.
Kalgurans had astounding skill in astronomy, being able to track cosmic events with absolute precision. Harnessing that skill, with the Astronomer's level up effect equipped, you too can now see exactly how long it took you to level up as it outputs the time in chat. The time taken to reach your last 3 levels is also displayed on the item, so you can link it when you have a time you're proud of.
Oh.
Crush unique enemies by unleashing the wrath of the lost Kalguran fleet, led formerly by Captain Heartland himself. A Kalguran seafarer needs armor fit for the treacherous seas of Rayclast. This set has you covered with the classic tricorn and, of course, a peg leg. The Lost Treasure weapon skins top off your appearance of a true raider of the seas. These gilded weapons can be applied to wands, two-hand maces, and shields.
Nice shield.
After a long day of plundering loot, retreat to the Kraken's Cove hideout, a home of some of the most deadly ocean-dwelling creatures in Rayclast. Many ships have met their demise here. What better to accompany you in Kraken's Cove than a kraken itself? Replace your stash with a dormant kraken waiting for its prey. As you approach, it will awaken and terrify both you and any guests in your hideout. Alongside this, an extra stash skin item will be granted to you, and when placed, will automatically open to any stash tab set with the currency affinity, to help having to navigate through your tabs. Additionally, any microtransactions from the supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 1. Thank you very much for all your ongoing support.
Yeah.
We're just about to start the Q&A with ZiggyD. Afterwards, at 11 AM NZ time, we'll post the patch notes.
Holy crap.
With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to playing alongside our fellow shapeshifting exiles, all while uncovering lost Vaal secrets by doing some dungeon crafting. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
All right. Everything looks great. The end game, no changes, sucks. Tablet changes will feel good. Obviously, the end game, in my opinion, will now play better because it's going to be way clearer. Hope 40% less monsters, but they boosted the rewards in the opposite. I can't believe.
Welcome back, Exiles, to the Q&A portion. I am your host, ZiggyD, and today we're going to be touching on the design of the Druid and the fate of the Vaal League while we gather some community questions. Then we'll deep dive into endgame, balance, and other game design topics. I am, of course, joined by game directors Jonathan Rogers and Mark Roberts. How you guys going today?
Oh, very good. I mean, you know, it's been a great one to work on this one. Like, I've really enjoyed it. So yeah, it's definitely great to see you again. And it feels like it's only been like no time at all since the last time you were here with the PoE1 release.
It feels like only several weeks, and that's pretty accurate.
yeah.
We get to see you twice as often now, so that's fun.
Yeah, I'm around every 2 months or so now, roughly. It's great. I love it. Let's keep going. So I do have to open with this, though. Is like, Druid looked a little bit weak, I think, in the demonstration video today.
Yeah, I think one of the issues that we have is like we're so concentrating on like just demonstrating how the mechanics work that we sort of forget to be like, okay, let's actually make sure the damage numbers that we're doing on this like test character we're filming here are actually like in line with what people actually normally expect. So yeah, there's just a few things there that we probably should have caught and made a little stronger there. But yeah, when you actually play it, it's certainly from the alpha feedback incredibly powerful. Like
Yes.
you know, the like, you know, we were seeing some people say, oh, you know, the wolf looks weak or whatever. Well, I can assure you that on alpha there's a bunch of people saying the wolf is super OP. So you know, it just comes down to the things you go through in order to demonstrate stuff.
I think we are probably going to be worthwhile. We make some videos showing a bit more of the less demonstraty side and get them posted and stuff this week. Because honestly, you can just play it literally right now, and it's you know.
Yeah, I've
different
definitely
ballpark,
been
but
playing and recording a bit myself because I was like, when I first watched it as well, the draft, I was thinking, it's like, I don't really get a feel for what it feels like to actually play it. Like, there's good demonstration here of the mechanics, but yeah, I can understand how from your perspective, it'd be pretty easy to be like, oh, we want to communicate how this cool thing works and this cool thing works.
There's a fine line there for sure. Where if you get too hectic, people are like, I don't even know what's going on. They're just looking at a ruckus. And then, yeah, in this case, I'd say we went on a little too far on the other side of the line, was just a bit too slow. And as a result, yes, it can look a bit weak. But
yeah, I think we'll try and get some like raw Druid gameplay out to people to understand it. I think particularly for this class, because of the shape-shifting stuff, it's so hard for us to, normally we can look at something and be like, oh, that's just a demonstration. We kind of know what it would look like at endgame. But I think with the Druid, it's just so unusual. It's so different that it's actually hard to judge what it would feel like to even play it. And I'm happy from my hands on to say that like it's almost immediately like very smooth, the shape shifting of it, the movement of it, especially because like in your demonstrations, you're not really using dodge, roll, sprint, that sort of thing as well, which makes a big difference.
I suppose one of the things we didn't really dwell on in the video as well is that we do actually have dodge roll. I mean, they're not actually rolls for the animals, but yeah, all the animals can like hop around and that kind of stuff. And that was honestly one of those things that was like kind of funny because initially we actually had it so when you dodge rolled, you would transform back into a human. And the reason we did that is because it's really hard to make animations for animals that like actually work correctly. Like we actually thought it was impossible. But then when we actually put it on alpha, there was the kind of visceral reaction of I want to still be a bear, like, you know, while I'm hopping around. So we ended up having to like work out like how can we make this possible? How can we make it so that you can actually do the dodge rolling as an animal? And that sort of ended up being pretty good, I would say.
And this was like clearly the hardest class to design so far, and it took a bit longer. Like I think you were originally hoping to bring it out in a previous expansion.
Yeah, quite a while ago. But the thing is with it is that it's kind of like designing 4 classes in one, because not only do you have the situation where like obviously we want to have synergy between skills and stuff like that, and we can like look at that in a normal class and work out what those might be. But with this class, people want to be able to play just as a bear or just as a wolf, as well as people who want to play like dual with a human and a wolf, or people who just want to be a wolf and a bear, and like all the different combinations. So we had to kind of come up with a way for like each line needs to be self-sufficient and that it's got all the tools that you need. But at the same time, you have to not have it so it feels like there's just duplication between them. We're like, oh, like this is just the same thing as what a bear has, but you know, you are a wolf instead. So we kind of have to like, it's like you need all the tools and yet you also need to have them feel different. And that just made it really, really tricky to get all the things right with it. And then it didn't also help that, since the last time we were working on the Druid, way back when we showed it off in Gamescom 2023, we had WSD. And that is a whole other complication because, you know, like how can we make that work with the animal forms? It's like a whole thing. You know, like I'll tell you the wyvern, for example, like we had a hell of a time making it so that you could do the ranged attacks because you need to be able to walk while you're doing it. The wyvern's sitting there with its arms like planted on the ground, you know, like being able to walk while also spinning it. Yeah, it's like we went through so many iterations of that. So yeah, it was just a very tricky class overall, like just crazy.
I remember seeing some very goofy looking like wyvern like months and months ago.
Yeah,
you were like trying to, this is not working.
Right.
Like,
well, I also remember like for a long time the wolf was just like a dancing dog. It was just like it looked really silly. And like man, the wolf as well. I mean, it was really hard to get right, and because one of the things we really wanted to avoid was I didn't want that too much of that whole like man in a wolf suit vibe. Like I wanted to actually get the feeling of like this is an actually different animal, which I think with the bear and the wyvern's way easier. With the wolf, it's like it's really hard not to just go back into that. So we had a lot of questions about like what even the locomotion was. How does it walk? Are we going to walk on 2 legs? Are we going to walk on 4? We ended up splitting the difference. You can do both, right? Like you get that when you're attacking and you can be upright walking on 2 legs. When you're walking, you run on 4, and you actually do get a speed boost while you're on 4 legs. Like as a wolf, just so after like 1 second of walking, you go down on 4 legs. You start moving a bit faster. So yeah, it's
actually
pretty cool.
An interesting thing there. I don't think is each form technically has a kind of passive benefit.
Right.
So obviously you've got the running fast as a wolf. Can't remember exactly what the wyvern ones were, but like for the bear, for example, because you're just a bit bigger, you know, a bit of a tank. You actually do get armor, and armor applies to elemental damage as a thing, and like, you know, there's a kind of, which is like honestly, unless you actually click the bear keyword, is like undescribed everywhere.
Well, it was even more than that because I was just looking at it in game before. The bear has like passive endurance charge generation.
Yes, it
from
does.
Rage
From
expenditure.
rage expenditure, it does.
I was like, that's so cool.
Yeah. So we really wanted to make sure that each of the different forms had things that can benefit the other forms. So like it was really tricky to think like, what are resources that a bear can generate? What are the resources that a wolf can generate? What are the ones the wyvern can generate that the other ones can then use in order to kind of get that cross synergy? So that's kind of like one of the reasons why we had to kind of come up with all that stuff. And that, part of the trickiness.
And that caught me by surprise as well, because like technically it's mentioned, but I never really fully understood the idea that you can swap between the forms, like human to animal and back. Yeah, I figured that's what's going on here. But but you can like leap in as a wolf and then immediately transform to a bear mid slam.
You absolutely can. So the thing with this is that you want to present a fantasy to someone as far as like what the UI is pushing you towards and all that sort of stuff. Like there are going to be a lot of people who are like, I want to be a bear, and they just pick bear stuff and they go all bear, right? But at the same time, we're unconstrained in the sense that you can pick all the other stuff, you can use it at the same time. So one talisman, like effectively when you pick on a talisman from like wolf, bear or wyvern, what that's giving you is the default attack, right? That's what you're actually picking, and that's all it is, right? And that often will guide you like what skills you're picking and so on, but you can just use with that same talisman as many different animal skills as you would like. That just means that you've got that sort of free flowing, like, you know, trying out different stuff, sort of combo gameplay that we like to try and get. So obviously there will just be a lot of people who just pick one thing, right? Like I absolutely expect that. There's a lot of experimentation to do there if you want to do it.
Yeah, so you've tried to hit like making it so like people who just want like a simple straightforwards, like I just want to run out as bear and slam the ground, like that's certainly very possible there. But also you with this whole class you had the problem of how do we make like a spellcaster and a melee attacker that's shapeshifter as well. I mean, this class has got a bit of everything.
For sure.
How did you make all that kind of like work together and solve that build problem of like, how do you actually scale these things together in a way that just one thing isn't way better than everything else?
Right. Well, I mean, it's always tricky, and Mark's obviously the one who handles a lot of the balance stuff, but I can see even just from a design perspective.
Interesting.
So I just throw over the fence all my horrible stuff, and then you're like, how the hell am I going to balance this? Effectively, like, so even with the spellcaster side, so one of the things we initially wanted with the spellcasting is a lot of it's like over time type effects that, so for example, with the volcano being the really obvious one, right? Like you can create this thing, and then you can turn into an animal and do other stuff at the same time. So we needed on the human side a lot of things that last for a long time. But the problem you then run into when you actually go to balance the thing is like, okay, well, if you've just got like 5 damage over time style spells, why not just cast all of them and then you don't have to ever do anything else, right? Like, so it's like that kind of stuff makes it really hard. So then you have to start thinking, okay, we want to make it so that you cast a long-term thing as a human, but then being an animal is going to augment that so that it improves it. So for example, with the tornado, it's got a similar mechanic to the little twisters that the hunters have, where ground effects can empower it with extra elemental stuff. And so then we're like, okay, well, if the animal forms are the ones that can create the ground effects, then that means that you're kind of like, you're going to want to do, like, to mix that with the tornado, you now have to have both the animal forms and the spellcaster stuff if you want to get all of that together. So it's just a lot of that thinking about how can an animal form aid a spell, how can a spell aid an animal form, like all the way through. And then, as I said, we throw it over the fence, and then Mark tries to work out what kind of numbers can actually make it
it's a web of infinite difficulty, right? Because like we're talking about the 4 forms within the class, but each of these skills also synergizes with every other class and every other skill in the game. And it's becoming growingly more complicated, but that's also what's fun about the game and what all the things you can unlock and the crazy builds you can do. But I mean, like this week's focus has been like, okay, we had all the, like during our alpha testing and internal testing, we had like, there was the I want to be all forms going between, there was the I just want to be wolf, I just want to be bear, I just want to be a dragon, and now we're getting a lot more of I just want to cast nature plant skills and do plant stuff. And so it's like, okay, well, how do we make that work? Well, because they're quite long duration, so we're having a bunch of complexity with that as well. And it honestly it does just spiral into like, oh my God, there's 20 million variables here. But it's fun. And at the end of the day, as long as it is honestly fun to play, then honestly we're golden. So, I would say we're pretty much there on almost everything with this class. I'd actually say we're a little bit more prepared than normal. We've had a lot of testing. Despite, I mean, partly because it's been in the works for so long. But it's, I don't know, like ultimately pretty fun. I'd say there's still there's still more to do. There's obviously always more to do. But there's a lot going on, a lot of enjoyment. I saw yesterday, I was just like walking past someone's computer and, someone was mentioning like, yeah, it's just fun placing 6 volcanoes and then just slamming on them. I was like, all right, sweet, you do you. Like, that's fine.
I was definitely enjoying obliterating bosses in bear form, like with dropping tornadoes, and there's the totem which you can summon in animal form.
Yep.
And then you're putting fishes down and they're exploding, and you're putting extra things on the ground and they're exploding. And there's definitely some boss deletion going on there. So.
Even just walking past the many entangles going out, and then there's that plant support gem. I'm like, all right, it's putting the new.
I see chat being like, no, Ziggy, don't get it nerfed. I do have to admit that I did already get one thing, let's say fixed.
Okay.
There was a thing that was like double generating rage. So I'm like, I don't know if this was intended.
Right.
And like, no, the designer said that's probably not intended. Thanks, Ziggy. I'm like,
I don't know.
Sorry,
we'll
guys,
see where
not
that
again.
goes, because I was like, no, that's fine.
this is a fish.
It made it to me, and I was like, no, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, because it generates rage when you first slam, and then the
So-
fishes, every time they pulse, it generates rage. I'm like,
Oh, really?
oh yeah.
Oh, shit, I didn't even know that.
Because like the totem's making it pulse, and that's generating rage each time.
Right.
I'm like, that
Okay,
doesn't
no, that's interesting.
seem
That's very
intentional.
It's
interesting.
fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
I love that because that's like
Okay. Fine.
ridiculously powerful. That
Yeah,
feels like way permissive. I was
Right.
like, this feels illegal, but that's like, you got to let a few things in there
Nah,
that
it's
feel
fine.
illegal.
It's doing what the skill says.
I may not have. Maybe I didn't get enough. Okay, cool.
I don't know. They might have changed it. I'll find out afterwards. I just throw my opinion in there. I don't want to necessarily be like, I try and make sure with a lot of these balanced discussions, it's not like, I'm just an authority on the matter. I want to actually discuss these things through, because maybe it isn't actually fine. But, my first instinct is like, yeah, like let it run wild. Like, what's the problem, So
Yeah, you got to.
we'll see what happens. But whatever. They don't know what the problem is, so don't worry. Oh, now they do. Thanks, you've ruined it. Now people will know if it changed. And now
Yeah, they'll see the thing not generating rage, and let's see that line of text. Now that's the Ziggy line of text. I'm developing a reputation now. Just helping finding bugs. It's okay. So, like the shapeshifting stuff comes from this trinket. The talisman?
Yeah, the animal talisman.
And is there any limitation to just kind of like putting that on another class and just say like, I am playing my mace marauder or my quarterstaff monk, and I want to do a wolf leap slam that marks targets.
You can do it. In
Okay,
fact, it was one
cool.
of the things initially that it's funny with the audio team, because initially like, we want to record like bear lines for
Yes.
for the druid the whole time,
voice.
and I'm like, hey guys, remember, anyone can turn into this animal. You're actually going to commit to every single class is going to have like three different extra versions of every single line the character can deliver.
Maximum effort.
It's like, yeah, that's a bit tricky. So we ended up going with a voice mod in the end. But yeah, that was one of those.
It's like their thoughts. I think it shifts to. It almost sounds like, to me, that's what it sounds like. They're like, they're thinking it or something like that. I don't know.
But it would have been completely impossible to record every single line an additional 3 times for every
all
character
right,
class.
voice actors, everybody come back, and we need you to roar like a bear.
Exactly.
What?
But effectively, every class can be an animal. It's exactly the same as the weapon restriction. Ultimately, being a bear is the same as having a mace, which may sound a little bit odd, but that is actually how it works, and what allows having.
Whoa. I didn't even think about that. Wait, so you can use mace skills while in bear?
No. What I meant was that it's the same. I mean, it's the same in the sense that it's just a weapon type, right? Like,
right. Okay.
Yeah.
damn it, now we have to make that possible.
Well, I mean, you can turn into Calm as a bear.
That's unique
but,
item territory for the future.
It often gets talked about like the idea of like, why are things like so weapon locked? And I've always maintained the position that you guys want to kind of do that as much as possible initially, and then in the future you can blur the lines a little bit. Like there's maybe in the future you're like, maybe this skill has a way of crossing over.
We can do, but the thing is, a lot of the identity of a weapon type really comes a lot from what it can do, and so that's the main reason why we do it that way. But but the thing is as well with the weapon swapping, you can still use skills from different elements. Different weapons and things like that.
The thing is, like, it's funny that you mentioned that with the bear, because like definitely some of the bears, I noticed parallels between some of its skills and some of the mace stuff, and I could see absolutely combining like this bear skill that places fishes with the other stuff on the mace that triggers the fishes. Like there's like very obvious like cross synergy build.
Well,
there.
I mean, they're adjacent classes, right? I mean, you've got like strength versus strength int. Like we want to be able to make sure that some of those key elements do like cross over, just so that to open up the way to have synergy between the different classes more easily.
Well, as you get more classes and more skills, you obviously get an overlap of the kind of mechanics and keywords and stuff, iterating, and thus they will always cross-synergize. And where there still will be new things a class offers, yes, there's always going to be a bunch of stuff that they use that will then interact with all the other skills. So.
Yeah, and now you added plants and plants that grow from rain, and there's a plant keyword that has overgrown as a keyword.
It's interesting actually, those ones, because they're on completely opposite sides of the tree. You've got Dex versus Strength Int, and that's been a little bit hard to kind of like get the where the mechanic should go on one side versus the other. So where we ended up going is that the nature side of things for plants on the Strength Int is like you've got the poison on the Dex side versus the kind of like just pure nature like physical damage spells on the on the Strength Int side. But that's been fun though, because now it's actually been really fun designing the supports, because the more classes we have, the more we can start to think, okay, like here's a support that's for something obscure. How can we make it so this can apply to some other kind of thing on the opposite side of the tree, where like now you've got some interesting interaction. So there could be some kind of like thing where growing plants as a ranger could be sort of something. I mean, like I can't say I've tested the potential there myself, but like we made all of that work. All the plants can, like plant stuff all has mechanics around like watering the ranger's plants is like a thing. They all have ways that works.
I mean, that definitely opens up interesting party options in the future as well. Like I do like the idea of being like a druid watering.
It's a thing. It's easily a thing. It's not even hard to do as well.
Right.
It's kind of just like, thanks druid, you buffed poison rangers. Yeah. Like, that's kind of just what happened.
Yeah. Right, good. Yes, and the rain buffing lightning skills as well by increasing shock chance. It's pretty wild how much stuff you've just jammed into one class here. How did you like kind of settle on a identity for the wyvern in particular? I feel like people know what a bear is, people know what the wolf is, and even a lot of the like druid stuff is pre-established as like, you've got plants and you got like nature and you got like lifting up the earth, that sort of stuff.
Well, we really wanted to have a third form that was a little bit out there in terms of different from what you'd seen in another game. I mean, obviously, like every game that's got transformations has the bear and the wolf, right? That's just like the staple. But and actually, funnily enough, for that reason, we couldn't not do it. There was actually a period there where we weren't going to have a wolf because we were a little bit unhappy. Yeah, with and it's just like, well, exactly right. That was the reaction. That was the reaction of like all the furries come out of the woodwork and like, you gotta have a wolf. How dare you? Yeah, how dare exactly right. So we're like, okay, we'll have a
Jonathan, man.
Yeah, exactly. Don't anger them. So that was a real concern. So we decided to go. We needed the two familiar, and then we needed one that was a little bit more out there. And really, when we were looking at the bear and the wolf, it was kind of like we want the slower, harder hitting. We want the faster and like speedy kind of version, obviously being the wolf. We also wanted something that had some range elements, and then a sort of more spellcastery vibe a little bit more. And so we sort of thought about it a little bit like, what animal is ranged? Like, it's not really, there's like kind of not a lot out there that can really sort of do that. And so, eventually we settled on the wyvern. I mean, someone of course at one point was like, how about a dragon? And we're like, what the heck? What are you talking about? But then eventually I thought about it, and it's like, actually, you know what? There's some potential here.
If you suggested to me, I told you not to do it because like, there's no way you could make it look good and not look stupid. But
it eventually worked. It was hard though. We did get there.
It actually looks pretty cool.
Yeah.
But it's kind of a spell blade almost. Like, it's got a bit of range stuff, but it's got a bit of like spell kind of melee things going on.
I mean, as it should be for Strength Int.
Yeah, and you were asking what the passive buffs were. I was looking at it before. It's like it's got buffs to freeze, shock, and energy regeneration actually, as well, like energy recharge, I think.
It's a shame you knew. The reason I was actually being vague is I knew what they were. I just wanted to change them.
Okay, I mean that's fine. Do something.
Sorry for my slight disingenuousness.
Cool.
I kind of feel like they shouldn't. I didn't want them to be offensive benefits.
Yeah, they're supposed to be defensive.
It forces you into certain build types. Whereas, like, if they're utility or defensive, that way they will work across all board. That's my general philosophy. So I was like, I feel like I want to have a go at trying to design the energy shield thing. I don't mind. I wanted to have a go at designing stuff that's more utility or defensive only, and that way you don't feel like, I should have to play lightning or fire because it gets the passive benefit. Okay. That way, if you wanted to do a kind of weird out there thing, it doesn't feel so bad, but we'll see what I come up with.
Do you have an idea, or are you still figuring it out?
Nah, I got no clue. I don't know. You could play on the fact it's got, like, wings to, something defensive for block, or something for, hard carapace maybe, or... I don't know, the fact it has wings, something to do with the
so
wings,
much dragon
right?
lore to pull from. I
know.
got like a book that my daughter really likes to read that's like full of dragon lore. I'll send you some ideas.
All right, sweet, yeah. Dragon, they hoard gold, right? Gold finds?
Yeah,
That
totally.
sounds like it.
Eat piles of gold for buffs or
Oh,
something.
there's gold over there. Quick, shapeshift, pick it up, shapeshift back. No, I'm obviously joking, please. I'm not doing that.
Gold find, no, please don't. Mandatory dragon gold find build. I know it's kind of funny though. It's distinctly PoE. So the druid is this like strength int class, and with the Templar we had the idea more of like you've got the armor energy shield stuff, but that's still the case here, as that's the strength int base. But I feel like the energy shield stuff is not as iconic to druid. How have you incorporated that and made it feel like something that makes sense, or like in what ways have you incorporated that to the druid? I feel like it's not obvious.
Yeah, look, is a little bit off in terms of the feel there, but at the end of the day, we kind of don't really have many options as far as what we can do. I mean, like that, it is important for it to be that it has that, you know, like armor and energy shield approach. There's a few sort of interesting, what do you call them, spirit reservation gems. I don't know I can never remember what the official name of that is. That sort of interact with that stuff in a dual way. So there's like that bark skin thing that effectively allows you to take advantage of energy shield to generate armor. Like, so when you lose energy shield, you get armor instead, and like it like creates little bits of bark on your skin.
Cool.
There's like things like that we've added, but yeah, it's a little bit of a thematically weird thing. I think probably the weirdest part about that is like, yeah, you're gonna have energy shield as a bear. It's a bit strange, like, you know, getting hit as a bear and then there's a little energy shield pop. But I mean, yeah, it is what it is. It kind of has to be that way.
I mean, you don't have to.
Well, I suppose, sure, you can go
Yeah.
full armor if you
Full armor.
want, but
Well, like,
yeah.
I feel like 'cause there's like such a range of identities within that one class as well, that you've got the bear maybe that doesn't really align as much with that. There's definitely more armor stuff.
Yeah,
going
so you
on
could
there.
build more strength when depending on what animal form you're playing, of course.
Yeah, whereas like the wyvern potentially has more of that kind of magical aspect to it, where it's like that's
yeah. I mean, and that's why the wyvern itself does get the benefits to energy shield, and the bear does get the benefits to armor, in order to kind of make it so you are, like, depending on what animal form you're going, there's a bit of alignment in the defenses there.
I mean, really, it's the tree that inspires and motivates this, right? Like, a sorceress could be on the bottom side of the tree and still have the same skill set, and, you know, obviously the damage nodes are a bit weird, but it could work. There's nothing saying. I mean, that's part of the beauty of the game as well.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I had that experience where I was like, because it wasn't as clear, I was almost inventing my own lore there a little bit, where I was specking the regen from the druid, and then the Zealot's Oath right there. I'm like, oh, this actually, like, you're converting your natural kind of like life regen into energy shield. Like, this is kind of the druid's thing. Like,
Yeah, I mean, that is a way for sure. Like, keystones certainly are pretty powerful, and we have a bunch of, I think there's an extra, I can't remember what it's doing.
There's
one that says do not translate on it, so it's in progress. But yeah, we were playing around with trying to have some armor, energy shield, more hybrid stuff going on with the keystones there. It was based on, what's it called? PoE 1's, is it Divine Shield? Is that the name of the keystone? I can't remember. Too many names. But, you know, it's based on that, but not exactly the same, like a derivative of that.
Hey guys, we're doing a poll.
But yeah, it's just because I was like, we need more keystones.
Vote in it.
I feel more druidy. And
what's your rating
I know
of the
there's
league?
a rage one there that is
In chat.
embracing the animal ferocity, where it like, what does
In
it do?
chat.
It's like
Go
doubles
vote.
your maximum rage, but makes you don't get inherent bonuses from rage. So it's like, if you really want to do the skills that are rage consumers, like rampage, and you just want to rampage for as much time as possible, you obviously go for that keystone. You lose the benefits of rage, but you get to rampage around for twice as long. You know, so a few things like that we're trying to add that are thematic as well. And I think that's another one of the really cool parts about adding a class is 1/6 of our tree was just filled with just placeholder garbage. Like, actually, like, there's a giant link thing there. There's no links in the game, really. You know, it's like, what are we doing with that? You know, it's like, and so I was like, well, that looked like a vine. Just make that a plant thing. And, so now it's a plant thing that talks about overgrown plants. And but we filled in that whole bit of the tree. And guess what? Now witches and sorceresses have more energy shield stuff on that kind of direction around towards the druid, and warrior has more. And you know, and I don't just mean energy shield, I mean everything, all the mechanics, right? All the int mechanics are kind of there, the strength mechanics, everything. So
it is nice we finally have a class in every different part of the tree, so like we don't have just like weird open stuff anymore.
Yeah, that area of the tree was a little strange. I mean, it's such a massive tree already, and you're adding more to it, and then like I have to to like, you added this Oracle class. Like, I saw the Shaman one, I was like, yes, this is exactly what I expect. But then I saw the Oracle, and you guys had like 130 extra
So far.
passes. So far. Like, why do you do this to yourself? Like, that seems ridiculous.
It's fun.
Because it's cool. Because it's cool.
That's
really
the
is
best
no other
reason you could ask for, right?
Yeah.
I was like,
What more could you want?
I really went through. I mean, I know we showed 2 examples, but I was like, I really want to make sure there's like cool off-spec stuff here. I want to make sure that if you want to be able to get more of a certain thing, this is a way to do it. I mean, at the end of the day, it still costs passive points to allocate, right? So it's more about, you know, maybe you want some stuff that normally you'd have to go to the deck section for and get, you know, maybe some projectile related stuff, and now you can get it up there because it allows for some kind of weird off class. And it was all themed around, you know, if you got to live your life again, what would you change? Like, what different paths would you take? And so it's this interesting, like,
The leech mechanic looks so
but
good.
That fits period.
initially I always do write my little blurbs about them to you know, get them in the live stream, and I was like, it's got all the passives not yet added to the game. I thought it was an interesting way of looking at it. Not that that's actually how it is, but I thought it was like a kind of, it's like lessons you learn, you get to now use in advance kind of. I thought it was just a cool thematic thing that linked to the class. And it's easy, by the way, to, as designers, to see that kind of thing and go, we have a million things to do. Like, is that really, like, that's too much time, too much work, right? And I'm just like,
Oh no, it froze.
Sad, isn't it?
if we say that about everything, you get nothing cool.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so it's that, and I mean, even the shamans, like runes revealing hidden powers, like we're setting ourselves up for a large amount of cumulative time over a while, right? Any rune we add, anything, like we have to add and consider the shaman stats, and that's another whole axis of things. We have to meta balance every league, and same with the Oracle passives, and every time we change the tree, and like when we eventually add the Templar, we're going to have to relocate all those nodes because that tree's going to get a giant. Now we've got 2.5 classes in one section, but it's worth it. It is actually worth it. You add so many builds, so many cool things, and if you don't want to deal with it, just pick another class. It's fine. You know, you don't have to. Or pick other nodes on the same class, you know, you don't have to take that node. So
I think this like very clearly communicates that you're also okay with this idea of there being just like hidden cool stuff to discover that you're not going to know ahead of time, because you can't like look at the class options on the character selection screen and know what the passives are going to be that are hidden behind the Oracle ascendancy, right? So it's like, yeah, that's cool, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, you just,
I love
I mean, look, there's always going to be community tools, and they're going to come up with a way to make that, you know, to the build guides and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, like,
I love the secret stuff.
Yeah.
I actually got my secret Abyssal Lich.
Yeah, wild.
It was an actual final a secret, and maybe there's more. Well,
You want to do
never
more
know.
of that, don't you? I can tell. Look at you.
It's
Look at him. He wants to do more.
Of course, I love it. I actually I love people having cool secret things they can find, and it isn't just like 1000% pre-planned out of the gate. Like, I understand the need to plan. I understand the need to have confidence in a build, and you don't want to go in and only realize you've made the wrong decisions and stuff like that, for sure. But I definitely want to find that balance where you have that while you also get your cool secrets that you get to add to the game that are fun.
Yeah. I think there's like a couple more chat questions on Druid, but we'll try and move on to the other stuff soon, because I know people want to talk about the other thing. I could talk
Their
about Druid
stream
all
is
day.
dying.
The design's super interesting, yeah. But some of the questions were that I think people are a bit confused about like the talismans and the forms and how that stuff works. So the talismans are effectively just like another weapon.
Yeah.
Just do it where when you change form, like all of a sudden,
Yeah, their stream's dying. Uh-oh. New Zealand internet, guys.
your weapon's not affecting you, or this thing's not affecting you.
Well, I mean,
Just me.
effectively, so we're doing the changing
Yeah,
form by
it's-
utilizing weapon
the
swaps. So
stream
you've
is
got
dying.
two weapon sets inherently, and the talisman effectively serves as your weapon.
I'm not confused about the
like
talisman.
if you're playing a druid, you are going to have to learn how to use weapon specialization passives and stuff like that if you want to have the spellcaster and melee thing. Now, a lot of the passive tree nodes, like in the druid section of the tree, all have like attack and spell damage and that kind of stuff. So like certainly for most of the start of the class, you won't have to worry about it. But as you get deeper in, and if you want to do hybrid spell attack, you are going to have to think about like, okay, what are my attack passives, what are my spell passives, and do that.
I was actually surprised at how simple and straightforward it was to do. So like the weapon specialization tree thing, you still do need to think about and understand how that works. But the basics of like using the actual skills just happens automatically. Like
Yeah,
I didn't
yeah,
ever have
exactly.
to actually go in and
No,
tag a
you
skill
don't have to worry about that
certain
part. Just because of the fact that, because this has always been the rule, but it's really apparent here. Like,
Yeah.
if it'll swap to the weapon set that can use the ability, so therefore you don't have to actually tweak it. You just put it in and it kind of works.
Yeah, like if I tried to use my spell, it would shift to human
Yeah,
automatically
exactly,
and use the staff.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
so like that
Yeah,
was
yeah.
all automated, and I didn't have to like program anything like that.
Right.
Like I have on some other builds, I guess,
Right.
where it's a
But
bit.
yeah,
more
mostly that's just
unfair.
because you get into a situation with those where because it's usable on both.
Yeah.
Now you have to start going in there and tweaking that stuff. But here, because it makes it much simpler when you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, so there's a decent onboarding there, given the potential complexity of that. All right, so we'll move on now to the Fate of the Vaal expansion, and there's definitely more of a like clear divide between the two things, and you even actually made two separate trailers this time around.
Well, it would have been super weird to have these like two completely clashing themes in the trailer. So yeah, in the end we were like, that's like normally of course we'd make one trailer with everything, but we're kind of like, man, it's really hard to unify these two things in a kind of reasonable way. So yeah, in the end we decided to go with two trailers and just like show the content completely separate.
Like, they're not connected. Like they
No,
don't,
not
they
at
don't
all,
have to
right?
be, right?
Yeah,
Like,
Yeah, they're
exactly.
not. Aside from both of them having a buttocks in it, they're not.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That just happened.
Yeah, that was total accident, by the way. It was just like two totally unrelated.
Yes, sure. I was praising the equality of it. Like,
Right.
yeah, I was great. There's buttocks for everyone here in this trailer. Excellent. Thank you. So this expansion is, and we saw this a little bit where you tried to work in the previous League mechanics into like story quest stuff, which I was super keen on. This expansion definitely feels much more deeply linked into the campaign and story, to the point where like Doriani's saying, go back in time and try and change these things that happened in the campaign. I was like, this feels like a major campaign story beat thing
So I
going
mean,
on now.
there's a few things going on there. So like initially, this league, unlike I think what we've done too much of in the past, the storyline develops quite a lot more, kind of like through the campaign with different events that happen and sort of link in a lot. And part of the reason originally for that is that one of the things we sort of don't like necessarily about what leagues do is like you've got this situation where you like walk out of town in like, you know, literally the first area, and it's like some eldritch entity is immediately recruiting your services. You know what I mean? Like it's actually very like unfortunate.
Put this rusty thing in your body.
Exactly right. So we kind of wanted to try and make sure that there's a little bit more like it doesn't feel like the world is on your shoulders like right from the get go. Like there's actually like a little bit a growth of epicness throughout the league. So like if we'd have had it so it's like you're time traveling into the past, like the moment you walk out the gate, it's like okay, it's just not quite right. So we decided what we'll do is we'll make so that, you know, there is the temple. We've got a kind of like almost a baby version of the mechanic where you've got a lesser number of rooms, like it's kind of a bit simpler, like to start out with, and then once you pass the sort of key point in the storyline, then it like really opens up. You go into the past, you've got a little more story stuff going on. It did add quite a lot more work to kind of have to make two versions of a bunch of things and that kind of stuff, but I think it is worth it because it means that it feels like the league has a lot more going on, it just doesn't kind of break you don't break immediately the feeling of the world, which has been a problem in the past.
I have very strong opinions on this one.
Yeah,
It's like dark horror, gothic, secondary. I'm 3 dimensions deep of, you know, like I'm in the past and or in some sort of demon realm now. I don't know what's going on here.
And I mean, it's fine as you go, but this is actually one of the challenges I think we're going to have just designing leagues generally, is that they're going to require a bit more work to make them feel right. I mean, even just something as simple as like the Vaal sacrifice circles that you get throughout the world. Normally what we would have done is like make one thing and call it a day. Here what we've done is we've got like 10 or more. It's a ton of variation.
The
No,
Peru
the
one
quality is, yeah, their stream's just dying, guys.
style,
They're not really talking about...
you know, betrayal basement. You know, you just okay, so there's just a
randomly.
basement everywhere, like in the mud flats. Like, okay, you know, that just doesn't fly anymore at all.
I
So like,
promised
we
people I
want to
wouldn't
make sure that these
skip the
things
interview,
are
so I'm gonna let it
way
happen,
more
guys.
believable.
Right.
Like you're actually convinced. You're like, you know, this makes sense.
Once it dies.
You know,
Yeah.
I'm not just in a basement in the mud flat in a swamp. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the Vaal is a very distinct thing, and it's very like tied to Act 3 as well. So
Yeah.
I was a bit worried about like the tone of Act 1 with the Vaal stuff, but then like it fits in reasonably well. Like you've definitely taken good care to make sure that it doesn't
Well, I mean, yeah, it's
also the
a matter of
jar,
making it feel like there's some ancient ruin that then later someone came along, like some Mesamites went there and they built some stones around it because they're like, well, what is this thing? And like, we just thought a little bit about like how would the culture here have reacted to the fact that there was this ancient ruin from long ago in this location? And that
Okay,
kind of thing.
guys, they're not really talking about here. I'm just gonna turn it down. I'm sorry. They're not really. They're kind of like doing like a highlight reel. So I think in a little bit, I think Ziggy said that they're going to take questions from chat and they're going to talk about some of the hot button issues. But right now they did like they talked about the Druid and they're talking about Fate of the Vaal, which we just saw. So yeah, obviously, here's my take. And I know a lot of you guys disagree and a lot of you guys are kind of pissed about the end game stuff. That definitely sucks. Honestly, given what, okay, so Mark said, what did Mark say? Mark said, the end game rework has been, we've been working on it. It was almost, so it sounded like the Druid thing from 0.3, honestly. He was like, it's almost ready. We're pushing it to 0.5. That really sucks. That sucks. I know a lot of you, we did the poll before the freaking thing, and everybody was like, okay, end game or Druid. I'm Druid all the way. Most of you guys were end game. Obviously, that sucks because a lot of you, you're watching a stream about it. You're watching a streamer. You're not getting the news, 5 days later. You play the end game. And the end game is not good right now. Obviously, they made some minor changes, and it looks like they've changed the game entirely to the direction I wanted it in. But honestly, the people who are probably upset about no endgame changes also probably are upset with the lower monster density and all that stuff. So I said 9 out of 10 because the Druid looks great in my opinion. Obviously, the damage looked crap. They were showcasing the skills. The actual Druid looks great. The League looks meaty as heck. The League looks insane. It's like Incursion on steroids. That looks exciting. That'll probably be a huge endgame repeatable thing. They addressed visual clarity and performance in the... I thought Ziggy was going to talk to them about it. They showed before and after. If that pans out and the performance improves as much as they say it is, and they've cleared out all the monsters so you can actually see what's going on the screen, that is the biggest win of the patch for me, hands down. And I did not think it was going to happen. I was very confident that they would discuss it, but there wouldn't be solutions in play. It sounds like they actually implemented solutions. We'll see how it pans out next week, right? We're going to play it. We're going to go through the campaign, interludes, endgame. We're going to see it. So I think that's the biggest win so far. They also said, obviously, no new ascendancies is the other huge bummer, in my opinion, besides the Druid stuff. They claim to have reworked all the ascendancies, or most ascendancies, especially the lower played one, like Smith of Kataba. We're going to see that in like an hour. We'll go through that. That sounds exciting. Sounds like they touched crap uniques, and they did significant balance on core skills. Obviously, we need to like see how this actually plays out. But all that stuff said, the only thing that seems like an L change is obviously the lack of an endgame rework, which they said was coming and has been delayed. I don't know what to say. Obviously, it sucks. Are you going to force it? Are you going to like say, okay, don't release it until endgame rework is ready? Or should they release it and then release the endgame rework in April? Like, I don't know what's the solution here, guys. All right, but that's my opinion. I think it's a net positive for most players. Some people who really like grinding the end game and like going deep, obviously going to be upset. Hopefully 0.5 is that patch. Sounds like it will be. But that's my take. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? I want some negative opinions. People who are in disagreement with me. People who are rating it 5 out of 10. Type in chat, because I know there's a lot of people who agree with me.
It goes back to not the start, but kind of...
Let me see if they're talking about anything.
The rooms, there's some number like that it gets rid of at that point, and then you kind of have to build up again. So that's just... that effectively means that like when you do those options, you're getting like new...
No, they're talking about building the temple. Okay. All right. Let's see. Where are... It not being ret probably means they're changing it a lot, though. Right. It sounds like it's a big rework. Yeah. Druid delay caused rework endgame to be delayed, in your opinion. You think so? Oh, that's the thing I was going to say as well. It doesn't sound like they're going to introduce it mid-league. Did you guys hear that? It sounds like they're not going to do a 041 to introduce some of these changes. Sounds like they're going to wait for 05.
Having it decay as much as possible.
I guess it's like,
absolutely intended that you'll do that. I mean, once you've defeated
honestly, at this point, if it's not ready, just shut up about it till it's ready. That is true. That's probably what I'm going to kind of say in my interview. I'm probably going to be like, you know, what's the, or, no, I don't know. What's a good way to say that? I'll think about it. But yeah, that's a good take.
You know, it'll only pull you back.
Counteract all the negativity. Guys, I rated it 9 out of 10. The negative working on both games at the same time is clearly slowing them down. Clearly. It's pretty obvious that people don't like incursion and didn't care about the Druid or taking a big L, right? I'll be honest with you, 0-3 hit so much because it was such a huge W after 0-2, so I think I'm fine with mediocre 0-4. Okay, I don't see any... Where's the pissed people? Did they all leave? Did they all leave my chat?
It gets pretty hectic with all those mods.
I'll lower the quality, but they're not, like, talking about anything. Really.
As you get into the game, then now we start to have it so that you can store up more runs.
Here's a negative opinion. Oracle seems like
So that you can, like,
actually
for a while, then,
actually true.
you know, there's a bunch of
The Oracle, I gotta
repairs
read the
and
rest of the stuff,
so
but the
you can
Oracle
do
didn't do it for me, guys.
You can do 60 maps.
3 out of 10 no Vaal skill gems.
Temples and then 60 maps. Then
It's okay if you drop a few keys in chat for those who need it. Chaos Game Dev, yeah, dude. If you want to, we can do a giveaway, or you can drop them, yeah.
I feel like with these things, like...
All right, here we go. I'm just disappointed because the two main things I feel like I have... Oh, where we go. I'm just disappointed because the two main things I feel like most people were expecting for 04 were Druid and endgame changes. You're right, but I don't know. They never seem to deliver. I mean, I'm not mad. I just feel like I should start not to have high expectations. Yeah. I really tried to have not high like I was just like Druid, obviously I said endgame, new league, maybe new ascendancies, that's it. And I think a lot of people thought it was going to be Meteor. So like I know my friend Local Hole, he's probably pretty sad right now.
We've now on PoE1 we separated those two things so they're not, because it always felt bad.
They haven't addressed the overbearing of lightning damage. Right, I think he's going to ask about that.
Depending on how the balance went. And so you might get a similar thing here. Now, of course, the amount of the temple that can get destroyed is variable, and there's a bunch of stuff we can obviously tweak.
About the
but
temple.
yeah, like getting that
I have it
right
at 480p.
and feeling right will be important. It's honestly hard to say if it is right now. But it's a thing. We say we've thought about it.
All right, here we go. Here's a 3 out of 10. 3 out of 10 for me. League mechanic looks extremely confusing as a PoE2 only player. Also, no new ascendancy makes me sad. The Druid doesn't look interesting to me. Extremely slow like Warrior. Well, I think we got to wait until we get our hands on it. Also, I have to kill Arbiter to unlock stuff, and my maps always struggle. Oh my god, I hope they changed Arbiter. Oh my god, no, don't even. Oh, please, GGG, change Arbiter. Oh, please. It does look in depth. That's something that I'm going to talk to him about. The room building mechanism is so stupid. I want to play a game, not do their darn job, and level designing 3 out of 10. This has to be the worst. I don't know.
It's honestly kind of hard to know with, I mean, even if you, again, it's
the thing with this sort of stuff specifically is you're talking about that's the type of gameplay that is hard to test internally.
Yeah.
Because how can you do just like you can't really test like what is weeks of grinding gonna feel like, you know? It's yeah.
Oh,
So I expect us to maybe we hit the sweet spot. Who knows? Hopefully. But
do you mind if I do it a bit later in the stream, Chaos?
It gets adjusted for sure.
That was very nice.
Yeah, so you've made the like the ability to sell like the corruptions, the double corruptions.
Okay, they're still talking about the temple. We went over all this stuff. Okay, so yeah, I don't know, guys. It looks really fun to me. I guess I'm excited for the Druid though, and I thought the league mechanic looked cool, and I was a big advocate of the game becoming less cluttered, and I thought the ship had sailed. That's why I'm excited. So based on reveal, I said 9 out of 10. That could shift drastically if I literally get to end game and I pop an abyss and I can't see my character. Then I'll be like, well, you know, this actually didn't happen, or my performance is bad, my FPS dropped, blah 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 blah. Subject to change. So that's the caveat. That's just my opinion, guys. Actually sucks that endgame didn't get shipped. That sucks. It's true. No Toda, no endgame, no new skills or ascendancies for existing classes. It's just kind of sad and bumps it down from a 10 out of 10 to a 7 out of 10, to be honest. Yeah, Omega Cybers is right. See? If you are an end game grinder, I'm shocked that you're saying it's a 7 out of 10. I'd imagine it would be like a 3 out of 10 or a 4 out of 10. Honestly.
Yeah, so you'll see those and go, I want to take that home, but just use it.
People who grind endgame are probably crashing out right now. But I feel like, I don't know. Very unfortunate. Crossbow had something new. Or they changed the animation. Right. That looked like a new skill and it looked pretty sick. I think I was disappointed at first, like they did a bad job of presenting the Druid, but now I think it's actually great. The Druid's damage looked very, very, very low. It took them like 20 seconds to kill like a little rare. It was...
Well, you always want it to be both feeling rewarding.
No Toda is shocking. See, and I didn't think that Toda was coming. People apparently said that they said it was coming, but I thought Toda was not happening.
Optional in the sense that like, I really need some gear upgrades now. Let's go into the temple and spice up all my gear.
Perfect.
Nice. Perfect.
That's what we want.
Yeah, cool. And it is interesting that you've got this like raiding the broken down version of the temple in the beginning, and then it basically changes into this whole other thing halfway through the campaign. That story beat there.
The other thing about the campaign thing is the same thing we learnt from Abyss, where we did the area-specific rewards throughout the campaign. We have...
Goodness. The tablet crafting, if I understood it properly, I can elk and go my tablets now. Chat, is this true? Because if I can elk and go my tablets, massive W for me. I'm so sorry, Giga Juicers. But I'm so happy I can elk and go. Like, once I kill Arbiter. After Arbiter. That's going to be interesting. Okay, so after Arbiter. I hope the path to Arbiter is more deterministic. But they said point 4 would be endgame. I think that's the point. And that's why I think people are justified to be, upset. Respect is something I need to learn. Am I being disrespectful? I hope I'm not being disrespectful, guys. I'm coping hard, bro. I didn't think Oracle looked... I don't know. It didn't tickle my fancy, honestly. Oracle didn't tickle my fancy. Why after Arbiter? That just seems so arbitrary, right? I grind endgame 24/7, and I think the update is 8 out of 10. Maybe I'm just excited after not playing 0.3 League, but standard only. I thought you were being genuine. I am being genuine. Yeah. We'll see what people say after 2 weeks of the same. Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. And here's why people don't like me. I take like a month and a half to kill like Uber Arbiter. A month and a half. I took like 3 weeks to kill Arbiter. Some people are doing it day 2. So there's oh dang, Twitch just went on ad break. There's like conflicting sides. It's, a lot of people who like to grind the heck out of the game, blast, lots of depth to the end game, and we were thinking we were going to get that. GGG said we're going to get that, and now we're not getting that, so it's rug pull, right? A lot of people are upset. So yeah, I'll dive into it with Jonathan, unless Ziggy, I don't know if Ziggy's going to ask about it.
Then I just forgot about it, to be honest. So, I'm not sure if I do want to do that, just before everyone maybe goes like, what the hell? No. But,
consider it.
I like the idea, and I think it is an overall improvement, yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like a great idea. And then you've got this whole other system now, which you had a little bit of in PoE1 recently, where you can corrupt uniques and it replaces a random modifier on them.
Yes.
So this is limited to specifically Azeri. No, what
not Azeri, Vaal uniques. Yeah, so
uniques.
I really wanted to make it so you could just replace arbitrary mods on any unique. But
Crazy.
the problem is, yes, it was just a can of worms that was just not even possible to contain. Yeah, basically what we were like, okay, is there still a way to do this that's like not going to be quite so crazy?
Okay, they're talking about the temple still. Wait a sec, Try. Are you saying you like to enjoy the game and its content and not just teleport to the end? You're there for the journey, not the destination, the 3-course meal, and not just dessert? Yes. Oh, I'll ask about the third ascendancies too. I'm very interested. They focus on such minute details instead of bigger picture issues. Loot combined with crafting, leveling still huge. They focus on such minute details instead of bigger picture issues. Loot combined with crafting and visual clutter, like the mini-map being required to see what's playable or enemies blending with map backgrounds. Well, Wrecker, They did address that in this. They actually did address the visual clarity. I'm 40% less density. I mean, we'll see. Enemies blending the map backgrounds. Okay, true. Leveling is still a huge issue for new players. The point of Path 2. I hope all these changes improve the new player experience, skill balance, and loot experience. Yeah. Right. Ziggy said that he was going to talk about the leagues and then talk about chat questions. So maybe that's what's happening. 1 minute ad L. I'm sorry. All right. See you, Zao. Have a good one. This looks like a lot of fun, dude. Hopefully with how many problems Druid gave them, they can provide more now that they have finished the class. Yeah. 7 ads in a row on Twitch. I'm sorry, bro. We'll see a good call. Let's wait and see. Yeah. Yeah. Is that my daughter? No way. Totally my daughter. Amber, do not come in here. Amber. Oh, I'm sorry. I should put that on one. There.
And so you can do things like heavily increase the defenses, because obviously level 39 versus a level 75 base type or whatever is going to have very different defenses. But then you could also be like, what about if we... Well, I was like, what other weaknesses does this item have? Well, you can't generate Soul Eater stacks on a boss. Maybe this can turn that on, you know? So also you can replace, I don't know, the life regeneration rate with a Soul Eater now generates once per second while a boss is in your presence or something like that, you know? Now these are kind of examples, but that was a specific one that I really wanted to do. So, but then I was like, I don't know, what if you did plus 25 Soul Eater stacks and stuff? But it's like very specific outcomes, very specific to that unique.
Yeah.
And I wanted to do a bit of that to use it as an opportunity to be able to save low-level uniques, if you know what I mean, to make them more in-game viable. And I thought that was a cool way. And obviously that's restricted to the Vaal pool for now, but like, if it works and works successfully, there's no reason that like some other mechanic can't do it for Ezomite uniques and other, you know.
Now, yeah.
So, you know, we'll see how it goes, but I'm hoping now, obviously, because I don't know how far through we'll get with all of these specific, because it's like a lot of stuff. Once you start doing specific things for specific uniques,
there's so many
it's
things.
a lot of stuff to implement. So I don't know how far, but I was like, let's start with the mythic uniques, the rarest, most powerful ones, and we'll work backwards, getting to the more common, you know, ones at the end.
I mean, you've also got just the general like buffing of a bunch of other uniques as well, right? I mean, there's a lot of that.
Yes, true. And I mean, that was part of that when I was like, okay, how can we buff this? How can we buff this? How can we buff this? And then I was like, well, a lot of them are like, this is too low level. And I was like, well, we have this system in the league. So yeah, I mean, we'll see how it goes, hopefully. And it's the kind of thing where even if we don't, obviously these leagues end up often going core in some various means. So if we don't hit the mark entirely with all the uniques, I'd like to eventually get there where we'd have a good, cool, really thought out set for literally every Vaal unique. So hopefully that's fun. And then you do the cool things where you just get these really, really... I assume you're going to get some that have these... You replace the exact 2 bad sides with the exact 2... because you can replace more than one sometimes.
Oh.
And you get the you get the exact, like, holy, this unique just went from being worth, you know, something 1 divine to 300 divine, you know, kind of territory. So hopefully that happens. If it doesn't happen, I'll be a bit sad, but we'll try. You can never know with these things for sure.
And this includes the new, like, Adzira uniques that she's dropping then, obviously, since she's kind of the queen of the Vaal.
Adzira uniques, Trial Master uniques, you know, like it, you know, a bunch of stuff. So
it's a fair few there then. Is that something that you anticipate expanding upon in the future then? Like,
I mean, we'll be always adding more Vaal uniques.
Right.
So yes.
But in terms of for other cultures, that would probably come in a different form, in a different league mechanic or some other place like that.
Yeah, that makes sense for sure.
In terms of the overall idea of, you know, upgrading low-level uniques.
Yeah. Did you ever like discuss the idea of Vaal skill gems? It feels like weird to like
here we go.
add that when you're still adding regular gems.
It doesn't quite. So I mean, fundamentally, what a Vaal skill gem is in PoE 1 is like a kind of ultimate type style ability in some sense, you know. So it's like we're kind of doing that in our normal gems at this point. So it didn't really quite make sense.
Thanks for the $5, Matthew. 6 out of 10 ever since
to do it here.
2, I have no expectations.
Glory on the skills.
Glory kind of like,
yeah. That's what I figured. That it's kind of like you'd only be really doing it for nostalgia, right at this point. I think.
Now that isn't to say there won't be something in the future, but I agree that doing something like that when you haven't even got, you know, all the classes and skills in place and all that, I would say that's like a post-release feature, you know, not a pre-release feature kind of thing.
Yeah, and are you still kind of with challenge leagues planning on having things like challenges, challenge rewards, etc.
So
post-launch?
So the plan for that was post-launch. Like it basically was kind of like during early access, it doesn't quite make sense to do that. But post-launch, we'll return to that again.
All right, shifting onto the topic of endgame, but first, just a brief detour. Trial of the Ancestors, or the mystery content in the new act, and our third means of ascending. What's the progress like?
Well, we don't have anything to say at the moment, but it'll need to come obviously at some point. But we didn't have time in this one certainly to work on that.
It keeps coming up. It is really just a matter of when, at what cost, etc. The classic,
all right,
just resource distribution kind of things where it's like, when are we going to do it, and what instead of this, and we have all these different ideas, and so
time to listen.
But right now, nothing.
All right. So on endgame, firstly, thanks for nerfing the delirium fog.
Yep.
You saw the memes, I guess.
For sure.
So I've been enjoying all the foggy memes everywhere. That's good. Visibility improvement for the endgame, but not only that, like, you guys didn't just tone down the fog. You've done some pretty major things with the tablet Waystone system.
I mean, the very first question, and before we even toned down the fog, the first question was, okay, well, why do you feel like you have to run every map this way in the first place, right?
Yeah.
Like the fact that something feels mandatory is already a problem, regardless of the fact that the effect is also annoying, so that was the first thing to solve. And it really then started coming into, okay, well, like how, like, people are finding Waystone crafting more annoying, and we only made it more annoying in Abyss with the having to go somewhere else and get it, like it just made it not not particularly great. The first question is, well, how can we fix this problem, right? Like and effectively we're kind of like, we can go two ways with this. We can either make it so that every league has something that feels mandatory that multiplies with the rewards, or we can say no leagues do, in which case it's more about like which league do you want to run for different for various different content that they can provide. So we decided to go with no leagues do, because I think that it's probably just like less busy work, less annoying. Like if every league gave you something that you needed to like craft and do something with, it just would have been a pain. Which is why even in the live stream we're like, from this point on, just like Waystones, they all get regular, they'll have the regular crafting, just regular base currency, but we're never going to add to them again, and like a thing that requires you to do more crafting than that. Another layer of that, because I think that having to do that every map is too frequent. Doing it on the tablets means that it's just way less frequent that you have to do these things, which helps a lot. And then of course the question was, well, how can we make sure that we're not like doing a nerf to overall juicing potential here? So then we had to look into how can we get back the the power you had. So that's when we got into the extra mods on tablets and things like that. In order to sort that out.
Now, obviously, you were hoping to do more endgame for this expansion. So, what's kind of happened with the?
Well, I guess the sort of two things that we see as like the major problems in endgame. One of them is when you get there, it can feel like you don't really have a proper goal. Like you don't have immediate okay, here's a quest to do this and a quest to do that and that kind of stuff. So there's like a little bit of that missing, and that really is a content thing that just requires us to expand upon what a league is. Now, something like something like Fate of the Vaal, it immediately has story stuff to do and so on. So when that goes to endgame later, you'll have like storyline things sort of built in a way that can like make it so you've got that. But the other leagues don't have that as much, so we need to really make sure we're expanding on those. But the other thing as well is the Atlas tree just needs a lot more love and attention, and like the way that it works and all that sort of stuff. So we just need to do a lot more there.
I opened that tree yesterday and I was like, oh, this sucks.
It's a little tragic.
It sucks.
Like, so, but the thing is that in order to make it good, you have to spend a lot of time and attention making new notables that are cool, that require like actually modify things in cool ways and like actually really meaningfully do something, and that's just a lot of time and work to do that. So
do you have an idea for what you want to do with the ascendancy tree side of things? Like, is it kind of angling more towards what you've done in Public League, which has been pretty successful?
Well, I don't think we should be talking about that yet, just because that'll be it's more for later. But I mean, there's things we want to do.
Yeah,
there's stuff we want to do.
We're trying not to spoil anything here. We obviously are spoiling the fact we are doing something. And I'll tell you, it's not even, it's not the same. It's not similar. It's like, it's in a whole different universe. So it's kind of like, which makes it a little bit hard, because obviously we're in this state where we want feedback about the end game.
Yeah, it's
and
tricky.
so I do want to put, like, people should keep giving feedback, because I don't want people to think, they're reworking it in game anyway, so I'm not going to say anything, just in case. You never know.
There's
and
also different parts of the end game that kind of are like independent of the, just things like how the Atlas tree works.
Yep.
So,
But yes, that tree is effectively going to be completely reinvented. So that will get a full drastic change. And then the something that like PoE 1 with the whole complete your atlas being a very clear, very obvious goal. You just complete all the maps and you get your atlas is complete. And then there's heaps more beyond that, of course. There's all the boss farming and all the different progressions, and even that has like multiple quests throughout the main quest line with the different pinnacles and all that. We just don't have any of that really. It's just immediately into this infinite unguided adventure, and there's a little bit of things with the corrupted zones and bit of that, and like the burning monolith, but it's still mostly unguided. You don't really feel like you have like, I've completed the main thing, now I'm going to farm, at the moment. It's pretty unsatisfying, I'd say. So really trying to drive that home. And then the other thing that honestly, we spoke about upgrading the leagues and adding more bosses is like, that whole like having King in the Mists and Olroth as the pinnacle bosses of the leagues, just being like copy pastes from PoE 1 was not our end goal. You know what I mean? Like they're a bit sad as pinnacles right now, and like honestly we need to up the epic a lot. So we've got a lot of that coming, and then just general upgrades to all the leagues. Like some of them are too, Ritual has the whole omens are too good, and others are just like, well, why would I do this? And there's a bit of that going on. So just a general balance, and via adding more content and different axes and all kinds of stuff. So there's heaps coming. But based on all that, to answer the original, is that's how you can see how it didn't make the cut, because it is a ton of work. It turned out to be way more than we had anticipated, and it was just like, oh, damn, we kind of talked about wanting to do an in-game upgrade, a big revamp in 040, and now we've got too much work, and we still believe it's the right thing to do, so we're going to commit. And normally we often get faced with the option: do we cut it down to make it fit, or do we commit to it all and do it? And I don't think in this case we could have cut anything without kind of just honestly making it look half-assed, to be honest. So we were like, no, we need to do it all, which means unfortunately, yes, it's not going to make 040, but then we were like, well, we can't just now do nothing, so what can we do? Well, obviously we're not just going to be like, because we're doing it in 050, we'll just leave the fog alone.
Yeah.
Obviously bad, which was a bug, by the way.
Really?
All fogs, like the volumetric fogs in the game, have a cutout around the player. Yeah. That like cuts out and then tapers off. And all fogs in the games, there's multiple different fogs, had it except for Delirium Fog. It was the only fog that didn't.
Are we having people fighting in the chat? Because I don't see anybody fighting. Having constructive criticism, or messages not being shown to me, having constructive criticism and disappointment because promises keep being broken are different than being a child and bootlicking. Yeah, I totally agree with you, bro. I don't see any bootlickers in the chat. That makes sense. Like I understand people's frustration. I understand why people are saying, okay, they cut it. That's just how it is. You've got the angry people, you've got the realist people, you've got right. Everybody has different opinions. Let's keep it chill. Let's keep it chill, guys.
Grounded, like there's so much fog you actually can't tell.
Oh, they're still talking about
like I can't move anywhere. It looked a lot better from the footage, so it's a big improvement for sure. So you mentioned that, but there was also another kind of key change that you wanted to make sure to get in this one, and that was the kind of like monster density getting swarmed issue.
Yeah, that's a very interesting one because so when we were doing 031, this was actually already a thing that we were tabling and talking about. We kind of thought that players probably wouldn't like it because the like monster density can be a very touchy thing, right? But the funny thing is that what we found was that even after we what we actually sort of heard more was like, oh, we actually liked what the improvements were early in game, and we actually would wish that the rest of the in game was more like that. And we're like, okay, well, if that's the case, then like the main thing we have to do is not like nerf rewards, make sure that experience gain doesn't get lowered or anything like that. But overall, we don't necessarily need as many monsters as what we were having in the top. And I think this is actually going to also just generally improve things because it makes when monsters have more life like that, it makes more builds viable.
True.
And because like there's obviously a point where like once you can one hit everything, then there's no point in like you might as well just go for whatever the fastest thing that could do that is, right?
Yep. The lightning speed.
Right. So effectively, by making it so that monster life's a little bit higher as you get up there, it sort of actually means that like higher damage builds become more useful.
The need for having to target so many enemies goes down.
Exactly,
and thus
right.
You aren't just now funneled into the highest AoE thing possible.
So it means that like things that are less AoE focused and more like, I mean, obviously you're still going to want AoE. You're still going to want to be clearing like that sort of stuff, of course. But like effectively, just by tweaking it down a bit, you just don't have the like so much need for everything to target quite so many things. And so you know, the sort of higher damage skills that are a bit less like, you know, not like more than a screen in size can actually be viable. And that should hopefully improve the situation there.
I want to make sure that even if people are like, but I prefer the
This is
swarminess.
literally Connor's
and
video.
It was fun for my build. And the thing is, like, that, speaking of, like, Atlas Tree, that's a thing where the Atlas Tree should be the thing thing that you can, it's like your build can do that. So, like, I want to make sure, like, for now, not doing it, but I wanted to do a thing, because we're doing this whole, like, monster effectiveness goes up more, right? I mean, it's a pretty hard thing to understand because monsters just get stronger with higher levels. So like it kind of just happens. You don't really, it's not like a thing you need to worry about or anything of the sort. But I want to do a thing where you can spec into making, like on the Atlas Tree, you know, I guess this is a little bit of a forward spoiler, but we're adding a little bit of it in a few places. But I want to make sure that you can invest into making monsters tougher without increasing the number of monsters, where like often it's just been pack size, pack size, pack size, and stuff like that. So but then I would love to do a thing later where like you can convert that.
Let's go, Mark.
Effectiveness increases you can get into like pack size. So it's like, you know what? Nah, I want the swarmy, you know, weaker monsters thing. And I don't want one to, at that point, you can make sure the conversion results in the exact same amount of drops and XP and all of that stuff.
That way you can incentivize. Well, you don't incentivize one or the other, right? Like it's more about what your build is, what you'd prefer, rather than being like everyone has to have most pack sizes possible.
Whereas right now, pack size is just a straight up multiplicative drops XP scale. I mean, obviously not for rares and bosses, but you know it is, and for a lot of people, it's a multiplicative fun scaler, and I don't want to take that away. Like I want people to be able to do that, but that's what the Atlas Tree should be able to achieve. However, it is too chaotic at a base level.
Right.
You get this weird thing where it's like the campaign has a entirely different vibe to the end of the end game now, where it's like you step into the end game, it's kind of and then you get towards the end. I mean, at the start, for people who didn't play 031 onwards, it was just like, okay, I'm going through the campaign. It feels a bit more tactical, feels a bit more, you know, intention. My actions are more intentional. And then I get into endgame, I'm like, what the heck is going on? There's monsters everywhere. It's out of control. And so obviously 031 alleviated this a bit, but it is, I don't want it to be that there's this feeling of there's two games there. I want it to be that you build that extra layer, that you change it through your Atlas Tree and through decisions you make for the end game, as opposed to it just being inherent. So if you want to, we're going to make sure that we try and keep it that if you want to make it more swarmy and that kind of stuff, you can, but it doesn't give you a drop advantage necessarily over the tougher monsters. There are reasons to do both. That's fine. There'll be heaps of mechanics and stuff, but like,
I love this.
Ideally, you can kind of play the game you want to play the game. And so in our tree and our builds, much like you can play the character how you want to play your character, we can do that with the end game as well. And that's the beauty of the Atlas Tree, so, and the keystones and stuff like that. So, but I can't, it's hard to get into more of that without getting into like kind of spoiler territory.
I mean,
but
that's interesting to hear that you want to kind of make things a little bit less binary, where like in the past it often has been the case where it's just like, oh, you just stack as much of all of the things you can stack, or it's just stack as much pack size or stack as much rarity as you can, but maybe having angles for both of those things, like I'm juicing pack size, or I'm juicing difficulty and rarity with. I mean, that's exciting to me because I like the ability of being able to spec content that rewards your character that has low AoE, that is like really good at like dueling really tough rare monsters. And like, you know, we did get to see a little bit at Imperial one where there was different strategies for juicing, where like you had like Titanic Scarabs or something that was making like really strong rogue exiles, and that took a specific sort of build to do. So it sounds like that's kind of the direction you want to head with that, which is pretty exciting to hear. And kind of tying into this topic then, and you touched on it a little bit, was like, there's definitely been, like, it's been noticed that rare monsters seem to drop the vast majority of loot in endgame maps, or at least compared to normal and magic monsters. There's a bigger difference, I guess, than has been the case in the past. And where are you guys at with, like, noticing or feeling that, or what problems do you foresee with that? It gets talked about a lot.
I don't think it's necessarily wrong that it's like that. One of the things we really want to try to make sure of in PoE 2 when we're sort of doing a sort of from scratch pass on this, is that the amount of rewardingness of something is equivalent to the amount of difficulty that it takes to kill it. And that's kind of where, like we're trying to normalize that, because by doing that, it means that we can try to get we don't want a situation where like some content just is randomly just way more rewarding than other content, and so we're trying to just make sure that we're keeping tabs on that really well. And what that's kind of ended up with regard to the magic versus rare is we've got the balance of that, where it should in an ideal world be the case that killing a rare versus killing a white monster is does in fact drop the correct amount of rewards relative to each other. Now the issue can come with the fact is, what if your build can one hit either of them in any case? So that kind of like changes, I guess, the way that feels a little bit. So but as I said, it should be the case that rares drop more than white monsters, and white monsters can drop anything still. It's just it
does make a certain amount of sense, but I guess like with what you were talking about, Mark, it seems like something you'll have to think about, because like if you want both strategies to be viable, like the pack size juicing, then there needs to be a reward, a payoff to that ultimately.
100%.
So that's something you'll be looking at then.
But I mean, as far as I'm aware, it really is the case that if you looked at entirely just around the life of the entity, the drops should be pretty equivalent to the amount of life that they had to in order to kill them, as far as relative to each other. So if it's got 5 times as much life, it does 5 times as many more drops effectively. Like that's kind of what we're shooting for when we're trying to balance this stuff.
Yeah, I think with the balance of how things are and the options we have now, it probably makes sense. But yeah, it looks like something you'll be keeping close eye on moving forwards then.
For sure.
There's a bit of a parallel with one of the kind of issues I see in Path of Exile 1, where like everything is in reward icons, little floating symbols. And that seems like something you're trying to avoid moving forward.
We haven't really been doing that for a little while now. There was certainly a period there in PoE 1 design where it was like every single league was just like those reward icon type things, and it ended up really beiging the rewards a lot, because you just had this thing of every league drops, every other league's drops, and it kind of didn't really it wasn't really that great. So it's going to be a little while since we've done that stuff in PoE 1 even, and in PoE 2 we kind of steer away from it to make sure that everything feels like it's got distinct drops and a reason to do it and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, it appears in some regards. Like, for example, when you get the reward rooms in Fate of the Vaal, you have a unique item room.
Sure.
Yeah. But it's not just like a floating symbol above the monster.
Right.
Yeah.
Which also, immersively, I don't know what the heck that is, but what is it? It's just nothing. It's a clear and just obvious game mechanic.
I see some floating, glowing cash money dollar bills above your head. Guy's loaded.
Whoa. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. You can't have my loot. But I just remembered, you spoke about rare monsters, and I was like, hold on, I don't think we deployed or spoke about this change, but I know that taking away all the rare minimap icons was a bit anger-inducing. Because
I was talking to my brother-in-law, guys.
We knew it was going to be.
Yeah.
Now, they aren't a requirement of the map, but as you're saying, they kind of drop a lot of the loot, and people were just doing the whole minimap, coasting between minimap icons. The middle ground we've come to here, which I think is quite cool, is once you've activated all the checkpoints in the map, which sometimes is 4 too, the things for fast traveling and respawning, then all of the things
appear on the minimap. The funny thing is I thought we already deployed that.
I don't think we have.
Okay, right. We intended to deploy that back when people were complaining about it, and I feel like maybe we just kind of forgot. But that was implemented a while ago.
Play your map. You generally find the checkpoints. If you're in a straight line map, there's one at the start, one at the end.
Yeah.
How the heck are you missing rares? Anyway, I don't know, but it can happen.
Yeah.
But it doesn't just reveal the rares; it reveals everything. Every icon.
Yeah.
So strongboxes you missed, rogue exiles you missed.
Okay. Just so basically you can find if there's any content that you still wanted to grab.
Now some people might argue, hold on, I'm just going to run around the entire map activating them all and then go clear. And I was like, well, okay, if you want to waste time.
Right. But you're going to clear the map while you're doing that, right? So you probably clear the whole map anyway.
Yeah, so it's kind of meant to be look, you've explored at least, if there's, generally speaking, if you've got like a big square or circle map, you're going to have 4 checkpoints. You activate all 4. You've at least explored probably 75% of the map, right?
Right.
It's about getting those last things. And
then it's like, okay, look, you're now allowed to see if you missed anything.
But then you can also use the checkpoints to get to the closest place where the stuff you missed was, which is kind of nice. So it kind of helps with that. So we did finally find a solution.
I'm hoping this is a good middle ground.
Yeah.
Because so then at least you've done 75% of the map, probably without just doing blind mini-map gameplay. And then from that point on, it's like, look, yeah, I get it. You probably missed something. You know where it is now. It should actually maybe overall be even more helpful because it's not just revealing the rares. It's going to reveal even more. So you'll know about everything else you missed. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, I understand that was a bit of a aggravation for a lot of people. But, you know, that's a perfect example of, again, it's, you know, it's why I don't want people to not give feedback. Because like this kind of stuff still should be fixed pretty imminently, and so yeah, it's
a good case study because I'm honestly surprised that you did do that because this seemed like I loved the rare icons, but I was definitely a victim of the like I'm only looking at the minimap now, so it kind of seemed like a change for our own good situation. But what you're doing
I think
here,
this is a good middle ground.
Yeah, it seems like it's saving the players that feel like that they're FOMOing because like, oh, I know I missed like a league mechanic in the map somewhere after this. Like that is really bumming me out. And then they have to go and crawl back through everything and waste a bunch of time. So that's just kind of saving them that. Sounds like a good compromise change then. Nice little extra bonus reveal there. Good stuff.
Good. Yeah. You just said rare monsters and I just had this random like,
good.
Wait,
what more words can I say?
Probably should have put that in the live stream if we hadn't deployed it yet. But yeah, everyone forgot.
It's in the Q&A. Good stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
We shall move on to kind of gear and passives, and this is in the topic of balance and character power, and this sort of stuff has been talked about a fair bit. Something that's mentioned a lot is that the ratio of player power that comes from gear versus what comes from ascendancy and passives is much more tilted towards gear than in Path of Exile 1. And so kind of like roughly for an example, like the average PoE 2 passive is like 10%, whereas the PoE 1 passive is 16%, whereas the amounts on gears are pretty similar. So like the 100% increased fire damage on a wand is consistent as tier 1 affix between both games, meaning that like more of the power is kind of being shifted away from the tree, the thing that you get by default, to gear. So this seems like a conscious decision to make gear more powerful. Is there something like you've thought about or made like specific strides towards?
Probably the main thing that we wanted to do in PoE 2 was make it so that the tree is more like we're trying to be a bit more stringent about how the tree is multiplicative with what your gear does. That does make gear more important. I wouldn't say there's necessarily been a thing of like necessarily wanting to the amount of power overall that you get from one and the other is more unbalanced, but it's just making sure that like when you are using the tree that it's specializing your character more towards what the bonuses that your gear is giving you to kind of make the two things together. Like be sort of important to be thinking about both. So that was kind of our primary goal, but I don't know if you've got a different feeling about any of that.
It certainly wasn't like the passive tree being weaker. Like I guess we didn't really even think about it in the point of comparison. We just kind of like went back then. We went really back to the basics and evaluating a lot of our base balance, and so it wasn't like let's nerf it compared to PoE 1. It was more just like what do we want gear to do? What do we want the passive tree to do? What do we want? And all of that at the end of the day is just relative to then how do we want the monsters to scale and how which they're all different, right? The way that the monster scale per level isn't the same. The way that the tree and thus the tree benefits are different. The gear is different, and everything. So again, not really. It was conscious decisions, but not conscious decisions to like nerf from PoE 1 or anything of that sort. That being said, yes, I mean couple other things. I mean, we made, for example, the decision that like we wanted the class stats on the tree to be weaker than the exterior. So generally the nodes are meant to go up a little bit in power as you get further away, so you don't just get the like class hopping kind of thing that historically occurred in PoE 1 quite a bit.
The class stats were stronger than
you get stuff, the M on the top and stuff like that. And so that was a decision we made. But yeah, I mean, I guess we did kind of have like we want gear to be more important, especially base gear. I think we maybe overcooked it a little bit right now, but and just a little bit with more the ease of it, the ease of getting it. But that's a whole crafting discussion, I guess.
Talk about that too.
More of an in-game problem. But yeah, I would say, I mean, I'm personally pretty happy, honestly, with how it is.
Just that like ratio of importance of gear compared to passive. I guess like it's a question of how much power do you get for free, right? Like ultimately that's what it comes down to is like if my gear is, if I'm wearing all white gear, like how powerful is my character from just the tree? And that's like a little bit lower, I think, in PoE 2.
And the reason for that
bothers some people, I guess.
The reason for that specifically is because the tree is more multiplicative than it was in PoE 1, where there was more just base stuff, there. I mean, you can look at it even in simple things like, just life on the tree, for example, right? Like that's sort of another example of part of the thinking there is like, we want like the more base stuff is available on the tree, the more the same characters can be because they can just allocate the same stuff and get the same stuff without having to worry about the items. So yeah, that's kind of
Obviously,
just one of
that's
the
not entirely base in Theory 1, but you have base life.
Yeah,
I get what you
as
mean.
in life without gear.
Yeah. And where are you at on the life thing? Just like since you brought it up, I guess still pretty happy with the decision to like remove that from the tree.
I mean, look, we just wanted to. We just didn't. It's more that decision's mostly about not wanting every character just another one of those cases of every character being the same.
Yeah.
Like it's like we'd rather you specialized in the defense that relates to your character rather than just the same stat that every character should use. So we'll just have that general feeling.
I mean, we've obviously still got imbalance here, and there's obviously still work to do. Never ending. So, like, the tree will just continue to evolve. And, like, we added a lot of passives at some point that are a lot more powerful, and we intend to keep doing it. And now we've obviously just added all the Druid ones. But not just that. Like, we added more, like, Ignite support around the Mercenary, for example, this time, like, as in 040. We're doing that. And then there's some changes to, like, some prod speedy stuff. Because, like, we were, like, looking at shotguns and trying to see how can we have them scale. And it's like, well, it turns out if you get a bunch of piercing with prod speed and some other stuff, like you can shoot them across the screen. And so we're like, well, how do you get that? Oh, there's not many, So we're doing a bunch of like little increments like that, just based on what builds need. I know bleed needs a bit more love in the bottom right, and so to make it not just entirely all blood mage spear users and that kind of thing going on. So again, it's going to just, honestly, we'll just do more and more and more and more and more on the tree. I suspect you'll get more. I'm not saying I'm going to increase the value of every node, but just by the nature of how many more things you can invest in and multiplicative elements, you're probably going to end up with a lot more power coming from the tree than what you do right now. But I actually prefer it doing it that way than just increasing all the numbers anyway. Because at the end of the day, if we then increase all the numbers and then it turns out the game is like too easy, well, then you have to nerf something somewhere or just buff monsters, and then you kind of end up in kind of the same place. So it's like, what did you actually achieve?
So with the like approach to life then, which I feel like makes sense, like not wanting the trees to like look the same and whatnot, how do you feel about like why does ES kind of get a separate treatment when it ultimately, although it's a defense like evasion and armor, it functions much more like life? Because there's a lot of ES scaling and ES numbers are pretty high compared to life, and definitely
I mean, that's a current balance issue for sure, but like, just because it happens to function more similar to life, they're all at the end of the day a form of effective HP, right? So, I mean, they just, as long as they're not entirely symmetric, which is what makes them interesting, which is why one works this way and the others work a different way. And but I mean, there's clearly a misbalance. I mean, you got issues with Ghost Dance obviously being a bit hectic, and I guess going to start listing off things I'm going to nerf, I suppose. But like, I don't know. There's changes to be done here. There's a few changes coming, but we're at the point where I still look at it and I'm like, I'm pretty sure ES is still going to be pretty crazy. That being said, it's like, I don't want to make any last minute kind of knee-jerk reaction and nerf kind of things around this. So like, because we've changed and rebalanced so much, it's really hard to know, and even changes to how the monsters scale and whatnot, it's kind of hard to know exactly how things are going to play out. So it's this kind of thing where I'm like at the point again where I'm like, all right, let's get all these changes out, see how the metas evolve, see what's good, see what's bad, and then like reevaluate it again. So ES is worse, but I don't think it's... honestly, I don't think it's nerfed enough, to be honest, is kind of where I'm at with that. So, but we'll see. We'll see. A
little nudge in the right direction, perhaps. But I know in the past when we talked about this, we discussed around the idea of like letting energy shield values be high, but really focusing on the recovery side of things and making that like you just said, like making things not homogenous, making things different. Like life's really easy to recover, but energy shield's much harder to recover. Like you still kind of...
That is still the intention, yes. That is still the intention.
I like that.
It's just really easy for all of a sudden some cool design to come out, and then all of a sudden it's just a completely trampled recharge.
Yeah. Yes.
And then it's just like, well, now why do I care, And I mean, like, it's okay sometimes if it's like via an insanely, like, I mean, Essentia Sanguis is a perfect example of doing this, right? Like, it just straight up ES leech. And the thing is, like, I don't want to take that away. I just, you know, there's a level of, there's some balance to do and or commonality to do. Like, if that's a thing you strive for and can eventually achieve, and now your character's like freaking god tier, that's exactly what like high-end unique items should do. So in this case, you know, I know we're making that item rarer. Hopefully that doesn't affect the economy too much with some me giving that away. But on standard, sorry. But at the end of the day, I would rather do that than just gutting it. You know what I mean? In this case. But yes, those things are allowed to break the rule. But I very much want to push ES to be recharge based. And as I said, yeah, historically, it's again, you just come up with a bunch of uniques and want to do all this cool stuff. And all of a sudden, we've added in another way to completely not care about recharge, and you're getting ES back some other way. So, and that happened, and more and more and more of that came about. And all of a sudden now, you pretty much just got this insane life pool that's permanently full, and it's like, wow, why would you not do this? Obviously you'd do this. So
I imagine there's a lot of incomplete picture going on here as well, where you're still missing classes and archetypes and skills and parts of the passive tree and thing as well. It probably makes it hard to like commit too hard to certain areas of balance when it's such an incomplete picture.
Yes, and it's also just honestly a time issue. We're adding all this new stuff while having to also correct all the existing stuff, and then the new stuff is like, how fast can the new stuff break the existing stuff, and how fast can we then fix that? And it's you know, when I say break, I mean balance break. You know, it's to the point where it's like all these new variables are being added as we're trying to fix all the existing variables and balance them, and these new variables are like, you know, it can be hard, like real difficult. When you're at the point where you're not adding so much new stuff, you can just catch up, get to a point of stability, and for sure it's there. But like, we have expanded. Like, I've got 3 new people. I don't know if new. I've kind of taken a few people that were more balance oriented out of our QA. I mean, some of our QA people are kind of elite, you know. I don't know if I should say who they are, but some of them are off, you know, top hardcore ladders and stuff. And I'm like, well,
cool.
Look, they do know what's going on. I'm like trying to teach them the philosophies and how to do all this stuff. And so I've got 3 new people doing that. So hopefully, and historically, we've had quite a limited number of people actually doing balance. It's quite hard. It's actually one of the harder things to have a good feel for. And if you put the wrong person in that position, who knows where you'll end up. So it's really important to make sure that obviously these people understand the philosophies and are trained well, and you know, you're being cautious with it. But yeah, I got 3 new people with that, so much larger team in the future. So I'm hoping we can tackle a lot more, and we're not just going to be up to like 1 or 2 of us. I mean, historically it's been pretty much me and Andrew, and that's it.
So you've got your elite squad. You're building your elite squad of balanced ninjas now. To
pretty much, yeah. And
shield.
I mean, if we end up with like 5 of us, there's a very, very considering I also have to do the leagues and the end game and the monsters and the bosses and oversee all of that. It's pretty hard to also be able to find a lot of time to sit there with the spreadsheets and with the game and going, what does this build do? What can it do? So getting more people there is going to be a game changer for the future in terms of, you know, what we're able to actually balance. And we probably will be able to do a new class. And
I'm not depressed. I have a headache, and it's just, I just know what's about to happen. It's going to be a whole bunch of people fighting and pissy at each other and arguing about no end game. And I understand that people are justified in being upset. It's just, I just foresee lots of circular debates in the future. And it's just unfortunate, you know? It sucks.
Maybe not that. But the, you know, it's been a pretty tight resource the whole time.
No bingos.
Yeah, having more of that is going to honestly be a game changer. So I'm very keen to see how that's going to play out, you know, especially over the next few expansions, and see where that goes and what it allows us to do, and have less of that picking our battles, and let's fight more battles, you know. That's fine, which, yeah, should be cool.
Cool. On the gear power level side of things, plus to all skills has been talked about a lot. And even you guys have mentioned in the past, like it exacerbated things like mana issues that people were having. It's obviously very powerful and available in very high quantities. And I think it exacerbates other issues like uniques being less viable because they don't have them, for example. And it does seem to be of a power level that's like overriding other aspects of gearing. Like it becomes kind of a make or break stat in many cases. Where are you guys at with feeling on the plus skills issue?
Well, the original theory behind it was that we wanted to make sure, like for fizz weapons, you always had this like IPD, increased physical damage that was always kind of effectively mandatory stat on those weapons, and it was something where like you would you sort of had this baseline of like some kind of multiplicative way to make the weapon better, and effectively plus skills on staves and wands was supposed to kind of fill that sort of same multiplicative approach where like that was a thing that you to make the difference between a bad spellcast weapon and a good one. That was kind of the idea, to kind of try and get that to so the items mattered more for spellcast weapons. But I think maybe like there's just kind of like we probably need to have to look at it. But I'm sure Mark, you've got more theories about it.
I mean, we need to change something.
Right.
100%. I mean, I know this like.
I did not hype this patch up. The only thing I said the patch would get that it didn't get was endgame revamp, and they addressed why that didn't happen. I never said there was going to be like extra classes, new acts. Oh gosh, yeah, people should have stopped that.
Way they're gone.
I expected
goodbye homogenizing.
I was ready for that one.
They were illegal for other reasons.
Don't know how people are going to feel about that. I'm not sure if I should look at the chat over there and see if it's a W or an L, but whatever, they're gone. It was adding an insane amount of complexity to crafting. But anyway,
I particularly was...
W's.
I particularly was like, I actually don't like crafting mechanics that cause you to have to think about mods in the exact way that they needed you to think about them.
How do you mean?
Well, it's a bit tricky. I mean, it's like a whole other conversation probably. Yeah. But like they I don't think that that they were quite right for PoE 2. So yeah.
But anyway, that's kind of off the point. I just randomly just started talking about stuff
We'll talk more on the
It's real easy to just pivot to start listing nerfs and things you're removing for some reason.
Calm down.
Sorry, but there is an issue. I understand it. I understand the whole. I have this perfect wand. But I've got triple T1 prefixes, but I don't have the gem level, so throw it on the floor, right? I mean, that's kind of generally it. It's like if it's missing that mod, it's trash, right? That's the bad feel. It's like I did everything right except for that, and it's terrible. And yeah, we were trying to create a thing where it was like similar to, well, like how do you itemize as a attacker?
Right.
And it was like, how can we have it be not just identical on a caster, but kind of have the same level of complexity of how to get
and in particular power. That still have the same level of an item actually matters, right? Because traditionally in PoE 1 you had this thing where
I'm very excited about it. I just know what's going to happen. And I hate it, especially because I'm interviewing Jonathan on Monday. I just, sorry, I'm very excited. My head is just pounding right. I literally am like, oh, here we go.
The amount of cost, but
I mean, I suspect at the end of the day, it's because there are multiple ways to create an attack weapon that are good.
Right.
Even it's more than one way. A fizz weapon is not the only way.
Right.
Whereas a caster weapon doesn't really have that.
Right.
Like that might be it.
And that's it. It's just if you don't have that mod, bad. If you do have that mod, it's fine. And that's it. It doesn't matter what the rest is necessarily doing. There's not really much other choice.
Right.
And so that honestly can be enough. Where it's like. You instead of reducing the plus gems, you could create many different options, and maybe it's still fine. Like plus gems is one way, or there's this way, or there's this way, and that way it's like, yeah, sure, there's more opportunities, but yeah, right.
Yeah, I know people are going to be pissed. People are going to what are people going to say? I'm going to interview Jonathan on Monday, and people are going to be like, you got to confront him on Endgame and what is it? Dismantle him? What? Somebody else reach out for an interview and ask to do that, okay? All right? I'll talk about it. I'm not going to dismantle anyone. Okay? It sucks. That's it. That's all I can say.
The damage we removed because you just ended up doing a damage effectiveness on then every single skill
Yeah,
to the point where it ended up being...
I wasn't in love with damage effectiveness having to exist because I find it to be a bit confusing for people. Like, I don't love that, and so I was kind of really hoping to avoid it. I did have this sort of feeling, though, back when we did that, of this inevitable, like, we're probably going to have to add it back again one day, and I'm not going to like that, because, like, it is a very useful tool, but yeah, I think it's just, I think it kind of sucks as a thing, personally. I'm just not a fan of it.
The damage is extra...
That's another take on that.
I mean, that's well. We've done. I was just thinking of another change we've done here. So obviously, I'm pivoting a little bit, but it's still talking about caster weapons. So we'll say it's related. But in 040, we are doing a change where, even though we're not changing the plus spell so much, we are making it so that you can't essence +3 spells on the foci, which I said before. Just to be clear, that is a change. But the other thing we're doing is we're taking it's the runic and glyphic equivalent of spell damage on foci and for all the different damage types, and just saying they can't generate on foci now. And I think we're in the end game, we're then increasing the base energy shields a little bit. It doesn't, I know people, oh my god, you're making energy shield better. Don't worry, it makes like no real difference overall with the other changes in mind. But the idea is being that a wand and a foci should be slightly more defensively enhanced, not offensive compared to a staff. And so one thing we've done is we said all staff prefixes. So that's the damage is fire, the element damage is the types. It's the just increased specific damage, increased spell damage. What is it? Mana. I don't remember what else. The prefixes. Those are all now double wands as opposed to, I think it was 50 to 55% higher than wands, give or take. So, and then, so if you want... Like, it just adds more reason to want to use a staff. So the staff prefixes are double wands, whereas a wand plus foci is not giving you... Well, it was pretty much giving you more damage, I actually think it was, than a staff would have been able to.
Definitely not.
So at least now staffs are going to be better. But that isn't anything to do with the gem level problem. It's still obviously its own problem. But it's again just talking about a little bit of the like overall
Yeah, guys, I'm not changing the way I do things. It's just giving me a headache.
We actually made a ton of changes to just weapons, like generally, right? Like in terms of the progressions and stuff, especially through the campaign.
Yes. When we were adding the talismans for the druid, we were like, what do we want all the in-game base types to be? What do we want the damage in the campaign? And what we then started looking into was a lot of the other weapons going, well, what were they doing? And then I was looking at things going, well, this doesn't seem right here, and this doesn't seem right there. And you get these weird things which people probably don't honestly appreciate, maybe, where it's like you're upgrading your weapon, so you're going from like random examples. I don't know. I don't actually know if this is true. I'm just going to hypothetically. It's like you go from two-handed mace to 3 to two-handed mace 4. You know, you're going along the, I don't know what the actual names are. And then all of a sudden, like two-handed mace 5, it's got some implicit on it, and it's like, oh, that's interesting. But the damage is actually, the base DPS of that weapon is actually lower than the one before it. That was like 6 levels lower. And you're like, I don't know if that damage is worth the trade-off of the implicit. And so
definitely it isn't worth it.
It isn't, yes. Yeah. The valuation of the implicit's damage penalty was mismatched in a lot of spots. And so you get these things where every third weapon in the campaign is just like a random DPS drop. And so we're changing all of that as much as we can, at least.
The thing is, you might not even necessarily recognize this as a player, because generally speaking, you just like, you see a weapon that dropped and you're like, okay, what's the DPS of this compared to another one? You're not necessarily thinking about the fact that there's a new upgraded weapon type, or that's like, or that should have been higher. So what it ends up being is there's just a whole of like 20 levels go by where it's like, I can't get a weapon upgrade, and it's frustrating. And that's what it actually feels like when you actually play it. But in reality, what it was is that the weapon type that was supposed to be an upgrade is actually a downgrade. That's something that Mark immediately saw, and he was like, okay,
we're doing a little bit more. I don't know if we're going to get through all the weapons, but we're trying. Whereas like you get to end game and it's like, okay, what's your fast weapon? What's your crit weapon? What's your just standard good weapon? And then here's implicit A, implicit B, implicit C, you know. And then it's like, which one's your bonk weapon? Like, which one am I just going to bonk things with? The slow, heavy hitter. And trying to just do a lot more of that and make sure there's all the in-game choices for all of these weapons. Bunch of different cool implicits, changing some of them around, just reevaluating the damage of them all, just the base deep. So generally speaking, pretty much all of them going up across the board in little ways. Like, they're not nothing make or break, but like it's enough of a thing that as you're going through the campaign, you're not just like, where the heck are my upgrades? And also at the end game, just increasing a bit of the choices of different base weapons you could use for different builds and whatnot.
This is pretty nice.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those things that, it's easy to go a little bit underappreciated, but, it matters, like in changing the staffs and all of that stuff. It does, contribute to the overall picture of just things feeling good. And, it's another one of these things where it's like, yeah, we just in the process of adding the Druid weapons, we were like, well, let's go do the rest of this right as well while we're at it. So, yeah, we've still got a bit more to do there, but I don't know if that will come in this, week to come or as opposed to afterwards or something like that. But we're just going to try and do as much as we can. So even if not all the weapon types are in the patch notes, it isn't to say we aren't going to do the rest of them before the end of next week, because it doesn't take too long to do them. But, at the same time, you don't want to rush it and mess it up. So, I don't know. Just a random thing.
I think people are increasingly souring on rarity and gear.
Yeah,
on
I think
gear,
people are disappointed.
especially now that it affects currency drops, and which makes it feel very mandatory, right? Because like, what do we play for? Currency, obviously.
Well, don't you worry. We've had our, every 3 months discussion of talking about rarity and what we're going to do with it.
Well, I think we nerfed it again, didn't we?
We did a little bit. We cut off some of the top tier mods, so just the overall amount of it is lower. It's a stopgap. I don't quite know. We haven't come to an exact decision, but like, it is true that it feels like every change we're making at this point is getting slightly closer to just it despawning.
Keep having those meetings then.
I will get rid of it eventually. It's just that we need to find we need to find the mods that can replace it in the mod pools that like in order to make it work. And it's like, this is the annoying thing. It's like if we just removed it right now, there just wouldn't be enough of a mod, like the mod pools wouldn't work.
There is an interesting thing we see where and I don't like, for sure it is understandable, but we see a lot of videos being made with just absolute 1000% misunderstandings of how it all works. And which probably isn't helping its cause in any way.
Oh boy.
Because it has all these hidden DR things and just a bunch of hidden mechanics in it. But yeah, there's certainly a mass amount of misunderstanding as to how it works, and people going, look, it does exactly this change, and it's like, it's not even doing 1/10 of what you're saying it's doing. That being said, I'm not saying it's not a problem. It is 100% a problem, but there is certainly a mass misunderstanding with, again, because we don't even explain it anywhere. It's just this hidden, there's some formula somewhere, that no one has access to, except for us.
You've always been a bit secretive on drop-related stuff in particular, and like, you guys kind of happy to keep it that way for that one, or is it something you're like, misinformation?
We wanted to make it clear. We wanted. Okay. We were like, why don't we just get rid of the DR and find a way to make it work and actually display the actual value, but that is at conflict of removing it. So, there's a little bit of like, we just got to pick our direction here. And
it's inherently unclear even to us in some sense. Like, we can't say like the number of the like, well, okay, but that sounds a bit weird, but what I mean by that is like, it's not like that when you get that it just increases currency. Like, it's through like 10 layers of like different ways things work that kind of result in an overall amount, like overall in currency increasing.
You mean like the content people are playing and stuff?
Well, not just that, but even in terms of just the way the system works, right? Like, it's a very indirect method by which currency is increased. It isn't just that we drop. It's not just like there's some code somewhere where it's like increase currency by this amount. Like, it is actually like it is a result of multiple systems on top of each other working to result in that. And that's why, like, the only way for us to even know like what it even does is by simulating actual drops from actual monsters in order to work out what it actually did. So yeah, it's like sort of, yeah, I understand that might seem strange, but it's because like the drops are complicated, and there's like so many things we've done over the years to kind of like massage them in various ways, and it's like it becomes quite unclear at some point even like what the relationship between one number and another can even be. I
think the takeaway is Jonathan said he's removing it.
I want to get rid of it. We just need to find a thing to replace it within the mod pool.
Like,
and that's very, very difficult.
Okay, I don't need to understand it.
It's exactly the same conversation if we bring up what Dex gives as a it's like it's 100% the same type of problem.
So what should Dex give?
What do we make Dex give rarity?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Dex scales currency drops.
Yeah, exactly.
But through several layers of abstraction.
And gold find if you're a wyvern.
Only if you're a wyvern.
Yeah, just for dragons.
Makes sense. Cool. Oh, no. Okay. on the topic of balance for damage types and damage scaling, lightning damage seems like a clear-cut winner at the moment overall. In terms of doing more raw damage, having access to shock, and even having its own kind of version of stun through electrocute, and I guess separate problems with, like, for example, fire and ignite. Where are you guys at with, like, the balance between the elements and lightning damage
I'm not going to
overall?
say that they're in now equal, but like a few things. So I mean, I know there was like a 15% more max damage notable. That's now 10. We've done, I think, all of the skills that had multiplicative shock effect are now increased, so they stack additively with the tree. So, you know, it's honestly just like a whole bunch of different little things. Lightning rods are nerfed at endgame, just while we're here. Don't worry, lots of things are buffed that aren't
Tons of things
that
are buffed.
aren't lightning builds necessarily.
Nice.
But no, some are as well. But yeah, it's. I don't want to just make it about let's gut lightning. I want to make it be like, well, let's make these other things feel cooler and more special. So it would be very easy to just go and gut lightning across the board. But that just seems like an overall net loss of fun. I'd much rather, you know, find ways to incentivize the others as opposed to just take away the thing that currently is, you know, kind of enjoyable. So again, it's more important to not just nerf. Oh, now they're equal. So yeah, I won't say we're there yet, but the problem is obvious, so at least it's not.
And you don't really want things to be like the same power level ultimately. Like, it seems like, you know, one of them should be more damage, and one of them has like more utility, like cold with freeze and chill.
Well, for sure. Like cold was
But
ultimately,
people aren't going to accept if one element has more clear speed than another. So, like, while it may not be damage directly, it is in some indirect way it needs to translate to damage on some level.
I mean,
because, you need to, it needs to, or rather, it needs to indirectly translate into clear speed in some manner, right? So, you know, that's
unless you're making the monsters 40% stronger.
Well,
and
but
they
that's
are
what I mean, right?
sticking
Because
around, and then you're freezing them.
Yeah, but I mean, because we're doing that, it means that it ultimately means that, you know, the higher damage, smaller AOE, like not having to actually rely on arcing all the time to be able to get the massive AOE can kind of like make a difference. So even just that change alone can shift the meta like a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. So it sounds like fair amount of changes to like the passive tree scaling for lightning and stuff like that.
yeah,
as well as some
shock. I mean,
specific
shock is
change.
pretty hectic.
Yep.
Like kind of, you have this thing where it's like, okay, well, let's say even cold. Obviously, you can freeze more often, but then often the boss is sitting or the monsters are sitting in there. Then poise timer before they can be CC'd again. You don't have any real control over that. And chill, well, chill has a maximum magnitude of 50, so you can't really scale. So like already alone, you can 5x the power of a shock, because I think the cap is 100, and in some cases, Stormweaver even go further than that. Whereas you can't exactly be doubling the power of a chill necessarily, and so on. So there's like even just that as a random thing. Like Ignite doesn't have enough love right now for sure.
Yep.
So even if it was meant to be those three ailments are a point of comparison, I mean, Shock is kind of a little bit crazy right now compared to what the others are capable of doing. Not to say Chill isn't strong, not to say Freeze isn't also obviously powerful. They will have their time, and they may have already had their I mean, we had freaking cast on Comet on crit for a while there and all of that as well. So,
don't touch on that.
It will always change, but yeah, I mean, just bringing some of the Shock back and some of the other just little outliers here and there was a first step in the direction. But it's very important not to just do I hate lightning, goodbye lightning. It's like be easy to do. It's the wrong thing to do for sure. So.
Yeah, people also like playing lightning. I think it's just,
exactly.
I think it's just the feeling when they like playing their cold builds and like it's better to convert to lightning. That's why I think that's when it becomes more problematic. You kind of mentioned you touched on the fact that you feel like Ignite needs some love. I feel like with damaging ailments, there's a fundamental thing maybe that's causing problems where it's scaling with like hit damage and crit so directly, I guess, in this case, differently to how it's been done in the past, where it leads to maybe, in addition to it being a bit weaker, feeling like just kind of an add-on, like Ignite's not really a thing. I don't really have a pure Ignite build. Ignite's just like a bonus added kind of damage on top.
Yeah, it's a bit flat, honestly. I agree. We've had heaps of discussions here about all kinds of different options.
We had some boil down to whether or not we're going to do keystones. We want to do something. We just haven't landed on exactly what we want it to be and how, whether or not it's like we change the base versus change it through, again, a keystone or something you spec into. But yeah, it is a bit flat, and it doesn't have enough, like, I mean, well, yeah, it is, as you said. It's just, well, here's a bit more DPS, I guess, at the end of the day. And then even there's limited ways of kind of scaling it, and I'm not going to say there's none. There are some, but it's not enough. It's yeah. I mean, overall, I'd say it just hasn't got enough love. So, but we want to.
Backtracking a little bit on the gearing, we touched on crafting a little bit, and so I love 0-3 crafting. Like, it was such a huge change from like a game that some would joke didn't have crafting into some of the most powerful and interesting crafting we've had ever in Path of Exile. I think like it's right up there. 0-3 crafting was amazing. Like the combination of the core currency changes, the changes to essences was really good, and how these things interplay with some of the omens and the abyss crafting even. So like definitely felt like some things were a bit illegal, and just the overall like how good it was. Like I don't know, like, oh no, I feel like this is illegal. So what of that was illegal or is illegal or is being?
Well, you said essences, so we talked about essence of sorcery.
It's not like we're gutting anything or anything like that, right? There's just a few illegal things.
It's a few.
Are you pretty like you like overall like where it ended up?
I mean, I think it's way better than it was before.
Yeah, 100%.
Great.
Yeah.
It's what I found playing, and obviously and collating a little bit of data, but it's the kind of thing where I don't have enough data to go and or enough feedback to go and make some sweeping change. Is that people find that getting the it's too easy now to get to the absolute upper echelons of gear. Is what I kind of honestly, and I assumed that there'd be a bit of a public civil war about me saying that, because I could see people going, no, that I love it that way, and a bunch of people going like, well, I'm completing my characters way too fast, right? I got nowhere to go. I got no, I want to play for longer, and I have nothing to spend my time doing. Like, it's done, my character's finished. And I could see people being very binary on that for sure. But then it's like, how much of that just comes down to homogenizing, for example, and a few different axes like that.
I think a fair amount.
And but yeah, I know there's other problems, like for example, because of the high tier currency, there's a little bit of like you don't even need to pick up tier 5 rares anymore, because what you actually want is a base type to craft from. And so in some ways it's wrong in that regard, for sure. Like, if people feel that way, that's probably not good. Yeah, and then there was some other things with the essences that went wrong. Like, for example, the essence of haste, being able to craft melee tiers of attack speed onto bows. It's not alright, right? That's better than what a bow can even yield. So, like, now a dropped bow can never be the best thing in the game because there's an essence that can grant high value. That's not intentional. Like, the essences should be good, but they shouldn't be giving illegal mods, as we keep saying. So, yeah, it's a bit of that, but I would hate to... I want to see how it goes, but I definitely... feel the thing that like definitely hit me the most that I want to get more feedback on is the people just going, it's not you. There's no point in picking up T5 rares eventually, because it, I would rather just craft from a white base and I can more guarantee that it's going to be good. And so what's the point? But yeah, there's a bit of that. And so, but again, it's very important with these kinds of things not to just like, that's obviously right, let's just change everything and now item gearing is just ruined, because you could very easily undo with a lot of the good that 030's crafting added. So yeah, fine-tooth comb, being very careful with it, for sure.
So it sounds like definitely getting rid of a few specific things. Like Omen of Homogenization was a pretty clear one. I think that was like seemed hyper illegal, as well as like some of the specific essences. Like the tiered currencies, you feel like you're pretty happy with that overall?
I think overall I like them. Yeah.
Okay, cool. And like the essence changes in general.
Yeah, for sure.
And what about abyss crafting? Now that that's going core, is that like changing a lot? Because that I think played a pretty important role in giving you some interesting decision making in crafting.
It's not changing very much aside from the removal of waystone crafting from it.
Yeah,
there'll be a few number changes around.
Yeah, just little bits here and there. Yeah. Well, I mean, inherently we have to, because we buffed staff prefixes, we have to go and look at everywhere that adds equivalent mods and make sure those are increased as well. And so, like, either way, there's some overflow effects that just kind of happen due to balance changes all over the place, but nothing like no significant change to that at this point for sure. But it's still there when you're playing through, even though it's core, when you're playing through the campaign, much like you get the world map icons, or it's like, oh, this thing's here. We've got a bunch of areas where there are abysses.
A few.
I think it's 6. And each give throughout the entire campaign, each will give a crafting thing. So you have at least 6 guaranteed campaign crafts.
Oh, great. Awesome.
If you explore and do the areas, and you can see it on your world map if you've done it or not. And so you're giving you a bit of that throughout. So we don't lose that the League had. And then in-game, sure, use your tablets and then start running it. And
awesome.
If you want to get the crafting, yeah.
Well, I'm amped to hear that, like, overall it seems to be fairly intact then, because I was definitely a huge fan of like the direction crafting's taking there. So, and I'm excited to see it getting built upon with like the Sacrifice of the Vaal stuff too. Well, the new Vaal stuff. Excellent news. Alongside that, we had the addition of asynchronous trade, and both things obviously very powerful for gear acquisition, raising both like the kind of floor of like what's considered your like baseline gear. What's your 1 exalt gear basically goes up a lot, but also like getting it more accessible to get to, like to craft or to obtain the really high end gear. How much of an effect have you seen in terms of like players kind of making the game easier? Like, has the game gotten a lot easier overall for people? Are people like reaching their final product earlier?
It's really hard to tell how much of it is the trade system and how much of it is the crafting changes. Like, it's actually really quite hard to disentangle.
So what about as an overall picture?
Yeah, I mean, look, but at the end of the day, it's like the crafting system the trading system as it is something people just need to have. So, like, we just have to, work within that.
I'll tell you, like, if we have a in-game itemization problem, we're not going to go and say we need to nerf trading.
Good.
Right.
We're past that. We can put that in our review mirror. Excellent. Yeah, so the question is, like, I guess now more just adapting over to that. I'm just curious, like, as to how extreme it has been, because it seems like it would be absolutely massive, like crazy. But
it's honestly quite hard to tell, as I said, due to the other changes.
I guess it's like a longer period thing to
But then at the end of the day as well, you could say that if this is a feature we need to have, then it doesn't necessarily matter. Like, we just need to work with it and just deal with it.
Start SSF.
I know in the past there was a fear, and this kind of touches on crafting a lot, where if people could craft like really good gear super easily, that they would stop playing. Like, the player retention would go down. I feel like in some cases we've seen some of the opposite phenomena. Like, there is to an extent the opposite phenomena where like people gain access to the builds they want to play, they gain access to content they might not have otherwise in a more reasonable time frame for them. So their engagement and the amount of time they play ends up going up as a result, like in a surprising twist.
That definitely can happen, but at the end of the day, like, retention isn't exactly the reason why we do it. It's because we sort of feel like, if we did want to make getting the hardest gear harder, then the reason we would be doing it is because we don't like the feeling that you can get of like, I don't have anything else to get. You know what I mean? Like, that would be the reason to do it, not necessarily because of retention reasons. You know what I mean? Like, it's more about the play experience, to be honest. Because, when it comes right down to it, like, our model has always been, we want to keep you coming back every league. Like, we don't necessarily care how long you play a given league for. We just want to make sure that each time you play a league, you're enjoying your experience, that you want to come back and play the next one. So, that's kind of our philosophy on that. So, retention isn't directly a thing that we're like optimizing for exactly in that way.
Players hyperfixate on that.
Yeah, it's more about retention from league to league. Like, what are we doing? Like, how many players do we get back for the next league, as opposed to how many players do we get back the next day?
That's interesting. Yeah, I guess because we have like Steam charts, we get hyperfixated on retention numbers.
I mean, it's not like it doesn't matter either, right? Because you can, on some level, judge the success of how much people like the league based on that.
Yeah, it can tell you how much fun people are.
But like, at the end of the day, what people are saying about what they thought about it is actually more important than the number of people actually playing it, because like that, as long as they're like happy and they want to come back, then we're happy.
If you have more fun in a smaller amount of time and then you're more happy to come back next league, then that's a win.
That isn't necessarily a problem, right?
You may have played less this league, but maybe...
So they're kind of a little bit unrelated in some ways, but also sort of related in others,
Okay, well, it'd be interesting to see how this continues to play out then, the crafting trading thing. I'm super interested in like the economic aspects of that.
Right.
But it's definitely had a big impact, and on the whole, like 0.3 felt like a huge net positive for both crafting and trading.
Agreed.
So good.
Yep.
So good.
Agreed.
All right, well, we'll keep. I'll ask about that like everything. I think, 'cause it's like where do you guys feel it's at now? Yeah. What about now? Can we scroll to the end? Thanks. There we go. So we had just a couple of random questions. I do see one in chat, but it's not really a question. People just typing move speed, but I don't really actually know what the context for that is. You guys know?
It's the speed at which you move.
Oh, very insightful. Thank you. Maybe you guys could type an actual question in chat. I'm just saying instead of just chanting, but
well, I mean, adjacent to that, one change we have made, which is kind of interesting, and I think it's a kind of I don't know if the general desire is more or less of it. I suspect you'll find a bit of both. But irrelevant of that, like a change we made is there's lots of in-game runes where you can now only use one of them. And it's quite interesting because obviously before it was like get the double socketable effect on boots, put all the removal speed runes in, and it's well, great, now you got. And, it's kind of interesting, but it also meant that generally what was happening is every single slot was just stacked with the same rune type. So now you're getting this like kind of nice mixture of different runes being used and different things, and it's kind of enhancing that. But yes, it overall makes the amount of movement speed you're getting from boots lower at the end game. But those were like very, very, very expensive. So which is kind of cool. What else is not much else has really changed
kind of
there.
like a rehashing of the old discussions of like the mandatory move speed on boots versus like implicits and things like that. I've always been a big fan of like a little bit of implicit movement speed on boots as you go up or something like that. But I know you guys are happy with like having move speed be an important stat on boots. Like, I guess, and maybe some people just want more move speed, but
I mean, some people always will.
That's a thing, yeah.
There's probably some people that want to move
faster.
It's just less. I think there's some people who might want to have a less mandatoriness to have to move so fast as well to some degree, but
I've been more on that side of things, like maybe make some of the maps a little smaller so that move speed's less important, I feel. We don't like mandatory mod items on it was that topic. Okay, cool. Thanks team. Just confirming that. Yeah, I feel like that's been discussed fairly well at this point. Yeah,
we're at the same stance on that really. Which is, it's interesting because technically, if we end up acknowledging that is wrong in the context of staffs and wands, then we might have to reevaluate why it's right in the context of movement speed. It's an interesting thing where one discussion might yield the other because it's kind of a similar problem in both contexts, and we might end up who knows what side of the fence we're going to land on, you know what I mean? So
I've seen Acolyte of Chayula get mentioned a lot. I have not played that class, so I can't speak to it too closely, but is that...
we've done number buffs at the very least, yes. I think almost every ascendancy class has some level, like honestly some of it is like one node changed, some of it like for example Pathfinder's got 2 whole new notables, and like we got rid, I mean Pathfinder just did that, we got rid of the poison spreading notable because it's pretty much Herald of Plague, and we just put the 4-pointer to the 2-pointer so you get the actual more powerful spike one for cheaper. We got rid of that like multi-choice ailment mitigation, and we were like, wow, it's the Pathfinder, so let's do some cool passive tree stuff. So pulling some inspiration from the PoE1 Scion, the Pathfinder can now also allocate passives from either the Witch or the Warrior start points, for just like, doing some crazy builds. And I think there's even a new notable on there where normally you have your highway nodes and it's like 5 dex and strength. There's also now 3 other options for the Pathfinder can take that node, and now there's 6 choices you can do on your travel nodes. So it's like, I don't want as much attributes. I'll get instead damage. I think it's damage, defenses, and like cost efficiency or something. So you can kind of like better balance how much damage you want, defenses you want, or reduce. So it's like another kind of cool, interesting thing. So yeah, I mean,
that's interesting.
That's a class where it's gotten a bit more changes. Acolyte is numerical for now. But again, we want to do something grander with Chaos. It's on
There's quite a lot of just monk
list.
generally improvements as well, just balance-wise, right?
I mean, at this point, every class has kind of got changes everywhere.
In the thick of it.
I think the patch notes currently lacks... we have a thing where we're doing a bunch of changes to specific monsters for being spected.
Okay.
Like when we actually looked at it, we're like, look, if we just increase Spectre overall, it's going to increase the specific specters. Like we want to increase the amount of the pool of viable monsters for different cases. Yep. So
here's the thing. Now it takes it from a skills balance team into the kind of monster balance team situation, and like sort of different resource. So we're going to start doing that process where we try and do like
Wyvern was data mined 3 months ago.
5 to 10 from here and here and here and here per patch, and kind of just start trying to get them to be more viable. Specifically as specters, and honestly, you'll find most of the time it's just changing the cooldowns and changing the AI to be like not, because normally they're just like, I have to care about a player. And maybe some minions are there, but honestly, sometimes they just don't even care about the minions. They're just like, nah, there's a player, right? They assume there's a player, because generally speaking, there is. And so now when they make a Spectre version, well, there's no player for them to target. There's, only monsters. And so they might be just making some silly decisions about how they're targeting and when they're using their skills and stuff like that. So want to do a bunch of that, but those won't be in the patch notes because the intention's that we're still doing them. I don't want to release a half-baked set of patch notes for that. The other thing is, I think we're still doing. I've held back from the patch notes. I've held back a bunch of the minion occult, specifically a bunch of changes around command skills and stuff like that. Just because I want to just do a little bit more iteration before we release that. A couple of ice ranger changes. I think that's like a massive improvement. To the ice ranger kind of play. I mean, using the existing skills, a lot of numerics, a lot of changes to ice fragments, stuff like that. What else is not in there? There's a few other bits and pieces not in the patch notes, and that's because all of our stuff is... And that's just not to say there's nothing changed. I've just taken them out for now because I want to make sure they're right. Otherwise, we have to give some false information and then change it, and it's not great.
You've been updating the patch notes over the course of a week now, so people should still probably expect that.
Yeah, for sure.
Initial patch notes coming.
I know they were like... I mean, I think we ended up changing something like 80 different unique items or something like that.
Sick.
Again, mostly focusing on endgame ones, bosses ones, mythic ones, working our way down the rarity. So like more of the ones that are meant to be higher value and meant to be higher effort. We've demoted some to be more common. We've promoted some to be rarer, stuff like that. And done a whole pass. But even then, like I know last night we were like, oh, there's like kind of 5 or 6 here that we're like maybe on the fence about. Let's, to be safe, pull them out, discuss them, reevaluate them, and then pull them back in the patch notes afterwards. Just to be safe, because again, I don't want to mislead people.
I saw a question about that from our resident summoner expert in chat. But the monster changes, like for making specific changes to monsters for specters, does that end up in patch notes? That seems like pretty hard to track.
It will this time.
Nice.
Well, I don't think we've done much in the way of actual specific monster changes this time around, but this, what I was talking about doing will, yes.
Okay.
It just, what I'm saying is it won't be in the initial set of patch notes because we haven't finished them yet. So, but they will be, like, I think the patch note says will be in a post later this week, or later, in the week coming. So
a funny one in chat I see is like, when can we get more melee variety? I'm like, you guys literally just added like a new melee weapon. Like, I don't know if you guys know, but the talisman's a melee weapon.
No, melee is never right in any game ever. No, I mean, because it's kind of true, right? Like,
it's quite. There's a funny phenomenon right now where it's like, whenever we talk about melee, people say that like there's literally only maces in the game. And it's like quarterstaves are over in the corner crying. It's like no one pays any attention to it.
Yeah,
It's just like doesn't count as well.
But
It's like a half ranged weapon. I guess.
Stormwave really melee, then you get that.
There's always this funny exception with it, but like ultimately, I think what it comes down to is that the game doesn't have swords.
Yes,
yet.
I know.
Is that,
and I know we need swords. Yeah, I get it.
We need swords.
We need swords.
So swords are.
That's funny.
From talking to you, it sounds like swords. Swords are getting added to the game at some point.
At some point, we will have swords. I can promise you that.
Yes, it's
yeah, don't say
the
0.5.
importance is understood. It seems. It's
a
bit too fundamental, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure.
Swords are a bit cool.
But yeah, I mean, we were talking about the ascendancy. So yes, a lot of numerics, some more broader changes, some getting a little bit, some getting a lot. Like just because it's getting a little bit doesn't mean we think it's in the right spot. At the end of the day, we've just started going. Like Smith and Katava got a decent amount of changes.
Nice.
Kind of a lot better now, for sure. We like over nerfed it. But yeah, lots of like, around the. I mean, honestly, like I want to say 90% of all the balance changes are probably in the direction of taking underplayed and underpowerful things and making them a bit better.
That's nice.
That isn't to say that we've successfully made, like maybe at the end of the day, lightning archers are still somehow better than ice archers at the end game. But certainly the gap is narrowed and you'll feel less bad for playing one over the other.
and less bad about decisions. And so that's ultimately the goal, and we'll get there eventually. But yeah, huge step in the right direction, I'd say. But yeah, and then things like Outer Louis, all those outliers on the top end, those are coming down a bit for sure. Sometimes more than a bit, depending how extreme they were. Culmination's another one where like just having an uncapped combo thing, then you get damage per combo. I mean, and then obviously you can just one-shot everything in the game at that point, so that's a problem as well. Some of these outliers 100% brought into place, given caps, whatever the case is, but again, more like 95% of all the changes that we're trying to make is bringing up the underplayed things to be a bit better, and just to all kinds of varying degrees. It's really hard to. It's like, do you just do everything across the board and try and look at everything and give everything a minute, or do you really hone in on one build? And right at this point, we're trying to do a very widespread. Let's look at literally every skill and go, is there a decision we can? What would we do? And it's like, it would require this huge rework. Okay, instead of waiting for that, can we just do some numbers for now? Do the rework later to really give it what it truly should be. If so, let's do that, and then bench that thing for a later time when we have more time, and then move to the next, do the same assessment, and then we just try to do that for literally everything.
The Balanced Ninja Squad is currently focusing on clear speed, it sounds like.
Yes, but for things that are not already, up
Nice.
at the top tier, generally.
Great. We're getting quite close to patch notes, so we'll rapid fire some things off here. It seemed like at one point, like Druids were going to have claws as their weapons, so that has obviously changed to talismans. Or
That might have
they
been
were
the
like
case a long
That
time
was
ago.
actually
that was like some nodes or
actually for the
something.
Huntress.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, weird. Yeah, so it sounds like claws are probably not going to be a thing then.
Probably
Like,
not anytime soon. No.
Decided not less interesting than
Yeah,
other
yeah.
options. Yeah, all right, cool. Hot swapping between controller and mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, something I promise every single time.
So it's,
And yet somehow we still haven't
Oh
done
my
it.
goodness.
So what I can say is that it is actually, we have an implementation of it. We're not shipping it this time. But it's much more close than it was last time. Like, there's just some stuff that needs to happen. But, like, it is a thing that has been seen on a programmer's workstation.
I wonder what's
as to
hard
work.
about it. Do you guys
but yeah,
know?
there's still a bit more to do.
Any programmers
but
in the
yeah,
chat?
like next time, I know I've said this twice before, but next time we will definitely have that. I know it's like it's a weirdly huger feature than it seems because like the code was just originally not written with that in mind at all, and it's just requiring a lot of re-engineering of a whole bunch of existing UI to be able to get it to work.
looking forward to it, so I can
Yeah, I know.
actually
I
do
know.
inventory management.
I know.
for the
I know.
controller.
We will have
Well,
it, but
customized.
Controller inventory. Oof,
Yeah.
No.
But yeah.
Okay, good news. It's being worked on daily, it sounds like. Do you have like a rough timeline for full release, or not ready to announce that yet?
Don't really have it to announce, but I mean, look, I certainly don't want it to be 2027. Like, I really want it to be next year. Like, I really, really do. So, like, it'll be, I really want it to be next year. But
We certainly underestimated the amount of work we wanted to.
yeah.
It's certainly by having to make all the leagues constantly and all of that. And I know some people might be like, just don't. But like,
No, you need to do.
we want people to play the game still and
Exactly.
enjoy
Yeah,
it,
they
and
do.
do what we want to do. But so yeah, you get this thing where we severely underestimated how much extra time it would add.
Your rule of cool of like we want to do the 130 extra passives because it's cool. I mean that has an expense.
Yes, all of this does get in the way technically, but.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, we're not going to release until everyone's happy.
Worthwhile.
So,
That's true.
Yeah,
That's
so
true.
that's
That's
what needs to happen first. So
It's a good trade-off.
yeah.
With the performance improvements, which looked like really impressive, even more than the 25% you're saying. Like looking at the side-by-side footage, was like it looks even better than that.
Yeah, I mean, look,
But-
we did 25. I said 25% as a commitment because, like, that's kind of like I want to make sure, like, look, people are really sensitive to the stuff, so like, I wanted to make sure that we're not over-promising.
Under-promise.
And so under-promise and over-deliver
Yeah,
was the
yeah.
plan, but
Gotcha.
effectively, like, yeah, I've been focusing a lot myself actually and trying to like make sure that it's getting better. Effectively, what we've done is, I mean, obviously there's just sort of traditional optimization that happens, but a lot of it is just effectively making sure we're multi-threading things better, taking advantage of more CPU cores. If you're GPU bound and you don't have dynamic resolution turned on, then it obviously won't affect you because you're GPU bound. If you've got dynamic resolution on, so like GPU is not so much of a concern, then CPU was definitely a problem for just about everyone. Like even really fast CPUs were having issues in in-game mapping. So the goal really was to make it so that, when you've got a lot of shit going on, that your CPU is not overloaded. We did that by multi-threading things much better than we were before. Traditional optimization, just lots of improvements there. Now, There's so many things that are working better than they were before. Like in many cases, honestly, you see double frame rate, like just straight up.
Awesome.
But as I said, like not consistently in all cases. So yeah, and consoles obviously saw a huge improvement. They, you know, consoles just have weaker CPUs than PCs do. So therefore, when you're doing CPU optimization, consoles are what's going to benefit from that. And yeah, just it's just a lot better. Now, one of the things I'm a bit worried about is that by multi-threading more things, you can run into multi-threading bugs. And so there might be, hopefully not, but there might be some more crashing going on when we first launch, just because, like, you know, like the thing with multi-threading is that, like, yeah, depending on the exact scenario, different things can happen at different times. It can cause some issues. I'm really hoping we don't run into that. We're trying to do as much testing as we can to fix all those kinds of issues.
By the way,
but yeah, effectively, that would be the worry. But yeah, I think that it was definitely worth taking the plunge and doing that stuff because it is way better. And you know, yeah, I probably should make like a video on exactly, like, you know, some of the, like, go into a deep dive into it at some point because it's kind of interesting.
And even it feels like even still, occasionally you guys are still just finding ridiculous things that, like, oh, we just made it a whole nother chunk faster.
Yeah,
and I'm
exactly.
Just because of some just ancient thing.
It's yeah, we definitely still find some crazy stuff, and yeah, like it's going to be a lot better.
I expect it's not even, it's just going to keep going as well.
Yeah, no, exactly. So that's the other thing is, like, I want to spend even more time on getting this exactly right. We're not even at the point, like, when I'm looking at it now, I'm like, we could still theoretically make this quite a bit faster than it even still is.
You've been personally like really on this every time.
Yeah, I have. Just because it's been such a big issue, and you know, like, I wanted to actually get back in there and spend a bit of time on it. And yeah, as I said, like, already it's so much better now. But yeah, we'll be even better than that.
Awesome, fantastic. It's great news. Patch notes are here.
All
so
right.
we will end there and let
no
people
one's interested in listening to us anymore.
The patch notes.
There we go.
All right, everybody's gone.
There we go.
No, thank you very much, guys. That was
Patch notes are out,
a pleasure
guys.
to talk to you once again, and I look forward to checking it out and going and playing some more.
Excellent.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's good to have you
All
here.
right.
Alrighty, thanks for the questions, everyone. We'll
Thanks,
see you next
everyone.
time. Thanks for watching.
I don't know which camera's on, so I'll just look at you.
Oh, look at all the cameras.
Right.
Hot mic. Hot mic. Oh, they muted the mics. All right, guys. As I get the patch notes up, what are the thoughts, guys? Uh-oh, we're counting up in seconds now. Look. Oh, that's cool. Look at the code on their site. That's weird. They're counting up. Pretty excited. Oh, here we go. Patch notes time. All right. Yeah, did Dead Rabbit want to chat? Let me chat. Let me send him a. Yeah, I'm gonna look at patch notes. Here, where'd they go? There they are. Oh. Oh, that's chunky. Woo. Woo. Uh-oh. All right, I asked him. I don't know if he'll respond yet. All right. A lot of patch notes. I'll give Dead Rabbit a second. Yeah, okay. Oh, he left try for. Oh, he's talking to me, so okay, that's not a big deal. I mean, I am assuming that a lot of people are going to be disappointed and frustrated. The only, I don't know how to say this. That's fine. The only reason I'm not is because I don't blast the end game. I think I played what, 80 hours last league. I just don't like do all that grind, so I don't interact with it nearly as much. So that's just my personal way I play, guys. Man, I have a bad headache though. Oh. Ah, that's unfortunate, the headache. Okay. Be the positivity in all this. Well, we don't want them to ship a bad end game. I don't know what to say. Like, I don't know. Under promise, over deliver. Under promise, over deliver. Drink more water. I know. Yep. Okay. All right, we have patch notes. Let's take a brief look at them, guys. Let's see. Fate of the Vaal. Okay, all this we kind of know. Okay, here we go. New class. Let's go. Oracle and Shaman. 20 new skills, primarily primal skills. 35 new supports. 8 new lineage gems. Much more powerful supports only available in endgame. Yep. 250 new passive skills to tree. 10 new unique items. Weapons. Talisman. Guys, they're a weapon class, the Talisman. Where's our endgame try? Not in the game. Try, can you say how you really feel about the phrase trust the vision? Reveal in one word. My feelings about the reveal in one word: unexpected. Unexpected. I think that's the best word. Here's why. Very much expecting endgame rework. Very much expecting more ascendancy classes. Very much not expecting them to kind of lower number of monsters in the end game and focus on visual clarity and put such a large focus on performance improvements. I thought that would be a longer thing. I thought it would be something they just addressed, not something that they would actively try to solve, and it seems like they did. I was not actually expecting that. And I honestly wasn't expecting the werewolf, werebear, and wyvern form, or the bear, wolf, and wyvern forms. To be like, I thought they were gonna be like bipedal and everything. It looks like they're not. They're like actually on all fours. I was not expecting the wyvern. I thought that was a fake data mine. And I wasn't expecting the Oracle. What an odd ascendancy. Well, I'll have to play with it. I'm gonna league start Druid, so I'm gonna be Shaman or Oracle. Those will be interesting to play around. So yeah, one word on the reveal: unexpected. I think that's fair, but I'm not crushed about the lack of endgame because I don't grind endgame. I feel really bad for those who do blast endgame though. The one thing I'll remind people of is that if you have a tier 16 clear in less than 3 to 4 days, you're about 0.1% of the player base. Well, geez, I think I was at no, I wasn't at T15s at the end of day 4. Yeah, the ascendancies were really different. How are those gonna feel, guys? The Oracle, it looks funky as all get. It looks like it might be strong on bosses, but not as good on like packs, you know? But I'm very excited. I'm pretty excited. I know that people are very frustrated, disappointed about the endgame stuff. I actually posted a tweet that I deleted because I was like, it's not worth the firestorm. I just posted like, hey, L, no endgame, L, no ascendancies, everything else is a W. Really happy about the visual clarity stuff. I gave it a 9 out of 10, and you know, I was just like, you know what? It's not actually worth it. I'm gonna delete the tweet. I don't wanna have debates with people. I'll make a YouTube video about it, so I can explain in more than 100 characters, because yeeky. It is what it is. Right, does this not feel like Huntress patch? No. No. Not at all. If you're comparing the league mechanic, the temple, the Vaal ruins, to the wisps, you are cooked, and you gotta take a step back. That looks ridiculously cool and deep. All these different crafting options, bunch of boss fights, a new pinnacle boss. Like, the temple looks awesome. It looks kind of like almost an alternate endgame, so we'll see. It's literally nothing like 0.2. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if people are acting like that. Aren't people frustrated about everything every patch? I think this one's going to be a little bit... People weren't upset with Dawn of the Hunt until it launched, mind you. I don't think people were upset until 0.2 came out, and then it went crazy. But I'm happy. I'm just going to need a... My headache pill is not working, unfortunately. It's Incursion 2.0. Very developed Incursion, yeah. Yeah, the temple seemed super sick. Fry has had this conversation, sadly, every league. It's like Groundhog Day. I don't think last league I had it. I feel like they overcooked. It seems too complicated. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to focus on with Jonathan. I still have a lot I can talk about with Jonathan on Monday. I'm kind of happy. Push a bucket of water. Wait, missing a part. I really wish Chrono would get some love. Maybe they reworked it. We're about to see it. Too deep for Pee-wee 2. Well, we might be able to turn our brain off and click. We'll have to find out. Okay. Abyss. Added core. The tree for Abyss actually look kind of cool, guys. Unlike the other League mechanic trees, look kind of cool. Question for Rogers. Do instilled emotions only give players an anointment now with removal of instilling maps? Probably. I'm sure it'll say it in the patch notes. Okay. Big performance boost, 25%. Player changes. Oh, boy. Tailwind now grants 1% increased movement speed, 2% increased skill speed, previously 3, 10% increased evasion, previously 15. And prevents 1% of damage from deflected hits per stack. Is that gutted? Not gutted, is it? All right, see ya, big eyes. Skipping 0.4, I spend 95% in endgame. A little content I will witness in video, YouTube videos. Yeah. I think a good chunk of people who focus on the endgame a lot will feel the same. The worst part for me is probably parts of it disappearing every run. That's what made me hate Synthesis. Is that what Synthesis was like, Cretans? I wasn't here for it. Cocaine answer rip. Uh-oh. Do you think Jonathan would answer which class that's not released is the most hell? Maybe. I might ask him about it. Okay. Base unarmed attack time is now 1.65 seconds, previously 1.4. Whoa. Buff to hollow palm technique. Let's see. Rage changes. Tendency changes. Okay. Wind Ward has been removed. Bullseye now requires called shots. Bullseye now applies 10 critical weakness, previously 5. Added a new Mirage Deadeye Ascendancy passive skill, which grants the Mirage Deadeye meta skill. Mirage Deadeye. While active, firing a ranged attack will create a Mirage that uses socketed range. So, Mirage Archer. Mirror Archer. Okay. Cool. Interesting Pathfinder stuff. Okay. Elemental Surge reworked. Grant skill Elemental Surge now provides when you consume a charge, trigger Elemental Surge to gain 3 lightning surges. Surging Avatar reworked. Now provides when you consume a charge, trigger Elemental Surge to instead gain 2 cold, lightning, and fire surges. Absolutely gay patch. Uh-oh. Not happy, people. Oh, wow. Smithic Katava is the one with by far the most changes. Yeah, Dragon Form looks sick. Still no endgame? Yeah. Yeah, no endgame. No deep endgame. Do I feel like I'm a daycare worker? No. No, not really. Very little blood mage change. They're like, people like this. People like this. It's actually just a little buff. Chronomancer. No real changes to Chrono. Nothing to infusions. Okay, buff to Storm. Looking for anything interesting, guys. Wow, big buffs to Acolyte of Chayula. But no effective skill changes. Numerical buffs. Will I go through all the patch? I'm going so fast. Guys, I'm not a mechanical guy. I'm looking at the highlights, honestly. The chrono changes are a lot stronger than they seem. Inevitably, Agony, okay. Granted, now ignores the curse limit, now causes cursed targets to take 50% of hit damage dealt to them while cursed again when curse expires previously at a gem level 1. Now ignores the curse limit. I go fast, guys. I'm probably not going to go line. Yeah, guys. I don't go line by line. I'm not huge mechanical. I'm sure 80% of the other people that are streaming are going to go line by line. So yeah, tune into one of them. Maybe like Sir Gog. Sir Gog goes very in depth. I'm skimming. Oh, wow. The Walker of the Wild's Keystone has been removed from the passive tree and its effects have been moved onto a newly added lineage support. Oh, no. The Hollow Palm Technique Keystone now grants 1% more attack speed per 75 item evasion rating on equipped armor. Previously 25. No! More or less longevity than last season, Talkative. If the Druid's fun to play, longer for me, but I bet a lot of people will bounce faster because there were no significant endgame changes. I think it depends on how fun the temple is to run for people. The values of flammability magnitude on the passive tree have been increased massively. Hollow Palm was already really bad. I loved Hollow Palm. A lot of new clusters added. 3 attack area effect clusters to the monk part. 2 projectile speed to the merc. New bow cluster. New cluster between witch and monk called Remnant Attraction. No, not the remnants. Oh no. Didn't your dad say he wanted dragons? Dude, he did. Dude, my dad's probably going to play dragons. Yeah, it's a better baseline attack for Hollow Palm. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, they didn't add any third ascendancies for those ones that were missing. Wow, let me just skim through these notes really quick. Oh my gosh. Okay. Don't know what that picture was. I'm guessing it was Rue 2 in a dress. There's always Rue as a cat stuff popped in almost immediately. Font of Rage gone. Yeah, a ton of numerical changes to gems. My brother-in-law asked if rapid fire was changed. No. No changes to rapid shot or rapid fire. Okay. Any changes to ice strike? Nope. What else? Let's see. Oh, Roa? Great question. Roa no longer increases your movement speed. Uh-oh. Now has 100% reduced movement speed penalty from using skills while mounted. Previously 80%. Whoa. I've given my take on the map density thing. I'm very excited about it. As you know, if the less monsters give more rewards, I'm very excited about it. Yeah. Reap is going to be crazy. Unique item changes. There's a bunch of buffs here. Where's the monster section? Idol. Am I crazy? What are idols? Did I literally... Are these talismans of old? I guess I literally got no idols, guys. That's... Oh! Existing augment talismans have been renamed to idols. Oh, there it is. Okay, so the talismans are now weapons and the old talismans are now idols. Okay, got it. Got it. Got it. All right, I think I'm going to look at... Okay, here we go. Oh, this is the one. This is the one that I'll read line by line. Let's do it. Here we go. Oh, boy. Maps no longer scale pack size as you increase in tier. They instead increase non-unique monster effectiveness. Effectiveness grants monsters increased life, increased experience granted, and increased quantity of items dropped. Tablets now have a maximum of 4 mods. To unlock the ability to craft a tablet beyond 2 mods, you need to have defeated the Arbiter of Ash. I feel like that is an interesting, and I don't mean that as positive or negative right now, an interesting locker. But I really like the effectiveness thing. Okay, so pack size does not scale. Interesting. This is gonna allow more builds to be viable. And it's going to reduce the clutter on screen. All tablet mods that would roll on the generic precursor tablet can now roll on all tablet base types. The following tablet mods have been disabled. Quant, Delirious Monsters, Delirious Challengers. Added new tablet mods. Challengers, which grants 7 to 11% increased effectiveness of monsters in your maps. Of Contest, which grants unique monsters in your maps have 1 additional rare mod. Okay. What? There's boss changes? I know, this is exactly what I want. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. This is what I want. Okay. Where are boss changes? Oh, gosh, there's so many buffed modifiers. Okay. Okay. Improved visibility of Delirium Fog. Removed camera zoom out on completion of tower maps. Aw, that was a cool little touch. Why'd they remove that? Added an objective icon for activating all checkpoints. When a player activates all checkpoints and completes the map, all map content minimap icons will be revealed. Huh. I don't know how I feel about that. Huh. Removed Breach, Ritual, Delirium, and Expedition from the map legend as they no longer have icons shown on your atlas. Yep, we knew that. Thanks, Failure Optional. Talk to you later, dude. What did I do last league? Did I do something last league, Sir Kaim? Okay, here we go. Oh my god, how could they not talk about this? What? Bosses now have an anti... Oh boy. Okay. What in the world is this? Oh boy. Okay. Wow, I can't believe they didn't touch on this. Let's see. Bosses now have an anti-burst damage mechanic. So is this the last epoch thing? Once a boss has finished its emerge or becomes aggro, the damage reduction period starts counting down. The damage reduction tapers down from full effect to no effect over the course of this duration. For every unit, the boss moves from its starting For every unit the boss moves from its starting location, the damage reduction will fall off even faster. Bosses which cannot or barely move have a shorter damage reduction period. I want to see how this works in game. I mean, okay. So this is like, here you go. I'm going to say the word. This is like a Band-Aid solution, right? This is kind of what like last Epoch did. Instead of like trying to get like a good progression curve where bosses aren't jokes or aren't giga challenging for most of the player base. Now there's a limiting factor, right? Because of the damage reduction. Is it like 90%? I'm curious about like are they 90% immune? Like 95 and it tapers off? I'm very curious to see how this works. Wait, no. I know. Okay. Right, Edgar. Every step a boss takes, the more damage they can take. Right. So like it encourages movement. I'm too dumb to understand. Right. Now in English, please. Yeah. Simply put, boss cannot be burst. Boss take more damage when move. Encourage actual boss fight as opposed to sit on top of boss, burst boss down. That's basically what it is. We had the exact same thought. It's a Band-Aid. It's a Band-Aid, absolutely. Yeah, see? Yeah. No? No? It's a damage gate in the simplest of terms. So bosses no die in 2 seconds. Yeah, but why are bosses dying? The balance is poop. I think if bosses are dying in 2 seconds for like certain skills, why not try to like find how fast? I don't. It's tough in an ARPG, guys, right? I imagine most people will never notice this. I am interested to see what this looks like. My initial inclination is negative. I'm going to talk to Jonathan about it. Write this down, write this down, write this down. Okay, improve the visibility of the explosive fungus. Mid-fight. Improve the mid-fight phase change of that final Act 2 boss. Okay, so Jamanra is going to change. Cool. Improve the... That'll be nice. Do we not go black screen? Zoomer streamers will love it. They'll get one shot no matter what. Now some players are just going to have to wait 10 more seconds to do it. Most bad players won't notice. This is a terrible change. Yeah, I'm negative on it too, guys. If the loot is dog, this will backfire big time. Oh boy. Okay. Improve the behavior of the Great White One boss. That's the shark. Exiles. Blind Beast. Blank Greater Ruin. You can now open a town portal scroll in Olaf's Arena. Okay. Okay. Very interesting. I'll talk to Jonathan about it on Monday. I'm curious. Yeah, the spirit of the idea, it's like a Band-Aid solution, right? Because character balance is probably a little busted still. All right. Oh, okay. UI changes. Some interface that could not be paneled now allow dual cursors so both players can interact with the UI at the same time. Support gem compatibility of all equipped skills is now shown when hovering over support gem on the gem cutting interface. That's nice. On the Waypoint world map, selecting underground locations featured on the overworld map will now immediately teleport you to the selected location instead of toggling to the underground map view. That's nice. Added a quick search feature to the stat filters in the trade market. Okay. Stackable items will no longer be merged into existing item stacks when control-clicking items into merchants tabs. Optimized item search for the in-game market browser. The cursor size option has been changed to a slider. I think they did that in PoE 1. That's nice. Added a new cursor tracking input option for keyboard and mouse users. I've never used keyboard and mouse in PoE 2. Which allows skills to continue updating their target location direction even after the skill's input key is released. This is particularly impactful for skills such as Rolling Slam and Whirling Assault, but affects a wide variety of skills. By default, this option is enabled in WSD mode and disabled in click to move. Oh, I'm an idiot. I thought they meant click to move. Okay, so this is a new thing for WSD as well. Okay. When switching between controller and keyboard and the character selection screen, the game will remember if you use WSD or not. Refactored couch co-op player interfaces. Okay. MTX changes. Okay, look, a lot of MTX from PoE 1 enabled. Look at that. There we go. Very nice. Where is the density changes, though? Was there more? Or is this the only one right here? The pack size. So there's no pack size scaling. There's just the initial pack size. Very interesting. Wow, I cannot wait to try this out, guys. Okay, so there's a lot of numerical changes to gems and items, but there's not a ton for monsters. That boss one is... I'm shocked they didn't talk about that. Maybe it won't matter a bunch, but... interesting. It's the last epoch thing, right? Yeah, there's no hot swapping between mouse and controller. There's like 6 to 10% increased monsters. I'm hopeful the game feels between 0.2 and 0.3 as far as clear speed. Won't it feel... yeah, I don't know how it's going to feel, guys. Yeah, rarity. Any rarity changes? Okay, there's a mod. Buffed rarity on waystones. And tablets. Yeah, punishment is another thing that Ziggy didn't touch on. Ooh, I still got some stuff I'm going to talk about with Jonathan. We've got punishment. We've got the boss changes. Got some questions on the league mechanics, some visual clarity stuff. We can touch on endgame. We can talk about progression. Yeah, we got a lot to chat about, so that's nice. Hopefully the loot buff is sufficient. Yeah. I know, dude. Hung step, bro. I thought the exact same thing. You lose your portal, you lose your limbs, you lose your XP, you lose your drops. Ask about gem and rune drops, please. Yep. All about loot. Let's chat about loot. Oh, yeah. I think that full mod waystone should have 2 portals to not feel bad. Yeah, less punishment. All right. Yeah, so I'm not going crazy on the patch notes, guys. My final initial haven't played impressions. I'm extremely excited. My headache is starting to subside as well. I'm extremely excited. I thought that was an awesome reveal. I think it would have been, I think I would be a lot more disappointed here. I would have been a lot more disappointed if they just talked about the changes to tablets and didn't touch on endgame anymore in that like reveal. Because I know they talked about it in the ZiggyD interview, but not a lot of people are going to watch that compared to the whole reveal. The fact that Mark, during the actual reveal, said, we meant to have all these changes into 0.4. We were wrong. We overpromised. We could not deliver it. We have this. Well, he said we have something big cooked up for 0.5. Changes to the existing leagues, a revamp to the Atlas skill tree, all that stuff. It's coming in 0.5. It's not in 0.4. We're sorry. I think if he didn't say that, I would be a lot more frustrated / disappointed. Not frustrated. I'd probably be more disappointed and more like, what the heck is going on? But the fact that he did say it, like, kind of assuaged me a lot. Assuaged my worries. They understand. They understand the problems with Endgame. They understand the problems that players are facing and why people are frustrated. They just didn't have enough time to do it, which is unfortunate. But everything else, I'm very excited about. Yeah. Everything else I'm very excited about. It was really, it sucked to see the high to the low. Everybody's so hyped about the temple and the druid, and then it, you know, so such is life. As a vision enjoyer, I'm a 9 out of 10. That's why I said 9 out of 10. I know I'm gonna get roasted for it, but yeah, I'm pretty excited to see how this pans out. I'm glad that they're actually not going more in the PoE1 direction. I thought it would be more PoE1, where they were going to lean into the one button screen clear, need to screen clear with your build. It doesn't seem, from what they said, it doesn't seem like that's the case, but that can always change, right? Going into the patch. We haven't played it, right? So all that could be totally different once we actually play the patch. But right now, I'm very optimistic. I'm very excited. What are your guys' final thoughts? Profanity filter on console, please ask Jonathan. Okay, that seems like a pretty rapid fire one. Final thoughts, you guys? Interesting to see other streamers' reacts. I'm sorry is one of the top popular phrases in New Zealand. 1 or 2 weeks for me max. 1 week can't come fast enough. True. Vision campaign enjoyer will enjoy the league, play the druid through the campaign, and probably won't mess around with the end game too much. That's a good league for me. 7. No booby lady supporter pack. Big W, shame on endgame, but I'd rather they cook and get it right than have it rushed. Yeah. Pretty much. Pretty much. Less mobs with more meaningful combat is way better. Agreed. There a place I can see the new tree? I don't think it's out yet, Drathar. Never mind, 4 boobs out of 10. I hope new spells have infusion support. Great question. Great question, Alex. Oh, I'm going to add that. Infusions on the druid elemental spells. Very nice. Ask if they are increasing staffing. I will, in a different way. Spell totem looked amazing. How long will it take to find the 5 temple things? The first 5 areas, not the beast. Not the best. It looked like it was the first 5 areas. So it's literally Clearfell, and then the Burrow, the Grellwood, or whatever. Yeah, Grellwood? Is that what it's called? The Grellwood. And then, what's the 5th one? The Rust Veil, the Red Veil. Any other unique transformations in this patch? Yeah, I'll try to get them to spill it. It sounded like there were, because there was that Fire Beast. Guys, that was the... Here. Let's, here you go. Do a little bit more hype, guys. Come on. Here we go.
Hi.
This was probably my favorite moment of the entire reveal. Where is it? This was probably my biggest wow moment. This. Like, this made me very happy seeing this. I'm going to try to make Fury of the King work. Hopefully it's not giga rare. But this... It's just the sheer aesthetics are amazing. It's a level 72 weapon as well. So, you know. Probably money. No Tota fail. Oh, we knew he was right since the teaser. Ah, yeah. Yeah, Jazzarus was right, man. She's communing. Is the druid going to have the same start animation as other classes? The lore Jonathan gave was that he was just waking up and not a criminal. That's interesting, Perkiro. I don't know. That unique is packing a lot. And Mark said that they were going to have more. there were more unique talismans. So I think that means more unique shape-shifting forms. So I didn't think the supporter packs were particularly cool. I don't even know if I'm gonna get one. I didn't think they looked that good. Sorry guys. Nothing tickled my fancy here. Please ask lore-wise if we are to blame for Cataclysm since we go back in time to that point and defeat her and fail. Yeah, I'm pretty hyped. This is going to be fun to play with. We don't make it before she was corrupted, you guys. So I feel like the Cataclysm happens, and then we fight her. We get there right after the Cataclysm occurs, and it doesn't destroy her or something. It just destroys everything outside, maybe. And then we fight her. Losing homogenizing sucks. Back to gambling. How did they not make a Druid-specific supporter pack? I can't believe there's not an MTX for Druid Transform. I'm sure there will be in the store. There has to be. Yeah, maybe some timey-wimey stuff. We could have a paradise with corrupted Booba for all. That was a crazy trailer, guys. That was a that is a crazy cinematic, okay? Actually wild. And then earlier, what do we have? We had Druid Butt, right? Where's Druid Butt? Where's Druid? Ah, there's Druid Butt. There you go. Ah, look at that. Yeah, jiggle physics, right. The Demon Bear is not MTX? No. No, it's a unique talisman, dude. It's a unique talisman. That's pretty sick, isn't it? I gotta look at these. The ascendancies. Those are gonna be interesting. Butt League. You can grow with the game since we're in EA. Yeah. Oh, man. New league equals Spark. 0-2 was a better patch? Really? Who will win? Druid Butt at Zeri Butt? I think I know who's going to win out on that, guys. Just wait for the mystery boxes. I'm sure Jazz will upload his reaction to the trailer. This is big. This is big. Loving the performance improvements. Mystery butts. Yeah, so they buffed monster HP. Wow, that was a lot of damage. What skill is this? Do you guys know what skill that is? Is this a new Druid skill? Ailstorm rounds? Is that new? I feel like I've never seen it. Man, it looks kind of sick, guys. Is it not strong or something? I've never seen it. Killed your hopes. I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay. Well, you guys. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. We're gonna have a lot of stuff coming out, guys. I like the reveal. Sucks about the endgame stuff. Sucks about no ascendancies, but overall, I think it was a W. If you're on YouTube, make sure you like the video. Leave a comment on the VOD after I make it public in a second. W patch, L patch. What are you excited for? What are you not excited for? On Twitch, I'm going to throw you guys on over to let's see if Sir Gog is streaming. going to throw you on over to Surgog, you guys. All right? On Twitch. Thank you all so much for watching. Thank you all so much for the support. I will be live. Wow. Live on, Sunday, guys. Live on Sunday for the Never Sink Pod. Going to put out a video asking for questions in the Jonathan interview. Obviously, interviewing Jonathan on Monday should be an interesting one. Should be an interesting one. All right? Thank you all so much for watching. I'll chat with you later. Have a good night. Stay sane, Exiles.